Ain't nobody stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom, 'cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
After witnessing the known names not being able to perform, the concerns, they rise up once again on the teams playing today as well. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the BGIS 2024. We're currently inside of the wildcard, day 2. I'm going to be a host of Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Fixes. And Fixes, after what we witnessed yesterday, I've only got one question for you, my friend. Are you a believer?
I certainly am. I'm a believer in the undergods, and lately with the way they've been playing, they have certainly impressed all of us. With their backs against the wall, yesterday they performed, and with a new bunch coming in today, I expect no less from them.
But that's the weird part, though. The underdogs are performing, but the real concern rise up for the known names, the T1 teams, because they are struggling inside of the competition. Yesterday, Revenant Esports, Team Forever, the two teams that top the charts inside of the grind, they were not able to show up.
Certainly weren't able to show up, and even that sort of continued even in the second group. Mogo Esports, they were languishing at the very bottom, just barely around 10 points. Led us to believe is their time already over? Because again, wildcard is the final hurdle for them. There is no second chances from here. We've given them enough cushion already.
Exactly, and Mogo Esports are the defending champions of this tournament. They cannot be over here in the wildcard. Their journey cannot end over here. They at least needs to be in the grand final, so the competition will be a little bit more fierce. Mogo Esports is one of those teams that have went through a lot of those thick and thins, but there's definitely a chance in the latter 3 games that they will play in the upcoming days that they might just pull off the comebacks. But moving in forward, today's day itself, what are your expectations, man?
All right, we've got the next bunch of 32 teams coming into play. We've got 2 groups into action. There are certain teams that we're going to be witnessing for the first time, in fact. So I'm really excited because yesterday also, Tribe Herdman, they impressed us quite a lot.
A newer team on the block just came in out of nowhere, started to dominate the lobby, and they were actually taking fights in quite a great fashion. But why were they taking all the fights for? Maybe for this prize pool that's about to pop up on the screens right now, where we've got 60 lakh rupees. That's the champion on the line. And of course, the second spot getting 30 lakhs, the third one getting 20, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at those special prizes.
And we have talked about it. Everybody gets a piece of the pie, the ones that make it into Hyderabad for that coveted land. But like Necro said, we also have those individual accolades, right? For the MVP, the best player of the tournament, getting 2.5 lakh rupees. For the most finishes, you earn a lakh, and so on. There are certainly few more. But then again, how have they been getting it? It is by the virtue of those points, Necro, that they have accumulated. And this time in the BGIS, like you can see, right, from the previous time, it has changed. And till the 8th position, you get something. From 9 to 16, 0 position points.
And that's something that's been adding the spanner in the works. But to counter that entire fiasco, the teams are focusing on the elimination points a lot more. That's why you see a lot of these known names also going for the elimination points. And today itself, we've also got WSB playing inside of the group. And that is one of those teams that is known for their firepower. But of course, it's not going to be the group to kick things off.
Certainly, and you know, we have to talk about these teams. They will definitely come up there, but right now with the way things are going, yesterday we saw Rivalry Sports coming out of nowhere, really impressing us. NIY, a team that had been silent throughout all the stages, yesterday came out of nowhere, again impressed us quite a lot. But when we take a look at the teams that are playing today, so we've got some interesting names. RTG, IND, one of those big names that I'm really eyeing out for. But let's not forget, Bolt Rushers Esports, they definitely pack a punch.
An astonishing team, that's for sure. As you mentioned, even RTGX IND is another one of those. You've also got Voltex Gaming, a newer team on the block. Even they're doing good. But then you speak of some of the known names inside of this group. You've got Team Zero. You've also got Big Brother Esports. Metal Esports on the fray once again, my friends. You've also got Aiku Soul, Dragon Claw. You've also got RVNC Esports once again returning back for RVNC Esports. I'm not sure how to feel about them.
You know, I've been loving RVNC. It was all about having those first 3 initial games really played well in the first, in fact, in round number 4. But later on, they kind of crumbled down to the pressure. I hope they have a good start this time as well. But talking about the bigger ones, you've got Entity, you've got Aiku Soul, you've got Medal. Medal, another one of those teams that were sort of the late bloomers in round number 4. But by the time they could really step up, it was a little too late. And heading on ahead into group number 4, we will have a next set of our 16 teams out out of which we have 4 teams coming in from round number 3, and the remainder 12 will be from round number 4. So we've got the Supernovas, we've got Team 7 Esports, Jubilant, Divine Esports, and Remorseless. Now, Remorseless is one of those names that I've never casted before.
It will be interesting to see this team for the first time on the bigger picture over here. But speaking of Jubilant Divine Esports, a team that came out of nowhere in the previous rounds, and even they sort of astonished all of us, the same thing can be said for Infected Mushrooms. Their stats in the past were quite nice, but unfortunately when it mattered the most, Infected Mushrooms, they ended up choking up. You also got Blind Esports, one of the known names, GlitchX Reborn, Alpha 6, we've seen this team in the past, Team Aru is over here too, LOC Esports, once again returning in 2024, and Godlike Esports. How can we forget about the big gods themselves?
Certainly, they will be in the fray, and they will be mere mortals tonight. But as we head on, taking a look at the schedule, quite similar to what we saw yesterday. We start off with Erangel, we followed by Miramar, then we do have Sanhok. And again, there will be that hard reset. Again, these new sets of teams are going to be coming into play, and it is going to be Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok once again. Now, this would kind of remark, or if we are embarking on a journey where we'll have halfway of all these teams in the wildcard. Tomorrow there is going to be that grand reshuffle that we've been talking about, and that makes things a whole lot more exciting.
The regroup will be happening based on the overall standing, so maybe you can't say groups then will be a little bit more balanced. Before now, speaking of this schedule, as we know, it's going to be the same throughout. Of course, it's not going to be any sort of changes out on the fly, but speaking for the teams itself, it's all about getting that good head start. And a lot of those teams yesterday, of course, the newer names, were able to do so.
They certainly were, and that sort of sets me off, right? We were all expecting the bigger names to perform.
Exactly.
We all thought that Revenant's going to get a chicken dinner. We all thought that Team Forever is going to do pretty well, but that was not the case. It was all about soaking in that pressure. It was all about that one day, how you tend to perform. And in such occasions, it was rivalry. It was the players of Seven Shore. I think 2 really consistent games. We went on to watch the second group. It was NIY out of nowhere. But then again, there were certain bigger names also that performed pretty well. I think Carnival Gaming, they were the table toppers, still sitting at around 41 points. I think the key is to kind of be very consistent. Whichever team manages to do that, they will stay on the top.
I mean, in general fixes, there's so many more teams to talk about, right? For Big Brother Esports, their head's going to be on the swivel. If they do not perform right here, right now, it's done for. There's a high chance their journey is going to be done, because speaking of the past, I mean, yeah, it's not been looking that great. So for Big Brother Esports, there's so much more to look up to. But ladies and gentlemen, there's so much to talk about, but after this short promo. In-game cosmetics, I'm a big fan of those. That companion looks incredible. Unfortunately, I still do not have it.
Yeah, shame on you. I do, and I had to spend very less UC on that. But you can get it for yourself, just 10 UC for the first spin per day. But moving on ahead, we have so many of those bigger names making a comeback. Aiku Soul is over here, Team Entity is over here. We all thought that heading on into round number 4, they would be blasting their way through the lobbies. But we never really thought that we would see them in the wildcards, but here they are.
I mean, the recent performance from the side of Entity has been looking pretty good, right? I'm speaking of the third-party stats here, because Entity, they recently won one of the tournaments as well, which was pretty big. But still, that momentum not really being able to carry on forward in the official tournaments. And that's also been sort of like the curse that's been going on for the past year, right? The teams that do tend to perform well in the third-party circuits, when they do move on towards the officials, they do not tend to perform.
I think it's all about the expectations just being too high and them fighting their own demons, and that has been the case. But once we take a look at the matchup, gives more context to us, because when we're talking about entity, there has to be another team that is really synonymous. Yes, folks, we're talking about VST. Now, Necro, this is such an interesting conversation over here, because the founder of VST himself, Somraj, is now a part of entity, and now VST. Now, this is one of those teams who completely surprised us during the second week of grind. I think Shiraj, definitely one of those players to look out for. Cannot forget Dazzle. But in round number 4, VST, they were looking quite lackluster.
Lackluster is an understatement. This team was just not there on the overall standings at all. They did not even get a glimmer of that limelight for themselves. And VST, for some reason, I just feel backstabbed by this team, because I had so many expectations moving in 2024, but they were not even close. But you know what? Other teams that we still need to focus on has to be Team Zero and ESCN Esports. ESCN as well, they have been an interesting prospect in the race. And of course, for Team Zero, things being quite up and down. But still, you talk about the total points, it's a big tie.
It certainly is. When you're looking at Team Zero, this was the statistic coming in from round number 3, and for ESCN, we have seen them coming in from the grind into round number 4. But when you look at Team Zero, the stats really do not dictate how they really have been playing. There were 2 occasions where they missed out on those chicken dinners, and had they gotten those chicken dinners, they could have been playing round number 4. But here they are once again. But for ESCN, during round number 4, we saw them having a really slow start. They were getting those finishes, they were getting those position points, but they eventually stepped up into the latter half of the round 4.
Exactly. I mean, for ESCN in general, when we saw them for the first time, they were definitely able to make some nice waves. And I'm not going to lie, I was impressed by this team. But then the transition towards the main event wasn't looking too fluid. And you can also say the same thing for Team Zero as well. We witnessed Addy play super phenomenal inside of the grind, but then the transition once again, moving in towards from the IGQ, they were not really looking that great.
But they were always been the hustlers on the block. They have been fighting their way, really never on the top of the standings, but always around second, third, just barely squeezing in. Round number 3, weren't too lucky, but still a second life chance they've been offered. But for now, the biggest issues for me for Team Zero have been their roster. When you look at the players, we've seen on multiple occasions, Daksh has been coming into play. There were moments where Syed was sitting out, and that has been a big question mark for me, because there were those games where Syed's impact could have been much more.
That is true, and even Addy's not been able to perform at the top of his performance, so even that's a big concern, right? Scout OP sometimes is able to step up and make waves, but just by that one single player performing, it's not going to be creating a lot of that difference that's needed. And we've seen Team Zero choke some of these crucial moments a lot of the times, man. And at this point in time, you cannot really afford to do so inside of the wild card.
Completely agree with you. There have been innumerable moments. That one clutch where Heroes Gaming's Robin, that Miramar game, he managed to seize it against the entirety of Team Zero. They managed to fluster that one. Even that final game of Erangel, where Scout had their players position in such a nice spot. Despite that, they lost out on that game. So for Team Zero, it's all about getting that conviction. It is all about reaching that finish line. If they can somehow achieve that, who knows that Team Zero might be off to a really good start.
But you know what fixes? Another team we need to touch up on has to be Voltex. This team has been an interesting team on the block as well, because Voltex has been one of those teams. We saw them inside of the grind too. They were doing quite decent for themselves, moving in towards the main event. They did quite decent. Of course, when it mattered the most, they were not able to perform. They cracked under that pressure, but all you can do is hope that maybe they play really good inside of the wild card. And good enough for them is that all the unknown teams, they're doing good for themselves in this stage.
And one more good thing about this particular lobby is that we've seen all these teams play in the past. And considering now you've got the statistics, you've got the data to work around with, if they manage to do so, I think if they've done their homework right, should not be much of a bigger issue. They can avoid those early drop clashes. You could avoid those early jitters for all these big names. That is quite crucial, because now when you're looking at IQ Soul, also one of those teams in the block that we all expected to easily see them in the grand finals, but seems like they were a little too cocky. That Miramar chicken dinner was phenomenal, but them getting picked off early on into the games in most of the matches, that is a huge cause of concern.
Yeah, indeed, a big concern, right? IQ Soul is one of those teams that is supposed to be the top team inside of the country so far. But yeah, the domination that they showcased inside of round 4, the inconsistency that we saw from them, it's definitely going to be one of those things that's going to be pointing a lot of the fingers from the fans.
It certainly is, and a lot of fans are still hopeful that they might make it because for Mania, even I want to be a believer, right? But for that, Iku Soul really need to deliver.
That is true. They definitely do need to deliver. And if you guys want to see IQ Seoul in the Grand Finals, and if you also want to be there to witness your favorite teams in the Grand Finals, as we know, the Grand Final venue will, of course, be inside of the Hyderabad, and we want you guys to be over there as well. So, of course, if you guys are available, make sure to make yourself a place. And also, there's going to be some premium tickets being sold out soon. And to find out how the premium tickets are going to look like, of course, make sure to follow the Craft in India socials.
Certainly, and I'm really excited for all of that to happen. Really hopeful for being a part of the LAN event, my first LAN event personally in the official circuit. But moving on ahead, Necro, we've been talking about Iku Soul. Again, there is Medal that we need to touch upon because Medal, we've seen them in those earlier rounds. Every single time they come into play, the first chicken dinner is usually theirs till round number 4.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for Metal Esports, they've got a stacked lineup. Nothing taken away from that, right? You've got Kyoya, who's been able to perform pretty phenomenally well recently. But still, somehow, Metal Esports over here in the under brackets or in the wild card, it's something that we did not really expect them to do. And for Metal Esports, their recent form is also quite decent. But sometimes you see that dip in the performance, and that inconsistency is something Metal Esports they need to work upon.
And feels quite gutting, right? They just barely missed out by 2 or 3 points to make it to the next stage. But for Medal Esports, I think they've got their work cut out. The best part is that Kyoya has already started delivering. We've seen Siam, he's been also doing majority of the heavy lifting. Paradox, Encore, once they get into the groove. And for that to happen, Medal Esports need to start off with a home run. They need that first game Erangel chicken dinner. But RTG IND, this has been one of my personal favorites. And yeah, a lot of those people ask like, Fixes, what are you doing? Why this team? I've been loving them. What is there not to love about them? Always on the aggressive, always going after those fights. And in round number 4, we kind of, in fact, in round number 3, we kind of saw them struggling quite a lot. But I hope those jitters are not there anymore.
I mean, the jitters, at the end of the day, they will still be there in the first game itself, considering it is still one of those newer teams on the block, right? But you talk about the known names, you do not really expect those jitters to be there because it is time to perform. They cannot be taking that back step as we head inside of the first game of the day, and the plane flap hat starting all the way from Severny towards Milta Power, or maybe you can't say Nova Rupnoy.
All right, starting off the day with a curve ball right off the bat. And Severny to Milta Power, like you said, that means quite tilted towards the eastern side. A lot of those teams heading out to the western side, they're going to have a lot of issues. I'm starting to get really worried about Team Entity as they love to take over those Pochinki areas. However, for Medal, it's not going to be a big issue howsoever. For the teams dropping down at Primorsk or even Quarry, I think they might have to break a couple of sweat.
I mean, talk about breaking the sweat. In general, for Big Brothers, too, there's definitely going to be a lot of that sweat that's going to be broken. Blood, sweat, and tears. That will be there. You also speak of another team that you see. It's going to be OMG at the top towards Severny. I'm not sure how the journey is going to look like. Iku Soul moving in towards that school area. Even for them, this might just be that smooth sailing they're looking out for. For ESCN, it is another one of those newer teams that we're expecting to perform, but we still do not know how it's going to look like in the future.
And there you have it. One of those early drop clashes we've been talking about. Two quite resilient teams, VST and RTG IND. They might go head-to-head against each other. And seems like both these teams really never shy away from those fights. And even we do have the likes of Dragon Claw, led by Dynamite, one of the oldest players in the circuit, still back here with some vengeance in his mind, wanting to make it to the next stage. But it is quite important that they're off to a good start. Even for a team like Inertia Necro, we've seen them in the past. They get a lot of those finishes, but position points, that has been a cause of concern.
I mean, for Inertia, sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. It's once again the inconsistency that we see from them, right? In some of the games, they actually do tend to survive till the late game scenario. But then in some of the games, they just get eliminated off the rip. And it's something Inertia Esports needs to find a counter to. They need to crack the code.
Oh, they certainly have to.
Looking at towards Pochinki, you've also got Entity Gaming right there. ESCN towards the Water City. And look at this interesting drop collision that we've got. RVNC. Oh, it is one of those teams that should not be eliminated this early inside of the game. They should keep their man number up.
They have to. There's no other way around it. And quite surprisingly, this is because of the wrath of how the flight path trajectory was. Ideally, we have seen this team heading out towards the quarry sides, and they drop down pretty early just to take control over these vehicles. Once they have it, they will be moving their merry ways. Should not be a big cause of concern. But however, on the southern side, this is the hold-up that I was talking about. Team Zero, they also tend to drop around the areas of Novrepnoy. And this time, Necro, they've got Metal Esports to deal with.
Metal Esports isn't really one of those teams that likes to go for the early game fights.
Yeah.
So I highly doubt this fight's going to be coming through. Metal Esports, they will at least try and play things a little bit more safer considering they know Team Zero's in the lobby as well. And that's why you see Metal Esports take a different approach towards their drop location. They went for the vehicles first, they got their hands on the basic loot, and now they're moving in towards Novrepnoy. Looking at RVNC for now, they've got Team Gen in front of them, and right now Genesis is on a move themselves.
I mean, RVNC have always been the hunters, always itching to take those fights. This time, Genesis. Even this is one of those teams that we could categorize them as the late bloomers. We saw in the previous round, did get that final chicken dinner, but it was too late. For Gyro God, look at his HP. Pretty much depleted over here. They're trying to find some concrete ground, something to latch onto. Get back to their original drop location, get their loot started. Talking about the circle, it's somewhere centered around Pachinki and Gatka. We've seen these circles in the past, but the late iterations is what I'm really excited about.
RVNC, specifically this team, a lot of ups and downs, a lot. I mean, sometimes they do tend to perform, but once again, considering it is one of those newer teams in the competitive scene as well, so you can't still say that, okay, you can give them that little bit of that edge. But at the same time, we know what they're capable of. We have seen this team in the past as well in 2023, so you can't say they do pack a decent bit of punch, but is that really going to be enough to get them back up from the depths of hell?
Now for RVNC, if you remember, in round number 4, they were off to a flying start. They were getting all those finish points to their names. And the first 3 games, in fact, were pretty amazing. For a moment, I really thought this team is not going to have any issues making it to the next round. But again, once the clock struck 12, things went awry. The later 3 games did not go their way and felt like they kind of gassed out. So for RVNC, I think considering they've got only 3 games to play today, I really hope that they do not do anything out of ordinary. Just keep on doing what you've been doing and you're good to go. But for this team, Team Entity, they have got so much to prove.
For Entity Gaming, they indeed do have a lot to prove. And I'm still going to say they've got the wind of the sails. It's still the same playing for Try not been able to perform in the previous round, of course, a big sign of concern. But there's a high chance he can definitely now start to make waves. Troy is one of the most consistent players in that lineup, but in the round 4 he was not able to make waves. That's a whole nother story. But there's a high chance in wildcard he's definitely going to wake up. And Entity Gaming, they're known for their defensive playstyle. But recently we're also seeing them change that a little bit.
I think Entity over the time, they've been one of those teams that have been quite consistent. They maintain that perfect balance. But when you talk about balance, Metal Esports, they can't be far away. We have been talking about how good Siam has been. Playing on that free roll, he's been getting a lot of those finishes, 49 in fact. Even his finish contribution is up there. If you have more than 25%, you're literally playing quite well for your team. But for Metal Esports, I think even the better things are the fact that Kyoya, he's back into the fray. He is starting to feel himself. But even in round number 4, we could see him struggling in those initial couple of games.
We could. And that struggle, I'm not sure if that's going to be minimized or not. But all we can hope is that the first game is going to be a great start. Maybe that way this can give them the pressure subsider that's needed. You've also got Aiku Soul on the screen for now. And Aiku Soul, I'm not even sure what's going on with this team. You expect them to perform in every single game. You expect them to come out with flying start. But unfortunately, that was not the case in the previous round. Aiku Soul, they choked up quite a lot. And now look at this. OMG, Nick has got the chance to strike, but unfortunately, he misses that chance. The opponents, they escape. Luckily.
Vomix has been such an interesting prospect. We did get to see them in the previous round, but we barely had any screen time around them. Did not give a lot of reasons though. When you look at their stats and figures, I believe this is one of the only teams that could not even get a single position point, but yet they're out on the hunt. And Inertia, in fact, Hydra, he might be in a whole world of trouble as his buggy has been flipped over. As now, there you have it, stepping out of it, and Johnny, he delivers, he gets that first knock, and Inertia, they're in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, the classic problems once again repeating for Inertia. Losing out on the player early off inside of the game. I'm not even sure what they can do at this point in time. Man number's not going to be intact till the late game scenario. And look at another player getting knocked out. Tanae's knocked out as well. Inertia Esports. This is not a great news for them. But slowly and steadily, even OMG, they're starting to face that brunt. Inertia, they're trying their best to dish out the damage against the foes as well, but it's not enough, that's for sure. Considering they've already lost out on 2 players, it's better to just back away from this fight.
Good thing for Inertia is that they've been resilient. They did want to try to fight back, but yeah, bad luck again. Quite unprepared though. Did not really expect Vomix to be around these positions, and we could see initially when they were rotating, their vehicle just flipped off, and that is where Vomix knew that this was the golden window. They needed to capitalize on this, and in fact they did. But when you look at Inertia, another one of those teams gets those finishes, are always around trying to steal a few away, but position points also has been a major concern for this team. But ESCN, they were so phenomenal during the grind, and even during round number 4, the latter half, we saw them really flourish. Today, it is all going to be about having a good start, and I believe the position they're holding, Necro, I think is quite solid.
It is. It is quite solid. I mean, for ESCN in the Smack Center, looking pretty good. IQ Soul as well, holding that off-center spot towards the school area, or at least closer to that school area. You've also got Entity slowly and steadily trying to breach in from that southern side. I mean, they are there inside of the zone, but it's all about being closer to that center. And then we've also got RVNC from the bottom left now trying to breach in. There's definitely going to be some decent bit of collision soon enough towards that farm area, as we do transition on towards the VST fight. And VST, just backing away from this, understandable. This is what the playstyle is for VST.
Yeah, for VST, the last time they came into play in round number 4, we could see them getting those early casualties. And really could not build up that momentum. So for today, I think they have their goals clear. All they need to do is try and play something like how Carnival did yesterday. Keep things tight, have all the 4 players surviving, get those couple of finishes, and at least try to average out around 8 to 9 points a game. And one big game, one good chicken dinner, and they're good to go.
Big Brothers. A team that is known inside of the community for a while now, but recently the performance just hasn't been there at the top. But luckily enough, being able to make it so far inside of the tournament, and now they're feeling a lot of that heat themselves. Big Brothers, they know the room for error is next to none. These first 3 games, they're going to matter so much to the point where Big Brothers, if they do miss out even once, that's going to be it.
Yeah, and that would hurt, right? The runners-up of BGIS 2023 crashing out of the wildcards. It would be a big blow to them, because even after BGIS did not have the best times in the third-party tournaments. And they're certainly here to redeem themselves. Even in round number 4, they were kind of struggling. They did get a chicken dinner in that Miramar, and we all thought that maybe by the virtue of that, they might make it to the next round. But look at Genesis. They're so well prepared. They know that there's somebody trying to climb the hills. But do they know it's going to be Big Brothers?
Genesis. The players are now looking down from the top. And once again, they do spot out the players of Imprint. They know exactly where the players are positioned too. And look at IQ Soul. Even they're playing so safe. Just playing completely for this placement for now. IQ Soul not really focusing on the elimination points as well. Just trying to be as safe and sound as possible. Manya. Maybe he's got the information on the teams in the front, or just still trying to scout out a couple of more players. Ikusol in a pretty isolated spot. And you talk about Mania himself, right? Look at his stats on the left. 24 finishes, 32% off that finish contribution given to his team.
Quite undoubtedly one of the most complete players this game has seen. He's the IGL himself, but whenever it comes to taking on those fights, he never shies away. And in fact, if you remember that Miramar chicken dinner, I mean, I do not know how they managed to do that. But yeah, Manya and Nakul, two of those players, quite phenomenal. But today, it's all going to be about S-Power and Ronnie also. As an entire team, how collected they are and how they work as a unit. That is a bigger concern because in round number 4, I think things were looking quite rough for Ikusol. Every single time they wanted to rotate inside the circle, they had to take those unwanted fights, and sometimes in those moments we could feel that there was that little semblance of overconfidence oozing out of them. So today they have to kind of draw a leash on that, and if they manage to get the first game, then I think the next 2 games would really go big for them.
Team Zero on the screen. And the main concern for Team Zero has been their performance. It's quite lackluster. They're barely able to squeeze their way in the upcoming stages, but just being barely able to squeeze is not going to do. You need to be at the top of the performance. That's what you expect from this lineup, considering there is Scout OP in there, a player that packs in so much of that experience. And it can be channeled to the right direction, but unfortunately, Addy's not been able to perform. And look at the playing for this time. You've got Daksh and Syed.
And Kylo is not playing. One of their entries is not here. Kind of pushes me to fathom what really is going on Scout's mind right now. They've been trying out various shuffles. There have been moments where Syed has also been kept aside. Even Kylo has been given multiple chances, even in the past, but yeah, you could feel him that he was a little nervous. Maybe it's all about those early jitters, but when you look at Team Zero in whole, right, they've been the fighters, like I said. Every single time we come in, we rule them out. Somehow stay in the competition. It's all about those big games for them. But the wild card is going to be a whole different ballgame. When you look at Voltex Gaming, it's been such an interesting prospect. A perfect balance between taking those fights, getting those good position points, really looking out for them as the circle has taken another shift this time around. Imprint Esports, they find themselves in the smack center of the zone.
And looking at some of the late entries inside of the zone, even Metal Esports is going to be one of those. Right next to Voltex Rushers. Even for this team, things are going to be really tough. Before Metal Esports, I'm not sure how the entry point's going to look like. The breaching point's looking way too tough. As Team Zero, this time they collide against some of the bigger foes themselves. And Team Zero is already able to kick things off on a fantastic note. They've managed to find the first knockout. And Team Zero slowly and steadily prevailing inside of the fight. Look at the utility utilization. But unfortunately, one of his own teammates knocks him out.
Yeah, that has to hurt. Quite a severe blow. As Rude is not going to be happy about this in Dragon Claw. They've been pushed upon by the players of Team Zero. 3 of them already down and out. And this has to be a stellar start for them, for Team Zero and the Endeavors. Quite aware of Rude's position, and Addy, he's holding on. He's just waiting for all the players of Team Zero to come back to life. And this is where they collectively push as a unit. But Rude, he does not want to be a part of this. He wants to get the hell out of here.
An unfortunate team elimination coming through from DC. Rough luck, and now Rude, as you mentioned, just backing away from that fight. Metal Esports, in their mind, only thing they can do is vengeance, and that's what they're here to get. Asserting dominance against the foes in the front, but unfortunately losing out on Kyoya in return. And Metal Esports, they do come out on top, but still, Kyoya, a crucial key not there.
Yeah, still he did a majority of the heavy lifting there. Getting those 2 finishes on court. He's going to be gotten back to life. No concerns over there. But, you know, talking about the previous fight, loved how Scout stepped in, got that initial knock with a grenade, then followed it up with a shotgun. And then we did see right through. It was quite unlucky for him. In fact, dropped the ball on Lucky to Noob, and eventually he was also dealt with. And now we're finally seeing those fights really come into picture. All these teams eyeing out for those objectives. And quite understandably for Medal also over here, trying to keep their backlines clear, trying to get that southern periphery. But for Team Zero, things were pretty different. They wanted to hold on to the center of the position, and now they've done that.
I mean, just look at this fight. Metal Esports, as soon as they pushed up close and personal, Kyoya was able to do some insane amount of damage. Saiyan was also able to get the knockout onto Udge. So right then and there, they pretty much got the fight confirmed. But then Sultan still had the itch to go for that elimination completely. And that's how Kyoya just got flushed out of the game.
And I would love to do that. And even you would too, right? The moment you realize that you're pretty much going to get eliminated, at least salvage whatever you possibly can. So for RVNC, quite unexpected, not the start that they were hoping for, but for Medal, now this is good. 4 points secured already, but we know Medal, they're quite famous to be getting those first chicken dinners. But this time, still playing around the edges. But look at this trifecta. You've got Voltex Gaming on one side, you've got Aiku Soul, and then on the southern lines, we've got Team Entity. And I completely agree when you said, right, Troy, he's been a little out of the groove. What do you think could have gone wrong, Necro?
Not sure. We haven't been seeing a lot about this team recently, so I'm not sure what exactly is going on with Troy. But focusing on Voltex, this is one of those teams that I might just have expectations from. Voltex, an interesting prospect in the mix. They definitely do quite decent for themselves sometimes, but sometimes they are a little bit lackluster in taking those precautions. And right now, looking forward towards the next circle shift. It's actually going to shift down south towards Ruins. So this circle shift is definitely going to be adding that spice in the mix.
Floodgates just about to open. This is where majority of the teams placed around the northern side, they all will migrate. And whilst them doing so, you've got the players of Genesis. They can get a lot of those finishes on the board. Even for the players of Imprint, feeling quite comfy already. And we've been talking about how the wildcard has been all about these underdog teams and them making their comebacks. Yesterday we saw Rivalry Esports come out of nowhere, getting that chicken dinner in the first game. But look at this. Voltex, now they're on the chase, taking down certain players. But even for Vomix, starting to lose out on numbers.
VST, I mean, at least being able to get that one single knocker. And also the confirmation that's going to give them that point. That might just be the pressure subsider. Looking at it towards Ruins, you've got ENCN pretty much. They've got their spread all across. I don't think so they're going to be shaken away from that spot. The man on the top's definitely taking some damage, but then Honey as well. It's time to pepper down some shots. No connections found just yet, but maybe those shots can definitely hand out some scratches that are needed. It's all about instilling that terror and the fear against the foes. Honey is getting that constant information. He knows exactly where the players of OMG are too.
For ESCN, however, they have to get a couple of their players inside. And in order to doing so, they have to ensure that Vomix, they're well dealt with. But look at Rude. He's got some foes right beside him. And RTG IND, oh my god, let him pass. They have no idea. Imagine from the backlines, if he goes in for a backstab. And even for the likes of RTG IND, they also have to move inside of the circle. With so many of those teams keeping a close watch on them, especially with VST making that movement around there. They have those ridges to play around. But then again, Big Brothers, they're kind of calm, they're kind of patient. I don't know really what they're up to.
RTGXIND, the rotation they're making, it is safe, but I'm not sure how well it's going to find that breaching point. There's definitely a decent amount of teams on that same area where RTGXIND is looking forward to go. Team Zero is one of those. Even Inertia is right there. And from the top, it's just going to be raining bullets, which is Genesis. Even Genesis themselves, they've got some troubles to worry about in the name of Big Brothers. So no team right now is going to be out of harm's way. Every single team will have some sort of that presence of the opposition, and that's where the real problems will start to begin.
Yeah, when you're talking about Genesis Esports, they pretty much have been the king of the hills, but hold on. We've got Vomix OMG being pushed upon by the players of VST. As Johnny, he's got a flank angle to work with, but Shiraj being the final player alive, he gets picked off from elsewhere. Vomix OMG, they live to fight another day, but still not out of the woods yet, as Johnny gets picked off from the backlines, and it is going to be the players of Big Brothers instilling all that hurt.
Yeah, the players are going to be happy after getting that free elimination point on the board, and now Big Brother Esports looking forward to instill a little bit of more terror against ESCN. Uzumaki, he himself was catching a little bit of hurt, but it's fine. Big Brother Esports, yeah, they're looking quite confident in taking this fight. I'm not sure how well this position's looking like, though. They're quite exposed from the sidelines, that's for sure. Big Brother Esports just need to be a little bit more wary about that. But luckily enough for them, there's no one available over there. But ESCN in the front lines for now, they can definitely start to feel that heat amp up.
But running out of options are the players of Big Brothers. They have to push this fight, they have to force it in order to get inside the circle. But when you look at the circle, it's gone straight towards Ikusol. Team Entity just recently won a fight against the players of Bolt. And from here onwards, they really want to carry the torch ahead. But for ESCN, still outside of the circle, they have to get in. With the players of Imprint trying to keep a close eye on them, even the players of Volt. No ID, no entry for them. And for now, Entity, after a really awkward spread, considering straight out in the open, these cars, they have to make the most use out of it.
Supercars being used as covers. I mean, at this point in time, you got to make something out of nothing, right? There's not going to be a lot of that hard cover available. Metal Esports, they're out in the open. The only big concern for Metal Esports is that there's too many teams looking for to breach in that same point. And Metal Esports, they're going to be having a lot of those neighbors knocking on the doors from the back. Team Zero is going to be the first one indeed, as they look for to breach in. And Metal Esports, foe approaching them. Team Zero, they're definitely going to be having a lot of those troubles as they are taking the fight against Metal Esports. And as I mentioned, Metal Esports, they're quite vulnerable for now. Utilities is the only thing that's going to kick off the fight, and that's what is exactly happening. Utils being exchanged, but then Team Zero, they get rammed up by Inertia. And Inertia, they do manage to find the first knockout, but instead they're taking too much damage upon themselves.
Indeed, so many of those teams, RTGI coming out of nowhere, and Inertia not left far behind. They also decide to chime in. Dux still trying to keep things afloat, still trying to fight back, still trying to get as many libs as possible over here as Addy and Dux. They really need to piece this together as Radeon, he's also fallen down. But Lobster, this is one of those men that we have always been relying upon. He goes in for those finishes over there. Syed from the back lines trying to provide that cover fire, but over, and also we've got SnapGod. They can dish out massive amounts of damage.
Inertia still at the top, though. That can be a foe to watch out from, but Team Zero, they've got too many nades approaching them. Look at Metal Esports just constantly tossing those nades in, and this barrage is something you cannot dodge as a player. And just like that, Metal Esports, they eliminate the entirety of Team Zero as they have been kicked back to the lobby.
They certainly have, but look at Team Entity. They want to fight back. They've heard all that commotion. They want to retaliate. They want to respond in kind. For Entity, it has all been about that massive, beautiful spread. And Gamla Boy just ripping through the lines of Team Metal. Now as the numbers keep on dwindling, Metal, they need to get those revives ASAP.
Entity Gaming, at this point in time, map awareness looking pretty good. I also like the control they've got so far. You see Somraj a little bit far away from the pack. It's a 3-1 split they're going for. But the only main thing they're focusing on right now is getting as much control as possible in the late game. Gamla Boy's knocked out, but it's completely comfortable. It's fine. Gamla Boy's going to be back up on his feet easily enough.
Entity, they have been quite proactive. They've been out in the open. They've constantly been forcing those fights. They've been trying to salvage as many limbs as possible. But for Big Brothers, look at them finally marching in inside the circle. They have been taking some heavy damage, but still, they managed to swing through, somehow get their forces together. But Pokar just blasting through the players of Volt as one after the other. Everybody tends to fall, and now the numbers again reduced down to ashes. The last player surviving barely by the skin of his teeth.
Entity Gaming, the players in the back, they're constantly tossing those utils. And they've got a little bit of more problems approaching in the name of Aiku Soul as well if they do not get rid of this team as quick as possible. Voltix right now, though, they've got too much things to worry about. Somraj was knocked out. The confirmation follows up eventually before Voltix. I don't think so they're going to be able to survive this anymore.
This onslaught is just too painful to witness. For Voltex, the final player, Vishu, barely even managing to breathe over there. Needs to somehow fix the wounds. Needs to somehow stitch it up. As Entity, slowly but surely, yes, they're down to Gumler Boy, the final player surviving, and we know that this player knows how to live in the final circles. But for Team Metal, they have been exceptional, quite stellar though. But if you talk about the circle and look at Vishu, just beside Gumler Boy, the moment the smoke dissipates, he might be out in the open, but Vishu getting spotted off from the far of fray. It is going to be Encore who puts the final nail in the coffin.
Vishu's got his hands on 8 frag grenades, or at least had his hands on 8 frag grenades. But eventually, IQ Seoul, considering they're on the dominating side of things, they're looking pretty comfortable. That's the only compound available inside of the late game scenarios. They're looking pretty good for now. But looking at Metal Esports, still they need to fight through or battle through Big Brother Esports in the left. And then you've also got Entity Gaming on the right. Entity Gaming still not going to be that big a foe, but it is something they need to worry about. Gumler Boy is the only lonesome survivor for that team. And at this point in time, Gumler Boy would want to keep his position anonymous, but unfortunately his position is tracked. And Metal Esports, they really do want to get that elimination point secured. Gumler Boy finds the first, Sayum in a big world of trouble as the wall of death now starts to move up. And Gumler Boy is taking too much damage from that, pulls out the devious up close and personal, and Gumler Boy has been eliminated too.
And for Metal Esports, this could be a huge blow as the final 2 teams remain. IQ Soul still keeping their numbers intact. All 4 of the players along with Metal now coming inside the circle. Paradox already dealt with that severe blow. It is going to be the final player, Siam, who gets eventually run over. And IQ Soul, they open things up in style with a chicken dinner. Not a lot of finishes though, but exactly the momentum setter they needed.
IQ Soul, that compound they had was inside of the zone till the end. They're probably not going to have a lot of those elimination points, but still it's a great way to kick things off, right? Being able to start things off with a chicken dinner, that's going to be the major pressure subsider that you need.
Exactly, the pressure subsider that you've been talking about. Because IQ Soul, from the very beginning, they were quite silent. Felt like they had a leash on them. You're not seeing them making those mistakes, not really going out in the open. They were respecting the zone and it kept on coming on towards them. The moment it went away, that is where they moved out of cover. That is where they went after the players of Entity, even for the players of Voltex Gaming. They were dishing some massive amount of hurt. But I have to really talk about the boys of Metal. They have been the fighters, even the players of Big Brothers. Despite not them not having the circle all the time, they were still somehow making it inside the top 4, which is a commendable job.
That is true. I mean, Big Brother Esports slowly and steadily, once again, starting to get back in that prime form that we know them for, right? The same thing can also be said for Metal Esports too, being able to make it till the late game. You've also got Entity Gaming as well, who was there in the end. Unfortunately, Gumler Boy was the only survivor for that team, but still, Entity Gaming a decent performance to start things off.
Definitely, considering how they've been playing in round number 4, the transition into the wildcard, I think it's a solid first game of Erangel, especially now you've got your hands hot, you're going into your favorite map, Miramar, next. I think Entity is prepared for today's matches. I think Medal was pretty phenomenal as well, but you have to talk about one of those teams that came in from round number 3, has to be Team Zero, man. The way they initiated the fight against Dragonclaw, and even towards the end, the circle was away from them, but still, they were relentless, they fought till the very end.
Yeah, RTGXI&D being a big problem for them. Then later on, even Inertia Esports were at the top, just constantly taking shots against them. I do understand that move from the side of Team Zero. They were quite desperate, so you cannot really blame them for making that type of move as well. But still, a decent game in general, right? I would still say that's a pressure subsider that they needed. It's not a major one, but still the jitters will be there maybe in the upcoming game for Team Zero. Focusing on some of the names that were there that we did not really expect, right? Now, focusing on RTGXI&D, the performance that we saw from them in the first game itself, it's not something that we wanted to see. We wanted to see RTGXI&D at least be there in the final few moments.
Yeah, we would love to. And this is quite uncanny how they really approached the game. Initially, this team is known for taking those early fights, winning it all. But this time, they were trying to rely on all those third parties. Like you said, Team Zero, Medal, they were duking it out. But I'm starting to ponder also, who might be the best player inside the lobby? Who is going to be the MVP?
Someone from Metal Esports. They were taking a lot of those fights, right? They were fighting through thick and thins. Maybe even Big Brother Esports, even one of those players can be there. So let's move on and look at the MVP of this previous game. It is going to be, well, Sayam from Metal Esports. As I mentioned, 6 elimination points accumulated with the damage number of 467.
6 finishes for this lad, and he's been doing it all for his team. Even in the final moments, making it inside the top 2. And yeah, they were pretty much running out of options because IQ Soul had them surrounded. Despite that, Siam quite a phenomenal player. He's always been performing quite consistent around the block. Not enough of those damage points though, but still 6 finishes means 6 points for this team, or in fact for this player, and a brilliant start, I must say, even for Medal.
Hey, you know what? Let's move on and look at the top 5 performers of that previous game. It's also going to be another player from the side of Voltex. Voltex actually is another interesting prospect. We did see Voltex in quite a lot of that limelight in the previous game, right? So that's why you see one of the men right there. You see Cyrax with 4 elimination points. You also see Pukar from Entity Gaming with 3. You've also got Gamla Boy with 3 elimination points. Entity Gaming in general, a decent game, that's for sure. You've also got OMG, another team.
I think for Vomix, the biggest concern was to at least open up their account in terms of those position points. I'm starting to ponder if they've got any, because they were surviving till the very end. But this was again a very slow start to the matches today. And this is something that we did expect coming, right? Nothing really surprising us over here. It's all about these teams respecting the circle. And I'm starting to fathom how many points have these teams collected, because it is going to be well distributed.
Point standings. Well, you know what? You do not really have to wait anymore. Here we go. Time to move on towards that 18 elimination points, or 18 points in total, accumulated by Aiku's Soul. So that's a great way to kick things off, I'm not going to lie. Metal Esports 2, 17 points. Not that far away. Entity Gaming with 11. You've also got Big Brother Esports with 9. You've got Voltex Gaming 2 with 8 points.
Look at Vomix, still 0. And they still haven't opened their account since round number 4. But for Team 0, like I said, those 6 finish points, quite quintessential. Even for Genesis Esports, we saw them hunkered around the Everest, and whilst they were trying to get inside, they somehow managed to do so. But the task was just too gigantic for them. But for Entity, Medal and Aiku Soul, we can say that it was a brilliant start, even for Big Brother Esports, especially the spot that they were holding. It was such a difficult entry inside the circle. They still somehow managed to accomplish that.
Ooh, I mean, Genesis Esports too. Interesting name on the board right there. 5 points accumulated from the first game. Of course, it's not great, but it is at least something you can look up to, right? Team 0 as well, getting 7 points, a decent way to start off. Voltex with 8 points, of course, a decent way to start off as well. You speak of the newer names, Genesis and Vomix. You got to give it up to them, right? But then moving on forward towards the latter half of the board, upsets. Dragonclaw is also one of those teams that you expect to perform when it comes to the Undergods, but they were not able to play that well. Voltex Rushers, the transition's not looking too fluid.
And for ESCN, the biggest surprise for me, along with RVNC and RTAG IND, especially ESCN, last we saw them, they were around this ruins area, but seems like they could never make it inside the circle. There were so many teams gatekeeping them. But for RTG IND, they wanted to be the imposters, they wanted to gate crash the party, but eventually failed, because Medal was there, even Team Entity chimed in inside that particular fight. Team 0 was also putting up a fight over there. But for Inertia Esports, it was a pretty rough start for them, losing out on 2 of the players, but 2 players still surviving, salvaging those 2 extra position points. I think that is commendable.
I mean, for Voltex Rushers, I had a little bit of more expectations from them, man. Considering, as we know, they're also at the top of the tables, moving in from the round 4, at least, towards the wildcard. Voltex Rushers, they've been doing quite decent, right? But then that transition towards the wildcard inside of the first game itself, it's not looking that great. But maybe in the upcoming game of Miramar, where things can be a little bit more decent. And we know, for Miramar, the slogan is, it's easy to rotate, but tough to sustain the spot that you've got. So there's a high chance Voltex, they can definitely survive to the late game, but I'm not sure how the defense is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, I was even confused what really happened with Bolt Rushers Esports, right? This one of those teams that we did come with high expectations entering in from round number 3. They were set up for success, but yeah, a rough start for them.
Exactly, rough start for them, but we've got a quick announcement to make, ladies and gentlemen. As we know, the Grand Finals is going to be in Hyderabad, and also there's going to be some premium tickets being sold soon enough in the future, and all the money accumulated from those premium tickets will be used for a good cause. If you guys want to find more information about this, of course, make sure to follow all the Craft in India Esports' social. Moving on with the topic, the upfixes. Once again, the upcoming game of Miramar, what are your expectations?
At this point, I really feel it should be an Entity game. Or maybe Aiku Soul just stomping over. We did talk about it. It was all about having a good start for all these bigger names. Now finally the jitters are over. At this point, them knowing they've gotten 18 points and even Entity not off to a really bad start, it was pretty decent considering around 11 to 12 points is where they sit at. I think next game could be theirs.
I generally think the next game, Inertia Esports can hit back. Inertia Esports is one of those teams that is definitely looking for that bounce back for a while now, considering the performance has been on a big dip. But you know what? Enough talks about everything. Let's move on and look at this nice promo. That Ignis Exude. Not a lot of days left, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to get your hands on that. And all it takes is 10 UC per day to go for your first spin. So what are you guys waiting for? Move inside of the game. Use your 10 UC. Of course, everyone has 10 UC lying around. And maybe give it a shot. Maybe you can be on the lucky side of things. But you're not moving forward with the conversation. Miramar is definitely going to be interesting. Even VST can get back in the race.
For VST, I think they've got a tall mountain to climb. At this point, VST, I really felt like they were pretty clueless on what they were trying to accomplish there. They were also one of those bunch that wanted to go in, get those third parties done. So they need to somehow consolidate themselves. Maybe finding the groove back in Miramar has to be the way to go for them.
I mean, for VST, as you mentioned, it's a tough mountain to climb. And for VST, they've been on that downhill curve for a long time. The fact that they're over here inside of the wild card, I'm just surprised over that, because VST's performance, whenever we have seen this team on the bigger screen, it's not been that great. Let's be honest, right? Now for Voltex, I'd really expected this team to be over here, and I want to see this team moving in towards the semifinals too.
I mean, Voltex for sure, they had a decent start, did manage to get a couple of points here and there, but in Miramar, anything could change, folks. As we take a look at the schedule over here, and we have a new surprise for you guys, if you do not know, because Necro right now, he's going to be taking a little bit of a breather, but whilst he does that, we've got another Necro, but with a Z on it. And he is going to have his first official debut inside of the studios with us. So, Necros, my man, welcome, finally. And it has been an electrifying start to today's matches. We've seen Aiku Soul come out with a bang, get that chicken dinner, Entity, all those bigger names are starting to perform. But apart from that, you did watch the match from the sidelines. Any takeaways?
Yeah, I was really surprised by the position of what Voltex game they had. They were completely clustered by those needs, and I mean, Entity Pukade, he played a tremendous job. And at that position, if you are in Puka's position, you have to step up, and definitely you need to step up the game to actually save your team from that kind of happening that was going on.
Oh, of course. I mean, for Entity, they pretty much did not have any concrete cover, right? They were just playing around the vehicles. They were just floating through the southern side. They had to ensure they had it all clear. And towards the end, they did survive. But finally, how does it feel that you've made it over here with all of us? I mean, it's amazing for us to see you there on the desk. But what about you?
It still feels like a dream. I mean, everybody wants to be on this desk, right?
Yeah.
It's a kind of dream for every caster out there who is still grinding out there. But for me, it's like, oh, finally I've got a chance, and I'll definitely try to prove myself up.
One Undergod coming here to prove his mettle, whilst we have so many of those Undergod teams trying to prove their mettle and try to carry on the torch. Because when you look at the Undergods teams, this time we did not see a lot of those faces. Yeah, Voltex was there, somehow a couple of points here and there, but the big names, they're really showing up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you just talk about the kind of performance we saw in the previous round 4 itself, the big names coming down to the wild card was definitely a lot of surprising for even the audience and the supporters. They were thinking like, oh, my team, it went down here. They did not qualify for the semi-finals. That was definitely something setback that you can say for the fans. But now again, you have got the second chance. You have got another opportunity to qualify for the semi-finals, and the teams look forward to it.
Yeah, the semi-finals, that is going to be a biggie. But right now, after today's games, for all of you watching this on television or mobile screens, whatever, let us remind you, today, by the end, we will be getting done with the halfway phase. And tomorrow, we're going to have that grand reshuffle. We do not know who's going to play against who. So it's all about staying inside the top 16. Yes, Carnival, they're still leading the charts. But today, I really feel like Aiku Soul, Entity, even the likes of Medal, the way they've started off, I'm pretty sure that 41 points, I think that is up for being stolen.
Yeah, I would like to highlight the point of Medal Esports. The way Siam has stepped up in the round 4 as well. He was a leading fragger of his team, and this time also in the very first match, he has kind of announced it that I am here to get the frags, and I'm doing my business pretty well to get my team on top list. And for now, I really look up to that. Medal Esports did not get this chicken dinner for sure, but in the next 2 matches, I think Medal is going to grab one at least.
I really hope so, because for Medal Esports, like you said, right, Siam, he's been such a crucial piece of the puzzle. And when you look at this team, he's been the latest addition. I mean, Kyoya, yeah, he's been off and in, and he's been coming in into being one of the recent additions. But hey, let's be honest, he's been there in the block. He's been playing with the players of Medal for quite some time. It was a small hiatus he took from this roster. But Siam, he has been impeccable. I do not remember the last time when I saw him out of form. So I think for Medal Esports, that's such a good addition. But taking the conversation away from Medal Esports, let's talk about some of those new teams. I think RTG IND, this was one of those prospects that I was really excited about, Necros, and even you were. So what is your take on how they've been performing so far?
I mean, so far, before this match, I had a lot of expectations from them because the kind of aggression that they have shown previously, I was like, okay, this is the chance. They will look forward to it, and they will also try to come up with some aggressive performance. But this is not the ideal start that they were looking forward to. But you know what? We will be coming up with the discussion for sure. But the next map is just underway, as the map of Miramar is just going to go as the Big Bird flies high up in the skies.
Indeed, we take it off, and there you have it, the flight path trajectory all the way from Oasis towards Puerto Paraiso. Again, we are seeing that flight path trajectory a little tilted towards the eastern side, Necros, and we witnessed that also in Erangel, right? So many teams were thrown in for a toss. A few couple of those early fights have always been taken, and in Miramar, it just gets worse.
I mean, again, you need to just reach your destination safe and sound. You need to get the vehicles, because in Miramar, the vehicles always plays a very crucial part. And for now, as the teams who already have a decent start like IQ Soul, Medal Esports, even Entity, they will be looking forward to get some more points in their bag from this particular map itself.
Oh yeah, I mean, when you're looking at all these teams, and like you said, right, a lot of them would want to make a comeback. And considering you just have 3 matches, I think you have to be putting your A game out here. But for IQ Soul, I think the tone has been set. They know in their minds that they want that chicken. They do not want a lot of finishes, because ideally, when you talk about them, this is one of those teams that wreaks havoc inside the lobby. And even talking about round number 4, we saw them. That game of Miramar, they managed to get a chicken dinner despite losing out on 2 of their players early on. This time, a much slower approach. I think even Miramar is going to be off to a slower start. But look at VST, centered around Hacienda del Patron, and really keen to see where the circle heads at. Where do you think it's going to go?
I might want to see it in the areas of Monte Nuevo on the western side for sure. I don't know, somehow I love that area. When I used to play, I always tend to drop in the Monte Nuevo. I don't know, I like that place very much.
Hey, you talk about Monte Nuevo, and my eyes are actually searching for Medal Esports. And yes, they are still in the mix. But this could be a little bit of a kerfuffle there, because even Baltics, they're also heading towards that region. But hey, the gods of BGMI, they might have just granted your wishes, because the circle, the first one forming, that's around Chumacera. And to my surprise, not even a single soul has made it over there. Imprint, they might head there, but they still have Picado. Maybe there's regions around that. But look at this, Medal. Are they aware that the players of Bolt are right in front of them?
Don't quite think so, but Medal Esports grabbing the vehicles, they will be looking forward to reach their drop spot as early as possible, because they don't want to kind of lose any players on an early note, not to deal any early casualties, because that always affects your end game. And as many players you keep alive in the end circle, in the final circle, it has always benefited Medal Esports. If you can kind of see the previous map of Erangel, they also had like 3 players alive in the end circle, and that granted them the chance to grab a lot more finishes.
Yeah, I think for Medal Esports this time you could see that punch coming in, right? In fact, not this team taking those punches. In fact, just throwing those punches back. But for Imprint, like discussed, right, they're finally heading towards Chumacera. Now, this is one of those areas we've seen, if you get good control over it, you can really have a good game. But those iterations in Miramar, and even yesterday, Necros, we were seeing those circles. I mean, what were they going at, and where they were really going at? We saw a circle almost go around Oasis, but today I think we're having those mellow zones, don't you think?
It's good for the teams, right? I mean, they are playing in the usual circles. They have planned their rotations, and they kind of have those pinpoint locations. You know, from this part, from that part, we will rotate and we'll enter the circle. But for RVNC, they did not had a great start in the previous map of Erangel, right? They were looking forward to grab some couple of points, but again, going for the slow rotations, trying to avoid the fights has been their kind of tactic so far.
Yeah, I think a good point being brought up over here, because now RVNC, this was one of those teams I was also looking out for, because in round number 4 we saw them always going all guns blazing, but today the way they were pushed back by the players of Medal Esports, and in fact Kyoya getting those 2 finishes, I think They're slowly but surely starting to feel the heat, and they also need to make a comeback into this. But for Big Brothers also, I think, again, the runners-up of the previous BGIS, and so far their journey has been quite treacherous. But I think today, the way they started off, I feel happy that they're still in the race, and one good game of Miramar, because if my memory serves me right, they did make a comeback from the second game of Miramar in round number 4. So if they get a chicken in this one, I think that sets them up for success.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of need the games which boosts your confidence a lot, which helps you gain, like, yeah, we got this, boys. We can just get it through. We can climb up the ladder quickly. That always gives you a chance to push more and more. And I really believe this is a team who has a lot more confidence, who has got a lot more potential to show a lot of things inside the game and prove all the other big names that, we are still in the race and we can be the champions this time.
Yeah, I think, yeah, for Big Brothers, it's all about redeeming themselves, right? When we look at Uzumaki and his stats and figures also, it has been a really rough patch, but they still have been fighting. They have been the hitters. A team that has been showing some resilience, but RVNC finally in front of our screens once again. Sultan, he's definitely one of those players to look out for. In the previous round, before we saw him, he's been dishing out so much of that damage. But when we take a look at the circle and how it has really formed, right? Still centered around Chumasera, Validemar is where RVNC are at. And the good news for these kids would be the fact that they have that entire southern block to themselves.
Nobody to even poke them.
Yeah.
That's the main kind of advantage that they have. Like slowly and gradually complete your loot. You take a lot of breathing space for yourself. Then you can start rotating as soon as the circle shifts from your head. But for now, RVNC, they're safe and sound. They don't need to think a lot about it. But for the team in the question, it's definitely going to be Entity Gaming. They are in their own drop spot, but they are in the northwestern corridor of this entire circle, while Aiku Soul will be coming up from their backyards.
You know, interesting conversation again you put there, Necros, because for Team Entity, we know, right? Elpos has pretty much been their home, and the only arch rivals, Blind Esports, they'll be coming into play in the second half today. So that's an easy rotation. But for Entity, what I really know of, they love to take those western highways, and they will be entering in fact, infiltrating from the southern side. So this is where RVNC really needs to watch out for them. Because for Aiku Soul, I think they kind of try to just hold on around the trader fields. They wait and look at the lay of land and then make their movements. But for Team Zero, I think we must both agree in unison that it has been a great start considering the circumstances they were in. They won those fights, and eventually that fight against Medal, that was filled with so many foes. But look at this. VST chasing down the players of Inertia, and Tane, he might be a dead man walking.
Oh, he was just fighting for his survival, and he barely manages to survive from this entire team of VST who was there and just waiting for that one prey to come in front of them to hunt him down. But Tana, he was a lucky man for sure. And still, Inertia, this time also, like in the previous match we saw they had 2 early loss, but in spite of that, they still managed to survive for a longer period of time. But still now, Inertia, it could have been another early loss.
Yeah, they did manage to get those 2 position points, right? So crucial considering how tough this lobby has been. So many of those bigger names, and this time, they go unscathed. Yeah, some damage here and there, but not enough to put any player of Inertia down and out. But at the same time, Imprint Esports, this has been one of those teams, Necros. Don't you feel like they've always been trying to focus on getting the center for themselves, but it is the fight that they've been missing out on?
Yeah, for sure. They are always involving themselves in a fight, in a situation there where they want to take the fights, but in that fight itself, they're getting beaten down. So they have to look forward to convert those fights in their favor in order to survive for a longer period of time and grab a lot more points, because that is going to ultimately help them qualify and maintain themselves in the top 16 of Wildcard.
Yeah, that has to be done, especially if you're Imprint. They have to get a good game over here. The first one, not the way they really anticipated. This time they're looking to redeeming themselves. Like we said, same for RTGIND. But I do not know what happened to ESCN. Because you were on the sidelines, you were watching the game, and all we were seeing that commotion breaking down at the south part of the circle. And ESCN, they were around the ruins, and I thought they're going to get a lot of finishes to their names. But they could not get anything out of the first match. What do you think must have gone wrong with them?
I mean, again, it could have been a lack of calls or maybe a lack of decisions, or we need to go on this part. But that coming back to that topic, but before that, we're gonna hop on to the circle shift that happened in the
Yeah.
southwestern side. RVNC, they are the happy man right now inside the circle. They don't have to move; they can just stay right there, and they don't have to do anything more.
Yeah, I mean, for RVNC, just around Valdemar. Now, this is one of the circles I think we've seen in the second or third rounds of BGIS. We've seen this go a little towards where Imprint are actually. But for Team Entity, they're doing things a little different. We really thought they're going to be taking that western highway. Instead, they decide to come in from Power Grid. Whilst IQ Soul, they would want to have that western highway to themselves. Just cruising in, entering inside the circle, nothing really to worry about. Look at that influx of these teams coming in from that eastern side. You've got Imprint, you've got Inertia, you've got Voltex, you've got RTG IND, and even for Genesis, they're coming far from the blue.
It's like swarm of teams coming from the eastern side. There's nothing more to do. But talking about that, the approach of IQ Soul has changed drastically. We used to see them going all aggressive for the finishes, but today, from the very first game, they have itself announced we're going to play it slow. We will take it slow, and we'll wait for the final circle to come in, and then we will engage ourselves in fight.
Yeah, of course, for IQ Soul, it has been just play by the book, just listen to Manya and all his calls, and you're good to go. But Team Zero, I've been talking a lot about Syed, and has been one of the support players for his team, always on the back lines, always gets the job done. And like you said, again, bringing that conversation back towards IQ Soul, they've kept things a lot more mellow tonight. And I think that's the way to go, because the previous round, number 4, that was a debacle for this team. And they kind of understood the gravity of the situation, because this was one of those teams, yeah, they have the bragging rights, currently the best team in the country, did win the previous BMPS, and this time trying to set foot in the BGIS, trying to claim their stake. But look at this, Metal Esports from the backlines, they're on the hunt, and RVNC could be on their hit list once more.
Oh, yeah. But this time RVNC seems to be a little bit prepared, going for those early pre-cooked nades and trying to target the players down. The shots being fired from Ansh. RVNC trying to engage with Metal Esports, but are they interested? That's a bigger question. Because Metal Esports, you can look at the split they're having, a 2-2 split. They have a compound if they want to engage from a distance, but another fight pops in. It's Entity versus IQ Soul.
The clash of the titans, something that everybody watching this broadcast was waiting for. IQ Soul, led by Knuckle right now. He's the one on a better position right now. But it's all about somebody poking, getting that first knock. For IQ Soul, look at them. Usually they are the proactive ones. Usually they are the ones going in for the chase. But you could see, right, they're not overextending themselves. They're not overexerting themselves. An Entity, they're like, this is not an objective fight. We don't want to be a part of this.
Smart plays always gives you a lot of benefits, and the kind of decision that you always make, which is a good fight, which is a bad fight, it benefits you in the greater game. And talking about the greater game, Genesis is one of them who needs to pull off one good show, one good game for themselves to climb up on the table. They have been trying to do it so in the previous map of Erangel as well, but I still believe they need a lot more points.
Yeah, because when you're Genesis in the previous game of Erangel, we did witness them. They were on the top of Mount Everest, but the climb down was so difficult for them. So many teams already aware of their positions could not accumulate enough of those points. But look at this, that western side, IQ Soul and Entity. We just saw them a couple of moments ago. Almost went up against each other, but decided that they could keep that wrestling to later. It's all about playing the circles, and you could see the splash of colors. Everybody eyeing in for that central area. Metal has somehow managed to squeeze through, have a decent position to themselves, but RVNC, they're feeling quite settled. But look at RTG IND, really close to the players of Imprint.
This time they want to make a little bit of benchmark for themselves, because previous matches, it did not start off well for themselves in this wildcard phase. They want to go up a little bit aggressive, find the finishes, but Imprint, They have the idea, but RTGX IND, the players, they don't have any clue that Maxius is just so close to them. And if anything pops up, if Raiden goes a little bit up front, he can be the prey.
Oh, but look at Dragonclaw. They're not far behind as well. And for Imprint Esports, they've spotted out RTG IND. It's all about that trigger discipline that Imprint are exercising at this moment. The moment the players of RTG IND, they come out in open, that is where Imprint, they will be breaking through their triggers. But for Ralphie, he's exercising extreme caution. Now all these commotion, they're happening around Chumasera. And RTG IND, this is quite uncharacteristic for this team, because this is one of those teams, Necros, I feel, they never shy away from fights. And today, it's a whole different ball game for them.
The pressure is on.
Yeah.
Definitely. They're feeling the heat. They haven't got a greater result in the match one, so they want to make it a steady, slow start or steady matches for themselves in the next two. But look at the circle. Haiku Soul, the position that they have, it's tremendous. They have got the upper ridge advantage. They can just have the entire view of all the teams around them. But coming from the backyards, it's going to be Vomix. This is interesting because even Big Brother Esports, you can see them, they're still so rotating so late.
Yeah, I think so far for Big Brothers, that's working, right?
Yep.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it. That has been their motto for Big Brothers, even in the previous game. Just pushing in through the edges, had a very decent outing. But for Vomix, I think the target is still there. They need to get that first position point in the bag. In the previous game also, got a couple of limbs, but nothing in terms of position points. This time around that Ladrera hills, and let's see how they play from around here, because Big Brothers, they want to close in. But Vomix, they've taken that position earlier than them. Certainly could pose a threat, could be that hindrance that Big Brothers really did not anticipate.
Oh, look at that. Even Boltex rushes now also facing some backlashes. They were also one of the teams that we were looking forward to for a greater performance, but it seems like they are in trouble against Aiku Soul. But a lot of fights are happening around the corners, but for now, Bolt rushers, they need to be in a safer spot. The previous match was not a great one, and if this match goes in vain, again, it would be a biggest setback that they can ever imagine for themselves.
Yeah, Boltex rushers can't really afford this. At this point, Aiku Soul, they're working with so much information. They've also spotted out the players of Vomix, they've spotted out Boltex, and like you said, completely agree with you. Boltex cannot wet their pants in this one. They have to at least get 7 or 8 points if they want to keep their dreams and hopes alive, because there is no coming back after this. This is the wild card, and look at this. Bolt and Vomix deciding to go up against each other. And Aiku Soul from the backlines, they're waiting for somebody to overstep, and they will punish them.
They're just the viewers enjoying this fight. They want somebody to just
Yeah.
step up. They will just cherish the I would say the cream over the cake. But right now, if you just talk about the position of Bolt Rushers, is really, really bad. If you ask my opinion, it's the best way that they escape, but where would they go? The entire circle is clustered with teams.
I'm starting to get really surprised. Aiku Soul again having that center of the circle. And this was a team that drops down at La Cobreria. But for Team Zero, they've got their work cut out. Certainly positioned around the southwestern periphery. Still inside the circle though. Big Brothers also managed to squeeze in inside the zone. And still look at this. It's a stage 3 finally almost coming to an end. And we just have a single player being eliminated. And that too from Voltex. But at the same time, looking at Team Entity, they've been making a lot of movements. Somraj finally deciding to reunite with his teammates.
Entity have stuck together in the previous match. It benefited their results. The next circle shift is definitely going to be very crucial for a lot of teams. Even if you talk about RVNC, they've rotated from the Valenmar to the eastern side, the upper ridges. But now they might just face some backlashes because the circle might tend to shift over the northern side. But Dragonclaw, the previous match, they got 0 points. Not a great start for them. Still looking forward to find some good values. They had almost a decent performance in the previous round 4, but to keep themselves alive in this competition of wildcard phase or to qualify for the top 16, this is the match that they need to get not only the finishes but also the placement points.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, because Dragonclaw, It's one of those teams that has the experience and also the young bloods in there. But yes, the circle taking that northern shift, and RTGIND feel pretty blessed. Even for the players of Aiku Soul, they've got a little bit of that high ground to work around with. For VST, they also have a glee smile on their faces. But let me tell you who's not happy. That has to be the players of Womex OMG. Because they have to get inside the circle, and there's so many teams. And talk about a lot of those teams, ESCN, they decide to march in on the players of Entity and Somraj and Gamla Boy. They're already deleted.
2 players just out in a blink of an eye, and it seems like the other teams, RTGX IND, they're interested in just captivating ESCN in this very circle or in this very compound itself. But a very quick decision, a very quick fight that they took for themselves to grab this compound and get themselves a better position inside the circle. But looking towards that, even Big Brother Esports, they're hunting down the players of Team Zero.
Oh yeah, look at this. Big Brother's Rishi decided to ram in. But in fact, I had to face a slap on his face as the cavalry does arrive. And Big Brothers, the numbers keep on dwindling down. And the final player, Saif, still alive though. But for Team Zero, not a great news in the office. Already have lost out on Addy. And at this point, Saif, the last player surviving, he's got Dux to deal with as he pushes through, changes the seat of his vehicle. But Scout comes in due kind, does ram in over the vehicle. And Team Zero wipe out the players of Big Brothers.
A big nightmare for the side of Big Brother Esports, but Team Zero, they've completely cleared the western corridor for themselves. They might have a smooth entry inside the circle, but talking about that, they will have to face Aiku Soul's gatekeeping if they want to enter the circle. But for now, Team Zero, again, a very good start. They might have lost 1 player, but if you kind of look at it, Addy, he was taken down on an early instant, but Big Brother, they just went on hunting, and that was the main fault.
Yes, exactly. Especially after Saif, he delivered the opener, you could see all the players of Big Brothers just rushing in through. And I felt like they were tunnel vision. Team Zero, they kind of recalculated, repositioned themselves. And again, off to a pretty decent start. Kind of correlate with the players of Carnival Gaming also. Because yesterday, yeah, they were not winning the first 2 games, but they still had a lot of those finishes to bank along with. And we know that Team Zero is one of those teams that can get a chicken dinner in the maps of Sanhok. But finally, the silence seems to have been broken over here as Womex OMG spotting out the players of Team Zero. But they need to be really careful because they also have the players of Voltex as Scout taking that flank angle has taken some massive amount of damage.
Oh, look at even VST. They're popping up in this fight as completely Womex were focused on Team Zero. VST took this opportunity and got one of the players taken down. And this is a very crucial moment. They need to get the revivals done by Team Zero. This is a good opportunity for themselves to get inside the circle and grab some good positions. But it seems like ESCN, even they are facing a lot of backlashes. But Genesis, 2 of the players who came to push has been put down.
Yeah, not a good news for Genesis. Of course, ESCN, they were off to a great start, taking down 2 players of Entity. And I do not know why, but Genesis somehow decided to charge in. And now slap back right at their faces. But Kakarot from the backlines, he's also being dealt with. And look at the finish feed dancing as Pandemonium breaks through its chaos. It's Anarchy throughout the valley. And now look at this, Metal Esports, they're getting so much done. Going after the players of RVNC, getting a couple of finishes here and there. Siam again standing tall with 3 limbs already to his name.
Siam has become an unstoppable beast right now at this moment. The way that he is stepping up the game for Metal Esports, it's tremendous. And look at them, they're not even stopping the hunt for a single second. The moment they're spotting a single player, all the players scoping in and just trying to get as many knocks as possible. But that being said, even RVNC, yes, they got eliminated, but on the other hand, a lot of fights are still happening. But Metal, now their focus stands up against Entity.
Yeah, I'm really not able to keep track of what's really going on, Necros. It feels like it was an eerie silence throughout the valley, and suddenly everybody is going after the other. And like you said, right, Medal off to a great start, Team Entity. They somehow single-handedly, I think there were just 2 players surviving, they dealt with the entire force of Dragon Claw. And now they also have to make their way inside the circle, which, mind you, is too far. But ESCN, this time, they had a decent start. Got a couple of early eliminations to their names. But Genesis, look at Top. He's a little aloof from his pack. Or is he the last player surviving? Indeed, the last player surviving. But how far can the Lone Wolf take his team?
Talking about Lone Wolf, NTD Gaming coming up from the back lines. Aiku Soul, they have a good read, and Nade Parade is going in their way. Pukar drops down to a very low HP. They have to rotate from a different side. The blue zone is giving the damage, but Knuckles Nade did it perfectly as Pukar gets taken down. Entity on their last toes as Troy just remains the solo survivor. It seems it's going to be a tough game for Entity right now.
Oh, Troy. He's got those 5 first hits to work with, but so many foes in front of him. All he can try to do is get those finishes to his name. And 5, I think that's the best he has done so far. Still stage 5 though. And seems like he has spotted out Honey also in the fray. And he's just waiting for Honey to go out in the open. But Honey also knows that Troy, already having taken out of one of his teammates. Now Tup. Maybe he's also visible and Troy could really go after him.
Final moments for now. Even Honey has got 24 first aids on him. He's off going for a heal battle, but RTGXIND, look at the nades coming in their way. Again, it can be a very deceiving factor, but Aiku Soul wipes out the entirety of the squad of RTGXIND out of this map of Miramar.
Yeah, the only time they overstep and finally Knuckle gets taken down. So far, Aiku Soul, they have been quite solid, but finally the cracks in the armor quite visible for Inertia Esports. They want to keep them at bay, and this is where so many smokes have been deployed. Ronnie taking some massive amount of damage. S-Power needs to provide that cover fire. Manya also did try to chime in, but from the far off fray, it is going to be Gubba who takes Manya down as well.
Tough situation for Aiku Soul. They need to get the revivals done as well and need to enter the circle, while VST, they have got the position and they might have the cruise control of this entire map, as they have got the numbers advantage as well as the position advantage for themselves, which will give them the benefit or the chance of getting a lot more finishes in their favor.
Yeah, for Aiku Soul this time, the circle going away from them does not make things easy for it. But for Medley Esports, look at Sayam. He's got that MG3. They have the players of Inertia, and Encore, he barely had to go for the reload. Otherwise, Inertia, they were dead men walking, but Over responds back in kind with a beautiful grenade. As now Paradox, he wants to climb the hills. He wants to get on top, but there you have it, Inertia just being bashed out from every possible direction. As now Imprint also on the sidelines, Aiku Soul raining death and destruction from up above. It is also the players of VST who have inched in ever so close. Imprint can't also be left far behind.
This is a good opportunity. Metal Esports, they might be in that down ridge for sure. Paradox being that only solo survivor, he has to pull off a great play, but Imprint Esports, they have survived till the top 5, but Aiku, so look at the finishes, already 11 in their bag.
And certainly eyeing out for a lot more. Aiku Soul 11 finishes already, and in a prime position to get the chicken dinner. They know where all their opponents are at, as S-Power finally opens up against Maxis. Gets that quick limb to his name. Metal Esports, another consistent run from their side. And Imprint, by virtue of sitting around the center, they've also managed to make it inside the top 4.
Consistent performance by Metal Esports and Aiku Soul in 2 consecutive matches, but Bolt Rushers Esports, they are still in the game as King. He's the solo survivor. We can see him in the northwestern corner. He's outside of the circle, but he needs to go inside, but he knows it, that we are fighting for that placement points. It's not a good position for him to go and take a head-on fight, but Metal Esports, having 3 players, downrange disadvantage always plays a major factor. 6 finishes in their name, but they tend to finish in the top 2 spot as well.
For Metal Esports, it's all about reaching in inside the circle. Neo, being the final player alive, does toss that grenade. Does it make its mark? Yes, indeed it does. And Encore instantly shredded down. It's going to be Aiku Soul's Knuckle who gets that finish to his name. As now Metal aware of Imprint's position, and Paradox also being spotted out, but unable to retaliate back. As from the backlines, it is going to be Ronnie taking down King from Bolt, and now Aiku Soul, they're starting to run amok through the lobby as Siam also gets dealt with. And look at Imprint finally making it inside the top 2.
15 finishes already in the name. Neo's position has been compromised. A lot of utils being dumped. The flashbangs coming in his way. Aiku Soul, they're on a charge and they finally get the 2 consecutive winner chicken dinner in their name, but this time with a lot more finishes.
Definitely back with vengeance. Aiku Soul fire in their eyes, quite visible, and running a blaze through the entire lobby. This is what this team is made of. This is why this team was formed. And I think they have decided, they've made it their life's purpose, that they're not going to be playing seriously in the remainder of the 3 games that they have to play maybe tomorrow or day after. They want to get the job with just the 3 that they have. 2 chicken dinners already. Quite a stellar performance, but really kudos to the players of Imprint, even for the players of Boltex, also them making it inside the top 3. Medal being quite consistent as well.
Yeah, I'm really happy for Medal Esports for now, because the way they have stepped up the game, the way they have kind of, I would say, rectified their mistakes from the previous round, that they were not able to qualify for the top 16. It's really nice. And
Yeah.
this is all BGIS is about. You need to rectify your mistakes, and this is all the wildcard is about. You get a second chance, you utilize it properly, and you get the best value.
We had so much of a contrasting game this time around. The
Yeah.
first early 15 to 20 minutes of the game, it was complete silence. It was all about these teams trying to make their way inside the lobby, but suddenly, the moment we had that 5th circle shift, the entire lobby started taking fights against each other. It was so difficult to keep a track on what was really happening, who was going after who. We thought there were certain teams, I think Entity, they were having a really good time until ESCN, they charged in out of nowhere. They got a couple of finishes here and there, even for the players of VST. They were also getting a decent amount of finishes, but who knows what happened to so many of them. And just when we came towards the players of Aiku Soul, suddenly we're seeing they already had 11 and they were running a blaze towards the entirety of that end game phase.
Yeah, for 1 second I really thought that, the Knuckles revival was impossible from
Yes.
that position, but still he got the revival. I was like, oh, I mean, Ikusol always runs on a policy that no man is left behind. No matter what it takes, we are going to save our teammate, and that is a kind of teamwork that you need in these kind of stages. But talking about that, even when VST had the circle advantage, I really thought this is the chance. This might be that game while VST can make a huge comeback and make a drastic difference in the overall points table.
Yeah, for VST, like Necros just said, right? It was such an important game for them to make a comeback. And I'm starting to fathom how many finishes could they have gotten to their names. Because if you talk about position points, I think, yeah, barely 2 or 3, that should not bother them much. But then again, it was such an important game for them. In those early phases, we saw Team Zero. Again, this is a team that did wipe out Big Brothers. And for Big Brothers, having been off to a good start today, this has to be a big blow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were looking forward for a late rotation gameplay just to enter the circle peacefully and maybe engage with the other teams from the backyards. But again, that one bad decision costed them the entire game. And Team Zero, the kind of form they are maintaining, it's really good, because they're not opting for any unnecessary fights. They're taking the time, they're taking the right decisions in which fight they have to engage. But I would say it's unlucky for them that they're not able to survive in the final 5.
Yeah, really unlucky for Big Brothers, because they were the ones who initiated the fight, right? And afterwards, they could not gather that momentum around. But mostly this game was also about Imprint. We saw them pretty early on. They were the ones who took control over that Chumasera region, and they were holding down the fort, and they did that for quite some time. But suddenly we could see the numbers went on dwindling down. They were just fading away, but still making it inside the top 2. That was pretty phenomenal. But this was all about, the one player of Imprint, Neo, drawing all that attention, and Aiku Soul really capitalizing on that situation. And for Ronnie, yeah, it's Friday. It's supposed to be his day, and he did his job. And Aiku Soul, they look quite stoic, quite poised. They're here to absolutely clobber down their opposition. I mean, at the same point, though, we have to agree that they haven't been unleashed, because this is not the wrecking ball Aiku Soul, rather quite a calm, collected Aiku Soul that we're seeing playing today.
Just imagine if this is the steady Aiku Soul we are seeing. What will happen if they unleash their true potential? And we can see the previous Aiku Soul who used to just go with one knock and all go in with those neutrals coming up. But the kind of nade utilization that they're doing in the entirety of the match has been phenomenal. But you know what? In this entire match, we've got maybe one MVP for sure. But who is that best player? Let's check it out, because I'm quite curious about it.
I certainly am as well. Has to be one of the players of Aiku Soul for sure. And yes, it is Ronnie. I said it's Friday. It is Ronnie Day. 6 finishes already for this lad. 545 points of damage. The survival time had to be there, right? Every single play. And the best part about Aiku Soul, I completely agree with you when you said, right? No man left behind. And this has also been their Achilles heel sometimes. Sometimes they tend to overcommit in trying to save their players. But this time around, all that commotion, trying to get back Knuckle up and then still being alive inside the fight when teams were literally spread out everywhere. I think that is something that Aiku Soul is quite famous for.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm really looking forward, for a hat-trick chicken dinner, which hasn't been yet there, but still, Aiku Soul, it might be possible. But quickly having the discussions, we have other 4 players as well lined up alongside Ronnie. We have the players of NTT Gaming's Troy. He has also been phenomenal in his gameplay. 6 finishes in his name, followed by Sayam, again coming up in the top list, this time with 5 finishes with 734 damage.
I'm really surprised to see Troy up there, garnering a lot of finishes, and he was there till the very end. He was trying his level best to try and get as much as possible for Team Entity to still try to keep them afloat. And imagine him getting 6 finishes already. If Gamla Boy and Pukar, I think these 2 players could not do much because early on only they were picked off. But I think Entity, the biggest fight was against the players of Dragon Claw, and that is where I think Troy really hit the nail. But for Aiku Soul, I think Manya and Ronnie, these 2 players already have 10 finishes collectively. But for Team Zero, this time Syed goes on to show why he's such a crucial element for his team.
Yeah, for sure. Team Zero, I was a little surprised when I didn't see Kylo coming up in today's games. The first 2 games, I was like, oh, I'm really missing that guy, because if it comes down to the fragging power, that man just tops the business. But we'll quickly jump onto the point standings as well. What we got collectively from this particular match: Aiku Soul taking 26 points from this very match because of 16 finishes that he took.
18 in the previous game, 26 already right now. They've already crossed Carnival Gaming, if I'm not wrong, have beaten that 41-pointer mark. For Medal Esports, though, again, back-to-back consistent games, certainly around that 22-23 point area. Imprint Esports, this was a comeback and a half, but let's not forget, Team Zero, Entity, they're also throwing punches.
They are, but if you talk about the position points that they are missing, that's where the problem lies. You need to get the position points as well alongside the finishes that you're getting. Even Team Zero, in the previous match, they got almost 5 to 6 finishes. This time also they got 6 finishes, but in the terms of position points, only 1 or 2.
Yeah, that has always been a case of a problem for Team Zero, but I really hope with one more game remaining, Zero and Entity figure their ways. But for Bolt Rushers Esports, I think certainly being one of the undergods coming into play, 4 position points is quite decent, and I think we'll be soothing the nerves for these players. But for Team VST, it's a different way around. They have been the ones engaging in those fights. 2 position points, not too shabby. 6 points is something that they can live with, but they need to have a very good outing in Sanhok. As we move on ahead and take a look at the teams that could not perform, and there will be some big names. Yes, I'm talking about Big Brothers Esports that could barely just get 1 out of this matchup.
Even followed by that, RTGX IND, another disappointing start. They just managed to get 3 points only, but if you kind of compare with their previous performances that they already had, it is not the kind of start, it's not the kind of game that they want for themselves. But even for Dragonclaw, again, an early elimination. Even this time, Genesis, they could not manage to get a lot more points, only 2 for them. But you know what? 2 matches are done. Now we have to have a look on the overall standings.
Oh, certainly. The report card for all these teams. Aiku Soul, 44 points already, and have broken Carnival's 41. And they still have 1 more game to play, so they want to set that benchmark, and that is pretty high. Medal Esports, look at this, 28 points already coming in. Entity and Team Zero in being very close proximity to each other. Imprint Esports, one of those undergod teams, really stepping it up. 11 points, a good game in Sanhok, and everything could change for them.
Exactly, last game for this group. As of now, before the reshuffle happens, this is the chance for them to kind of boost their performance, because I really believe Sanhok has always been a map of comebacks and also, on the other hand, setbacks for a few teams, because Sanhok is a small map. We have seen so many clusters happening. Teams going on a spread drop location, trying to go for, I'm going to have this compound for myself, but there's another team popping in.
Yeah, completely agree with you, Necros, because Sanhok is something that you kind of open up a mystery box and you do not know what comes out. It could be any team that hasn't been performing throughout the entire day, goes on to get a 20-pointer in Sanhok. You never know. So that has always been filled with all sorts of surprises, for sure. But you still talk about the momentum that iQSOL has been having. They have been looking quite solid to make it also into the semi-finals and then head on towards the grand finals. But even you watching the broadcast want to be a part of the finals here at Hyderabad. It is going to be at the High-Tech Exhibition Center. That's going to be hall number 4, and the tickets are going to go live soon. There are still some premium tickets that will be going live, and for that you need to check our socials on Crafton India Esports. Make sure you follow us as well, and if you get the premium tickets, you might be helping somebody needy. But again, getting back into the mix of conversations, one final game for the teams from group number 3, and it is looking more exciting than ever.
Exactly. iQSOL, they are in a comfortable spot. They don't need to overextend any much. They don't have to go and take any unnecessary fights for sure. But definitely the one thing that they will be looking forward is to go with its steady performance and end the day on a good note.
You know, I would want them to unleash themselves. They've already done the job, and that could happen in Sanhok. But before we enter into the rainforest of Sanhok, hey, our folks from Crafton have a beautiful message for you guys in this promo.
Make sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
The Endless Sand Royal Pass almost coming to an end, and if you still haven't checked it out, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? Because lately I've been upgrading all my materials, getting for my Glacier M4. But coming back to business, Necros, now the final game of Sanhok for group number 3. What are your expectations? And you need to be blunt over here. Do you think iQSOL can get a hat-trick?
See, my heart wants them to take it, but my mind says Medal is gonna back this one with some good amount of finishes. I mean, yeah, I am blunt about it. Maybe not a hat-trick, but I really want Medal Esports to go up and take a very big game for themselves.
And certainly, we would also want that to happen, but the storyline has been set. Today, all the big names are coming back, and they're back with a bang. So, Medal Esports, for Necros, I really feel like iQSOL, they're going to get a chicken dinner in this one. As, folks, we're going to be taking a look at the schedule right now, because we're going to have a lot of changes also on the desk. It is going to be the map of Sanhok, and Sanhok needs a lot of energy. When you talk about oozing energy, exuding that aura, my man Johnny, he can't be left far behind. Now, he's been watching these 2 matches, and he's got a lot on his mind. And Johnny, what an exciting start has it been to today's matches.
Oh, of course, but I think you guys fail to realize that iQSOL have basically thrashed the entire group right now. The vacuum of points that has happened. There is destruction of not just 1, not just 2, but all the other 15 teams. And it's a big point of concern, but we talk about destruction. So I'm going to ask Fixes to take a leave. I'm going to call upon my brother of destruction. Yes, it is Necro who's joining me back on the panel. And it is going to be an exciting game of Sanhok nonetheless, Necro, because, I mean, a lot of discussion between Necros and Fixes about what they want. Fixes saying he wants a hat-trick from iQSOL. Necros expecting that chicken from Medal Esports. But what are your expectations in this last match?
I mean, first of all, now things are way too confusing on the desk. There's
Yeah,
2
man.
people with the same name pretty much, and it's just getting really confusing. And the same thing can be said inside of the game too. iQSOL out of nowhere. How are they popping off so well? 2 chicken dinners back-to-back. It's something none of us expected. It just feels like the players are back in the comfort zone.
It seems like you've forgotten. It is iQSOL. It's
I mean,
one of
yeah.
the best teams on paper
But still,
in
man,
the country. Yeah.
why are they here in the wild card in the first place?
See, now,
That's my question.
That is the true question we need to find an answer to, like, what went wrong in round 4. And I think the only thing that everyone could come up with unanimously was the fact that maybe they had a safety cushion of round 4, and because of that, they got a little too complacent. That was it.
Yeah,
Apart from
maybe.
that, I think everything else, what we are seeing in wildcard is just perfect.
Yeah, the gap they had, right? The massive gap sort of took a toll on the players.
Yeah.
But moving forward towards Metal Esports' conversation too, this team is doing pretty consistent.
That is
Entity
true.
Gaming as well, slowly and steadily, they're in the top 3, and as long as you're over there, that's all that matters. But still, Entity Gaming actually doing quite good in the fragging department, but sort of struggling when it comes to the placement. It's the complete opposite Entity.
But there's one more team that we need to bring into this discussion, and that is Team Zero, because now
Oh, yeah.
these 4 heavy-hitting teams, IQ Soul, Medal, Team Zero, and Entity, they have been quite consistent in the 2 matches that they played. Just one more game to go, and this game of Sanhok can actually decide how the next 2 days are going to turn out for these 4 teams. I think IQ Soul have pretty much established themselves as the top dogs of this entire wildcard stages. I mean, if they can secure another top 3 finish, then that just sets them up for success when they return in the next 2 days. But this could be the decider for Entity, for Team Zero, for Medal, for everyone else inside of the lobby as well. You need to win this game if you want to stand a chance for qualifying in the next 3 matches. Because again, it is all about the vacuum of points at the top. No one else is getting anything in their hands.
I mean, what is VST doing? Another one of those teams, right? You had a lot of expectations from.
Yeah.
And you love to say the word vacuum, and VST is one of those teams I expected to be in that vacuum. But unfortunately, they're not the ones doing so. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? So many speculations, so many theory crafting already done. Let's directly step inside of the interesting map that is going to be Sanhok. As we've got the plane flat path starting all the way from Kampong towards Hotin. And once again, it is the map of Sanhok, so the plane flat path, it's not going to be that big of a difference maker.
Yeah, it is Sanhok, as you mentioned. It does not really matter unless it is towards one of the extremes. But this time again, I mean, we would love to see some exciting drop clashes. But of course, since it is Sanhok, and if you are thinking about dropping towards Camp Alpha, think again. That is where IQ Soul like to start from. And it is going to be interesting to see what the result of those early fights in Camp Alpha is going to look like. Plus, we are getting some exciting circles over the last few days. So I would love to see what we get in this Sanhok.
Oh, we indeed have been. And I just want to see that Camp Alpha circle once again, because if it is going to be there, then IQ Soul, the chicken dinner is already theirs. Unless there's Global Esports to play inside of the Fred, then things can be a little bit different.
Hey, man, I mean, the last time Global Esports, they found those weapons first. It was that one M16 that turned out to be
just trying to shank each other.
No, that was exciting. But this circle, I mean, it's centered around boot camp. It's going to be an exciting game. I mean, VST for the first time feel a little bit comfortable at the start.
Yeah. VST definitely can have a really good start for themselves, but at the end of the day, we know VST, they're just not able to keep that man number to the late game.
Yeah.
It's been the main concern. Team Zero playing it towards the edges with the compounds.
No one has gone to Camp Alpha apart from IQ Soul. Everyone feels the threat. But I think another interesting thing right now is that 4-man widespread we are seeing towards Camp Charlie and Docs from Entity Gaming.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine, though, right? Entity Gaming, they have been playing in these type of lobbies, and I think so they have done the research, so they know no one really likes to go down south.
Genesis is right across the ridge from Troy. And if he overextends towards the shoreline compounds, then he can get spotted out. That's the only point of concern, I think, that Entity will have to deal with. If Troy falls back a little bit quicker, joins his teammate, then it's all good and dandy.
Considering it is the map of Sanhok, loot can be easily accumulated too, so it's not that big of a concern for now. Entity Gaming just securing those vehicles as early as possible inside of the game. You gotta love it. And you've got Bakar, Troy. We mentioned about these players. Troy is not able to perform that well, but at least Entity as a unit's doing consistent. So that's all that matters. As long as you're going to be there on the board, it's all good in the hood. IQ Soul, as you mentioned, towards the Camp Alpha Island, looking super comfortable. They've got the entire island for themselves, so you can't say they're going to be the boss of the top left.
Yeah. I mean, the entire northwestern quadrant all owned by IQ Soul, and there's no one there to challenge them as well. Apart from one player from the side of Team Zero, but I think they have an easy bridge to cross over, join the rest of the squad to the compounds just northeast of Ruins. But I think it has been an interesting group, this Group 3. What we witnessed yesterday, let's have a little bit of a recap, right? Erangel was a little bit slow. Miramar, they would pick up the pace, and Sanhok was all-out war between the 16 teams. But now we are seeing everyone pace themselves. There we have it, Team Zero on our screens. And of course, look what is happening just southeast of boot camp.
Exactly what I was wondering too. You saw the expression on my face, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was wondering.
I have the same expression now, because
Yeah. A team maybe looking forward to contest that boot camp area, considering they know VST likes to go there. And right now, VST, they've got no wind in the sails, so they can definitely be one of the easier foes to be taken down. And right now, Metal Esports just taking a dig against Inertia.
Oh, that's the first frag of the game. Tane found by Encore. Easy frags, easy finishes for Medal. And this is quite an early exit for Medal from Paradise Resort, so their timing was unpredictable for the other teams around them. But Medal, they have to be careful. Just towards their backs, big brothers, they would have heard this commotion and they are going to look to cross in. ESCN, that's the team we were talking about. They were looking to contest the players from the side of VST in boot camp, but now I think with the shots that were taken from Medal on the players of Inertia, ESCN now would look for some cover and back off. But look at that, they saw that vehicle across the ridge. Now this is going to be an intense fight, or maybe not.
Yeah, I don't think so. There are any sort of intentions to actually go for this fight. It's all good for now. Imprints, they're just going to drive around, disengage from this entire moment, move away. So yeah, it's all good for now for Imprint. For Inertia,
Not so much.
yep, down to a 3-man squad. There's early inside of the game, and that too, that's the only team taken down to a 3-man squad, so it's just going to feel even worse.
An Imprint, I mean, they are also desperate for points, so looking at these 3 players just hiding in those shacks, I think they can get a little greedy, and they are trying to set up this fight. They have Aryan just trying to see if he can spot out some movement through the windows. Not gonna be easy though. What we have observed from Inertia, even in their performance in the previous round, they are quite patient in their matches. Do not like to move around much, do not like to force fights much. But Volt, seems like they've finally abandoned their control of Ruins, Tambang. They are looking to move towards boot camp as well. There you go, boot camp in sight.
Voltex Gaming, it is one of those teams that we have a lot of expectations from. Now towards quite a comfortable spot as well, looking decent. But moving forward, or looking at the entire circumstance towards the center of the entire map, it's looking way too crowded. I do not have a good feeling about this. Inertia now getting charged up by the likes of Team Imprint. And this is where the fight now is going to be a little bit more weird, considering the fact that both of them, they're missing their utilities. And now Imprint, they're starting to get a little bit more desperate, considering they know Inertia, they're quite isolated inside of these compounds. There's no way the cover fire can be there. Yeah, it was good pop with the shotgun, but that's all he's going to find. Now it's all down to Hydra, the last remaining player from the side of Inertia. I don't think so a lot can be done by Hydra.
Yeah, unless he can replicate a lot more of himself and equalize the numbers, but that's not how this works. It is a 1v3, and there it is, the jump shots through the door. And Hydra, he is going to go down. Ninja, he finds that frag for his team, and a beautiful execution from Imprint Esports, realizing that the players from Inertia were isolated individually in those compounds, and they went after them one by one. They basically made sure that instead of running into a 4v3, they ran into 1v4s, which were all of them in their favor.
I mean, for Imprint, they just had the man advantage, and that's what they realized on, right? As soon as they got the first piece of the pie, they were like, you know what? Now the pie is quite vulnerable. There's no one really guarding it. Just go ahead and latch onto it.
You're always making a lot of food references, Necro.
No, I'm not making a lot. Come on, man. I'm making those rarely now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Are we going to have a rare circle? No. I think this one does take us to somewhere just east of boot camp eventually, but there are a lot of teams already. The cluster already formed between Paradise, Pawn, boot camp, and Query. Aiku Soul, the only big name that is yet to enter the zone, but they have that edge inside of that Camp Alpha Island as well. The southeastern shoreline of the map still in the circle. And of course, the bridge being there as well will make things easier when they decide to cross over.
Specifically for Entity, I mean, looking forward to this entire game. The only thing they're missing on is a chicken dinner. That's it. They're doing really good in the overall standings. They've got such a great overall balance as well between the elimination points and the placement points.
Both them and Medal.
Yep. Medal Esports, they've just been so consistent in the top 3. That's all I can say. They're getting those elimination points as well.
Yeah. But a chicken wouldn't hurt.
Honestly speaking, this is the type of performance I expected from this roster, right? I mean, recently it is understandable. They have been going through a big dip in the performance. It is understandable. But that recovery is slow and steady. But as long as you're showcasing some sort of improvement, that's all that matters.
Exactly, and I think Medal Esports, their start to their entire journey of the BGIS, while that might not have been great, but the way they have entered this main event, that has been quite phenomenal. As you mentioned, constant improvements being shown. Yes, they are in the wildcard right now, but in the previous round, they did quite well for themselves. 44 total points secured. But we did notice on that finish feed that Medal, one of their players was knocked out, and this is a big fight for them. One more put down on their knees as Warmix, OMG, they push forward with the charge.
I mean, this fight's looking a little bit too awkward, I'm not going to lie. Medal Esports taking down a 2-man squad. We're just praising this team a while ago. And look what just happened. It's not Caster Curse, guys, trust me. It's just the team not being able to perform, maybe getting too complacent, considering they performed really well in the first 2 games, and now Medal Esports letting loose of things. Util being tossed. It was a good nade. Unfortunately, there was no foe on the mark. OMG, slowly and steadily, even they're starting to get complacent, but look at the cover fire from Encore. It's perfect.
Oh, no!
He's also getting shot at from the right lines, though, and this is where the third party from BB comes through.
Perfectly timed, perfectly executed from Rishi, and now that might just result in demise of Medal Esports in this game. Womex OMG, their reins have been lifted, but the only problem is that the last man from the side of Medal is a little too far away. Siam, if he gets spotted out now in this game, it's all over. And Big Brothers, they're quite eager to look for any individuals lurking around Paradise Resort right now.
I mean, for Big Brother Esports, they're going to be having those evil smirks on the face, but for Medal Esports, man, the inconsistency now hitting them. You talk about the cushion, it's being used.
Yeah. In the first 3 games itself.
Yep.
I think when they return, they're going to have to replicate the same thing. If they can perform again in the next 3 matches that they have left,
they can
perform 2 games in a row just like they did today, I think they can definitely qualify within the top 16, but hopefully they aren't put in the same group as Aiku Soul the next time, because that team is just doing something else. Look at that. We take their name and they instantly are found taking a fight against the team that was in boot camp a few moments ago. WST, they finally decided to step out from the northern triple warehouses. And that is where Dazzle, well, no more Dazzle from him, gets knocked out.
BST. I mean, Dazzle is supposed to be one of the best performing players for that roster.
Yeah.
And now the fact that he's not able to do that great, I mean, the entirety of VST, it just feels like they're inside of the uncharted territories and they're not know what they're doing here.
I think they didn't expect this amount of pressure to be there once they reach the wild card, and that's one of the reasons why we see them crumbling down. But also that knock that was secured by Knuckle, that was quite a long distance shot.
Imagine if the circle shifts on the left side towards the top left island. Oh my god, it's going to be so
Necro,
fun.
Dude, I love you. You and I, we think the same about this game. And I was thinking I would want it to go towards that shoreline.
2 demons casting the game.
That is what I said. Brothers of Destruction, buddy.
I wish I had a spell too so I can cast it on top of them as well. Just want, or just I could manipulate the game the way I want. But you know what? Enough talks. Enough messing around. Because right now it's time for serious business. ESCN, sights locked on to the team in the front. Imprint, not in that much of a comfort shoes for now, but still in a decent spot, you can't say.
I think at this point as well, inside of the game, all of these teams somehow have figured out how to breach those circles, but it is going to be a challenge. Cyan, ooh, that was a nasty shot right on his head. Look at the helmet, just instantly loses out on half its HP. But at least they have a position from where they can reset as well. Just easily fall back, put on those first states, and then try to re-engage. The only problem is that now their position is compromised, so the opposing team has information as to exactly where the players of ESTN are. EST in the meanwhile, Dazzle has been brought back into the game, so he did not get finished off. Brilliant recovery from VST. They will need those numbers because in the next few moments, they will feel a lot of pressure. There's a big cluster of teams that is just about to head towards boot camp from the Southern Hill.
Dazzle. I mean, we've got the stats of this player in front of us, right? 19 finishes wrapped up so far with the finish contribution inside of the team of 33%. And VST, they have managed to rack up one single chicken dinner throughout this entire journey inside of the 2024. I'm not sure how to feel about that. The stats are pretty weak, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, for that individual player, he's doing decent. Nothing taken away. But as a team, VST, they have been struggling through and through. And right now, they've got Genesis approaching them. So you can't say to the teams that have been struggling inside of the tournament so far, this is a perfect fight.
Well, Voltex, they need to be careful about this. Genesis, if they climb up the hill, there is definitely a third party on this fight because you have two different teams with line of fire available on this hill. One of them being Team Zero, who are playing the shorelines of Painan, and there they are. I love this from Genesis. They're so paranoid, constantly checking their backs, and it is the right call at this point.
Seems like it. Genesis still, it's going to be an uphill battle. I'm not sure how to feel about this entire fight. For Team Zero, not a big fan of the position they've got so far because they would need to try and leave that compound soon enough. There's a high chance the circle's going to be shifting up north. That's where Team Zero, they can be caught off guard. Just waiting for the next circle to pop up. We're seeing a lot of these teams starting to make those tweak in the placements as well, and it's actually going to send on up towards boot camp. What is going on?
As I said, VST, it was such an amazing thing that happened when Dazzle was knocked out, but them recovering, it made sure that VST was capable of taking on these endgame fights, and for them, this might be the endgame situation, because look at that wave of teams that are just turning their heads towards boot camp now, and everyone will want to fight for that big building to gain some cover.
RVNC on a move inside of the safer zone. They are going for quite a long rotation. There's a high chance they're also going to be colliding against IQ Seoul. No, not that team. IQ Seoul's already feeling pretty good.
Yeah, but it's RVNC, right? It's their job to be chaotic. It's their job to bring in the chaos. And this time, Mane has been caught off guard. Drops down two players.
God.
Looking for the third. Does he find it? No.
Mane just been able to get two off that position, but still a lot of damage being dished out already. RVNC, a chance given to them to try and recover back inside of the fight, but IQ Seoul, they instantly do want to capitalize on this one. That's why you see the cavalry approach. The player's still inside of the vehicle. The shotgun's now pulled out up close and personal, and it's going to be death and destruction all across this map.
Man, what an amazing push coming in from the players of IQ Seoul, and all on the back of that initial play made by Manya, securing those two frags. Very important. And after that, of course, the small little mini play that they made with the first player getting out, shotguns out instantly. Does not matter if he secures the knock, as long as he dishes out enough damage for his other players to wrap around the rock and secure those knocks, convert those finishes. It was all done. But Genesis, in the meanwhile, it seems like they have struggles of their own. The other side, Seoul against Big Brothers, and Uzumaki gets dropped.
IQ Seoul looking pretty desperate to try and make a name for themselves inside of the zone. They're quite in a big state of discomfort, but even Big Brother Esports, they're taking too much hit from the team in the front. Oh, gee, they do make a name for themselves, getting that decent spot so far. Big Brother Esports, though, the dominance have been asserted against them, and how can they recover? That's a big question they're wondering, too.
Rishi needs to be careful in the backlines. Two players from the side of IQ Seoul knocked out. One towards his west, though. That one isolated individual can be a big problem for all of them. It is S-Power in the distance. Look at that wall of smoke laid out. He's trying to move forward, push up the hill, but it's not going to be easy. He's going to run. He will have to run from the eastern side now. Yeah. The problem is that is exactly where the players of VST are.
And look at this fight. Genesis pushing up close and personal against Voltex. We had to talk about this team looking a little bit more mature in the game of Sanhok, but within an instance, they have been poofed into thin air. Genesis, they've taken exit to the lobby as well, as now Entity is looking for a third party. This entire kerfuffle that just happened. But Entity Gaming, it is a team that is known for their defense. Recently, they have been going all out, all guns blazing against a lot of these teams. Let's just see if we're going to be seeing the same sort of play style once again on this game of Sanhok. Maybe they will need to do so because they're barely playing on the edge.
But look at the brilliant move from Team Zero. They have avoided any sort of conflict in this game so far, and they're just playing along the shorelines, just moving in the safe areas between the blue and the safe zone. But Dragon Claw, I think this might be the end for them in this game as they come to face to face with Entity. And as you were talking about it, Necro, Troy, while he was not able to perform in the matches before, this time around he's firing on all cylinders. He's secured 4 eliminations for his team.
Rudd knocked out by the play zone. The confirmation was there. But meanwhile, you've also got Big Brother Esports facing off against the foes in the front. And OMG, they have been that team that is adding that constant bit of pressure on Big Brother Esports. Big Brother Esports just not being able to think through it properly. This pressure is just really making them panic under this entire moment. OMG in the front lines with the advantage, of course, and don't know exactly where Rishi is positioned as well. And Rishi at this point in time, the only thing he can do is just go for this med strat that he's trying to plan out. A good shot to the face. Does find the first knockout. Now looking forward to find the second. And the man's way too up close and personal. And a 1v2 to clutch it off.
Small mechanical mistakes. He missed that jump up on top of that rock. And Rishi with a brilliant punish over there. 6 eliminations secured by Big Brothers in this matchup. Could be the opportunity they needed. But S-Power, does he find the revenge for his fallen teammates? If he can force Big Brothers to take an early exit, that will just be it for them. 2 first aids remaining. No utility left, though.
Oh, the next circle pops up too, Johnny. And it centers on up. Out in the open, there's no other team. Maybe Imprint, they've got a little bit of that inch, but still it's not going to matter.
ESCN. Do they make it? I don't think so. Too much pressure. The swamps, not easy to move around in. Gets spotted out very easily by the teams just playing the ridges across. RTGI and the forced to take an early exit. And as you were talking about Imprint, I do agree with you. They have a brilliant position to work with, but they have to make sure they do not get spotted out by anyone. If everyone else enters the circle, whoever stays on the edge gets an automatic advantage in this fight.
I mean,
It's quite exposed.
For Imprint too, they're barely squeezing in an inch inside of that zone. No hard cover to play.
That shack towards the left, that's the one they need. All 4 players. For the first time, I think this is quite a rare position for everyone where you would think like, all right, all the players in one shack is a better decision right now. But look at this, one after the other. Players of VST finally going down.
Yeah, the zone not favoring them anymore, and that's why VST, now the pieces start to crumble. The first man's knocked out. The second man's there in the back line, constantly going for that patch-up. Metal Esports Sayum, he takes too much damage. He's done for. He cannot recover from that damage. ESCN, they put a full stop to the journey of Metal Esports inside of the game, but still in the top 5 somehow.
Yeah, but the problem is they did not get a point for that because Sayum eventually was taken out by the play zone. ESCN only 2 finish points secured, but they've made it to the top 4. And if they can win this game, I think by the end of things, they will have a few extra finishes coming from the side of Volt. Oh, no. This is bad, and it's about to get worse.
Oh, I like it, though. It is bad for you, Johnny, but maybe I love it a lot. The demonic thoughts going on through Vishu's head, and this nade is being tossed as well to perfection. That's what it seems like, at least. Still a little bit of that overshoot. Not able to do anything. Not able to do that serious amount of damage. But Imprint to make the push happen against ESCN. There's also another team at the top in the name of Voltex. And they've got the line of sight on everything that's currently happening. Voltex, they've got so much vital information to play with. And you'll see the players taking the shots as well. Voltex with the advantage. They can close things off. But Imprint, they're hitting them like a truck as well.
Nah, Imprint, they are out of options. And there it is. I think this win has been guaranteed in the hands of Voltex. Cyrex with barely any HP left, finds those 2 important frags. Imprint, they're out of this game. ESCN, last man left alive, but not for long. And there it is. Voltex, they finally have the game they were hoping for. A lot of elimination points secured in the very end. And, of course, the chicken dinner as well.
I mean, for Imprint, man, I just feel really unfortunate for that team. They had such a great cover to play with. And unfortunately for a lot of these teams, the final circle screwed them up hard, man. I mean, looking at Voltex, luckily enough for them, they had the high ground to play with. So they had all the information they needed to position themselves.
And again, I think Voltex, all of this, the win, it all goes back to that one moment. If you remember, the hill between Painan and Bootcamp, we saw them up top. Genesis was eyeing their position. They had Dragonclaw in the back lines. They had Team Zero eyeing for them as well. And avoiding that one conflict against the players of Genesis, because Genesis was getting so eager to climb up and take the fight against Voltex. It just snowballed so much that they ended up winning this entire game. And also, they did get the wipe on Genesis as well.
That is true. And Metal Esports, I mean, we saw them taking some early hits inside of the game. Still saying was there in the top 5 somehow, so you can't say the consistency numbers. They're there. They're up on the board. For Team Zero, though, we saw them take quite a safe rotation inside of the zone, but unfortunately, they were not able to get a lot done.
Yeah, and one more team that I would like to bring to the conversation is Big Brothers. I mean, they were set up for success, but then after the fight broke out with Team Aiku Seoul, they lost a few players. From there, they weren't really able to move out anywhere. I mean, that last man just trying to go for that heal battle did not really work out.
I mean, Vomix pushed up on Big Brothers. You also had Aiku Seoul pushing up on them. So yeah, Big Brother Esports, they just cracked under that pressure. Not a lot could be done from them. But I would still love to call Big Brother Esports as an opportunistic team. They went for so many of these third parties that actually did work out for them.
But what happened to Team Zero in this game?
Yeah,
that is the question.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing super safe, right? On the southern side of that boot camp, and still, I'm not even sure what exactly happened. I think so they just poofed into thin air. VST, they were playing that defense inside of boot camp, and maybe Team Zero tried to crack into boot camp, and that's where things just came crumbling down.
Yeah, I think that might have been the case, because that was the only option left for them. They did take control of the shoreline just west of boot camp, and from there, I think since the circle also moved towards the eastern swamp of boot camp, a straight line rotation that late in the game was the only option. And it's not easy to clear boot camp anyway. It's such a big terrain, so many covering positions, so many angles to check, and I think it would have been difficult, especially VST. They held that entire compound the entire game from the start till they were eventually wiped out over there.
VST were spread all throughout that boot camp area. The players are inside of the warehouse too. The players are inside of the main boot camp area. There was one man playing in the trenches.
We can't blame them, right? They tried to move out once. One of the players got knocked out and they got scared, so they went back in. But ladies and gentlemen, here's a little bit of a recap of the winner chicken dinner moment.
But I mean, if VST is not able to play well enough, if they do step out of their comfort zone, it's a big sign to worry about. But as you mentioned, yeah, we've got the winner chicken dinner moment in front of us, right? And for Voltex, I mean, as I mentioned, it's just the zone sort of blessing them, man. At this point, he can't even say a lot because, as I mentioned, the zone was one of the most weird circles that we've seen. It was out in the open. Even I was wondering, how are you even supposed to play in this circle without any vehicles?
Along with the zone, I think it was the fact that Imprint got very eager to run towards the players of ESCN. I think they realized, like, all right, there's a fight happening. We can take both the teams down. But I think they made one wrong assumption. And this is, again, something that I believe might have happened. They made the wrong assumption of thinking that maybe ESCN might have knocked out few players from the side of Voltex as well, which wasn't the case. I think they got like one knock, but the other 3 players were still pretty healthy. So when Imprint went out for that push, all of a sudden there was so much fire coming from that hilltop that they weren't even able to handle it. And of course, along with that, the first player from the side of Imprint that went into that fight with ESCN, he got knocked out. So after that, you can't really do much but struggle.
Johnny, speaking of the players now, who's going to be the MVP of that previous game?
Oh.
Maybe someone from the side of Big Brothers, considering they were taking a lot of the fights. Maybe Aiku Seoul can also be in the fray.
I think it can be Troy as well. I mean, he was able to secure 4 eliminations for Entity Gaming.
I mean, there's so many players, man, that are there in the race for the MVP. So you know what? Let's move on and look at the MVP of that previous game. It is going to be someone from the side of Voltex, actually. It's Cyrax, 16, getting those 5 elimination points and 605 damage dished out.
Yeah, he got those 2 more frags in the end, one from the side of Imprint, one from the side of ESCN, and of course an amazing performance from the entirety of Voltex in this particular match. 21 minutes and 6 seconds. That was a quick game of Sanhok.
I mean, Sanhok is supposed to be quick, but yeah, I mean, this one was pretty furious. But you know what? Moving forward now, as we know, Sanhok's done and dusted. The pace is once again going to be settling back towards Erangel. We're going to be having new set of teams moving in. So you can't say this group now, they will have a chance to reset their mindset, especially for the teams that were not able to do too great.
That is true. And I think this group is what everyone hopes that the rest of the groups are like. Because, again, it all goes down to that one team outperforming everyone else in the first two matches. Voltex might have caught up, but again, if you look at the average of the group as a whole, it will be brought down just because of Team Soldiers dominating in the first two matches. But we have the top 5 players on our screens now. Vishu following up his own teammate Cyrax. He had 4 eliminations to his name. You have Rishi from Big Brother Esports. 4 eliminations, 375 damage dished out. Decent performance. And there he is, Troy from the side of Entity Gaming. A lot of heavy lifting done by him, but in the end, Entity weren't really able to make it to the late game stages. So it might have all been in vain.
Yeah, still these 4 points, though. It's definitely going to help them a decent bit, maybe you can't
little
say,
bit,
right?
yeah.
Big Brother Esports is the only bigger name that we're waiting for to pop up on the overall standings. And
True.
now with this game, definitely they can be quite close to be there, somewhere in the top 3 maybe. But moving on forward towards the match standings or the point standings of the previous games, we're going to be seeing, of course, Voltex with 21 points. And then it's going to be Imprint Esports with 13. You've got ESCN with 8.
And then you follow up VST, they have 8 as well. Big Brothers with 8 points. Aiku Soul, not really what you would hope to see from their side after the way we saw them perform on that first Erangel and then the Miramar. But then again, they had already a lot of points secured. So these 6 points, they're just bonus at this point. Metal Esports now, this reset is what might just hurt their chances of moving forward from the wildcard to the semifinals.
Ooh, Aiku Soul over there with only 6 points, as you mentioned. You've also got Metal Esports with only 5. Vomix OMG there too with 5. Vomix now, maybe a little bit of that wake-up call, you can't say.
Too late?
These 5 points, it is too late, but maybe in the latter 3 games, they definitely can make the comeback. Inside of the grind, I'm just saying, a lot of those unexpected teams did bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, but the grind was different.
Yeah.
And of course, in the grind, you had these multiple options of progressing to different stages of BGIS. From here, that is not the case. It is plain and simple, 16 out of 64. And as we spoke about Metal Necro a few moments ago, I think Entity and Team Zero, they have been reset as well. 4 points for Entity and Team Zero. All of those survival instincts kicking in, and they get 1 point.
Wow. Team Zero. Rough luck for them. And then Dragon Claw as well, one of those teams that we expected to perform, even they were not there. Inertia Esports just getting 0 points. That's even worse. You've also got Bolt Rushers, a team that was doing super decent for themselves in the previous stages. And now the transition towards the wild card. Man, it's looking worse. But you know what? Enough talks about the point standings for now. Let's move on directly and look at the overall board of the story and see how it's looking like in the top 5.
Yeah, this is what is going to be extremely important right now.
Oh my God.
50 points for Aiku Soul. All right, Metal Esports, they find themselves in a decent position, I assume, as far as the overall rankings are considered, but we'll have to check up on that. Voltex, this is a brilliant comeback, and this is something that they were hoping for as well. 29 points. Even Imprint make it to the top 4 of their particular group with 24. I think if you have more than 20 points, it still gives you a decent chance of returning back to the fight with those 3 matches left. You win 1 or 2 matches, you win 1 game, it sets you up for success within the top 16. But if you fail to secure a win, then it might be a different question.
But you can still say in this group, right, we've got the usual suspects just topping the charts, or at least they're in the first half of the board, right? You've got Team Zero there too, Big Brother Esports is there, Entity on the top 5. You've also got Metal Esports, Aiku Soul. All these names that I just took, they're the teams that are known inside of the T1 circuit.
Even VST made a comeback in the end, right? I mean, somehow they have made it into the top 8. But as we move to the second page, ESCN, Wormex, Genesis, Inertia, RTG, IND, Bolt Rushers, Dragonclaw, and RVNC, I think their struggles will continue. And as you were talking about Bolt Rushers, I do agree with you, Necro. I mean, this is such a big drop in performance. I mean, when we were looking at how many points these teams were able to secure in their previous round that they played in, Bolt Rushers, they came to the wildcard from round 3. Everyone else on that second page, well, majority of the teams, they came in from round 4. And Bolt was a team that secured a lot of points in the 6 matches that they played. But unfortunately, in the wildcard stages, I think they're struggling to handle that pressure.
Maybe you can't say the gap that was there from round 3 to wildcard, that's sort of hindering them.
I mean, it can be. Maybe they got a little too relaxed.
It can be an excuse the teams come up with, definitely. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, let's move on and look at this beautiful promo lined up.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
All it takes is 10 UC per day to get your hands on some of the most beautiful skins. Maybe get your hands on some of the most beautiful skins if you're lucky enough. But you know what, Johnny, moving on with the conversation. Now a different set of teams will be joining alongside.
Oh, yeah. And again, big names in the next group as well. We have the likes of Godlike that are about to step onto the stage to take the competition. It will be interesting because, again, just like this one, as you were talking about Aiku Soul, no one expected them to be in the wildcard as well. But round 4, man, it was extremely tough.
We've also got a couple of new faces, right? Supernova is also one of those that we haven't really seen on the bigger screen. Then you've also got a little bit more teams on the fray. Jubilant Divine returning back. It is one of those teams that impressed all of us, right?
I mean, I don't know about all of us, but you and I for sure, because Jubilant Divine was one of those teams that was not afraid to fight at all. And Necro and I, we love aggression inside of our matches. So, I mean, it was exciting to see what their journey was like. They played quite decent. And I hope that they do well in the wildcard stage as well.
Talk about not afraid to fight. Alpha 6 should be another point of conversation, Johnny.
They should be afraid to fight.
They do take the fights, but unfortunately, they just don't really come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, Alpha 6, they need to be afraid to fight and take fights inside of this matches. But let's see how this game is going to turn out for them.
I mean, we've got a couple of more heavy-hitting teams, right? You've also got Gusso Esports once again returning back. Jubilant Divine, we just had a conversation about them. You've also got GlitchX, Reborn, Blind Esports, WSP Gaming. WSP Gaming, an interesting prospect. I mean, this team is known for their firepower. As all the 4 players playing inside of this lineup, they're known for their assaulting job. And now Fixes, considering you're over here on the panel. I mean, of course, the last game of the previous group is done, so let's focus on this group, right? You've got LOC, one of those banners, once again returning back in 2024. We haven't really seen a lot of this team on the bigger screen. We have seen them in the past, nothing taken away from that, but the performance that we've seen so far, it's not great.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, right? And for LOC as a team, they have a lot of issues to work around with. But moving on ahead, have to talk about Godlike over here because they have been the elephants in the room. And we saw them coming to play in round number 4, where they were kind of overextending themselves, the similar problems. One of the good things about Godlike was they were getting those good positions inside the circle. But it was those fights again, man. That overcommitment always costing them those matches.
I mean, I really wanted to see Godlike and Aiku Soul in that same group so we could see that
We
collision
still might.
towards school. I mean, in the future, we definitely might, maybe in the upcoming 2 days, but for now, it's not the case, right? So the surprise package is not going to be there in front of us. But WSP inside of the mix, it is definitely one of those teams that's going to be adding on the aggressive stance. The same thing can be said for Gusso Esports too.
I think when you look at certain teams that really impressed us, I think there has to be a comparison. Let's take a look at a face-off because we've got Jubilant Divine Esports on one side. We will have Godlike Esports on the other. Now, Jubilant Divine, one of those teams that is returning from round number 3. They could not make it to round 4, but they had enough points to make it inside of the wild card. And when you look at the statistics, right, the finishes are definitely there. And let's not forget, Jubilant Divine, they love starting off the day with a win. So if they can manage to do that today, who knows, they might just make a huge advantage and I think can go on ahead.
I mean, the stats are speaking volumes, right? It's not that big of a difference, but still, when it comes to the placement points, Jubilant Divine a little bit more consistent, as you can see. Still 45 points total accumulated from the side of Jubilant Divine Esports, and in the previous round, it was Godlike Esports with just 39 points. It's not that big of a difference still, but Godlike Esports is one of those banners that you'd really expect to dominate the entire game. But unfortunately, that was not the case, so I do not really know what to expect inside of the wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, for Godlike, definitely, like you said, right, we want them to hit like a truck. And we've seen over the past couple of months, I think they have been going through a complete revamp in the lineup. Yeah, Jelly was there along with Admino being one of the recent additions along with Sim. That has been working out pretty well for them. Johnny, he's been trying to do Johnny things, coveted as one of the best players to have ever graced this game. Hasn't really hit his peak once again, though. But still, like we've already discussed about this in round number 4, that it's not just about Jonathan anymore. It is also about Admino, Sim, them also contributing to the squads. But the USP of Godlike so far has always been about the position game that Jelly has been managing to get for their team.
Jelly has been that defensive IGL that Godlike always needed, right? And now the fact that Godlike has gotten Jelly underneath their belt, one thing is for sure, their placement gameplay is looking pretty good. Elimination sometimes does tend to suffer, but it's completely fine. As long as you're placing yourself in the better spot in the overall standings, that's all the goal should be. Moving forward towards WSB as well now. WSB for them, even looking at 2023, the journey from the start was looking great. But then later on, when it came to the later phase of the tournament, that's when it just came slowly and steadily tumbling down.
I think they still had an explosive start to 24, right?
Yeah.
We've seen them in various third-party tournaments. They were winning a couple of trophies here and there. And we thought that, yes, this is the team to watch out for. Till the moment Grind came in. And sadly, they could not make it through those earlier stages. They've been hitting strong. They've been hitting like a tank. But I think it was round number 3 and 4 they were starting to finally get truly tested. And eventually in round number 4, they sort of failed. They still have that cushion. They still have those players. We know they've got all the pieces together. It's all about having a good start, getting that momentum. But you talk about momentum, I think Blind Esports is one of those teams that we need to talk about.
Another aggressive team inside of the lobby, right? But recently, Blind Esports, they're trying to tweak things up a little bit when it comes to the playstyle. And so far, it's not been working out for them, I'm not going to lie. Blind Esports, it is definitely not the performance that we expect from them, because considering, of course, the same players were playing in the banner of Team Insane back in the day, and this team was indeed insane. But now the transition towards Blind Esports, definitely, it has taken down the performance by a little bit.
Not just by a little bit. By blind, you expect a lot of bigger things from their side. You expect them to be already in the semis. I had already pictured them in my grand finals and certainly one of my top 16 teams. But hey, BGIS has been all about the surprises, all about those upsets. But on the silver lining, when you look at it, there have been so many of those undergods really stepping up. Like you said, right, Supernovas, after a long time, we're finally going to get them to see in play. And even for the players of Remorseless, I've never seen this team on the broadcast.
This will be their first time, so you can't say there might just be that added bit of pressure, but you never know how the players are going to deal with that, because even yesterday there was one of those newer teams on the block, but they still did quite good. But let's move on forward towards the first game of this group, as the Plain Flat Pat's now going to be in front of us, starting all the way from Norupnoi towards Zarki.
All right. Now this is one of those flight path trajectories that the players can live with. Not a lot of concern though. Majority of the area already been covered. But for Godlike, it is going to be quite important that they make those early rotations. We have seen if you kind of get a standardized central circle, that is where they massively benefit from. But the big question over here is Blind Esports. We've talked about them. They've got that dynamic approach inside of the lobby, sometimes quite defensive, sometimes they tend to go on the offensive. And today, when they've got their backs against the wall, what do they rely upon?
You do not know. Maybe just try and stick to the basic gameplay that you've been trying to implement on for a long time. Just do that. Because at this point in time, if you're trying to experiment, man, I don't think so it's going to be panning out that well. It is not the stage to experiment. And right now, it's time to stay consistent with the performance. So it's better to just stick to the roots and just use the confident playstyle. Goso Esports, interesting prospect. We saw this team for the first time in 2024, and as soon as we saw them, they sort of created a special spot for themselves in our heart.
They literally live up to their name. Always itching in for a fight, every time searching for their enemies. The finish points always come up, but it is always the position points that have been a bothering situation for these lads. But along with Goso Esports, you can see the players of GlitchX Reborn. Now, they have been the talk of the town, right? We've seen in the grind, they were quite impeccable, quite stellar. But I think in round number 4, they were truly tested. And finally, when they met their match, that is where they fell. But are they up for the task yet? And now they're kind of surrounded by multiple teams. You've got the likes of HR, you've got Goso Esports right on the southern side. But taking a look at the circle, it's a hybrid one. And Godlike, look at them, have an entire control over the central positions.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird circle. Nothing taken away from that. A little bit tilted to the northern side. Still, you can't say standard, but you never know what the end course is going to look like. It definitely can end up on one of those weird terrains. The previous game of Sanhok, too, was quite a weird terrain. I mean, we thought that it's going to be a standard ending towards bootcamp, maybe, but then it just shifts in the open towards that little dip. And that's where everyone screwed up, because you just do not really have any sort of cover to play with. The only thing you can do is just prone down in the open, and that's where Voltix had an opportunity from the top to just rain down hell.
And especially with how Voltex had started their journey into the wildcards, that match was so important for them.
It was.
And when you talk about bootcamp, we've seen on multiple occasions, kind of tends to steer off that land. And this time, Voltex were the ones to capitalize. However, I really felt in that matchup, Imprint, they could have done a lot more. But yeah, I think they'll go back to the drawing board and maybe fix things out. They still have 3 more games to go. But when you look at all these teams, everybody's so well prepared. They kind of know the lay of the land. They're well versed with how their opposition tends to rotate around, as a result of which we do not see any drop clashes.
No drop collisions. As you mentioned, teams are now well versed. They have done their research, know exactly where each and every other team likes to drop, so they have adjusted accordingly. Godlike getting their hands on Rozhok and School at the same time. This just makes me wonder, if Aiku Soul's going to be dropping in towards School, there's a high chance Godlike would just shift in towards Rozhok.
Yeah, but then there could be a few other teams that, and in fact, throughout the BGIS, we've seen so many teams dropping down on Yasnaya. And when you look at Rozhok, again, for Godlike, I think Aiku Soul still likes to take certain areas of Rozhok. So they're really not going to give that away. Now, Rozhok really comes down to Jelly being comfortable, that he's been trying to execute that sort of a strat whilst he was playing in OR. But Godlike, they've been really quick at adapting to changes. But this time around, again, playing from the center, we don't know if the circle goes towards the northern side or it kind of goes down around that school apps area. What do you think, though?
I think it's going to shift up north.
Up north?
Yeah, in the open terrains.
LOC?
Not exactly towards LOC, a little bit towards the southern side of that Severny.
All right.
It's going to be in the open terrains, on the hilltop. But yeah, Jubilant Divine. Shots taken against the foe, but nothing found. That's a whole nother thing. But Jubilant Divine is also one of those teams that has got a good balance of eliminations and, of course, the placements. And Jubilant Divine, they know when to aggress, they know when not to aggress, but a lot of the times they do not know the proper difference between the good fights and the bad fights, and that's where they get caught off guard.
Yeah, for Jubilant Divine, it's all about having a great start to the day, right? Even when they came in round number 3, they caught that first chicken dinner. And the rest of the matches, they kind of flustered up. They gained some pace towards that final game, but seems like it wasn't enough. And Jubilant Divine, they have a lot of that fandom going on behind them, a lot of supporters rooting that they make it to the next round, to the semis. But the journey, Necro, mind you, it's just going to get more difficult. And for that to happen, Jubilant Divine, for them to excel, they need to get at least 25 plus points today.
Hands down. 30 points maybe to be in the comfort zone, you can't say. Because in general, for the cutoff that the teams that we saw yesterday was quite high. And right now for the Group 3 that we witnessed a while ago, the cutoff wasn't that high. In general, from the overall standings, only the top 16 teams can move. So, need to be a little bit more careful, my friends. But looking at Blind Esports, I mean, we've got the 2 players on the screen trying to move in towards a better spot. A team that's known for their aggression inside of the lobby. A team that's known for their edge-to-edge gameplay, as they love to assert dominance on any other team that stands across them. So far, we are not seeing the same confidence just inside of the game.
I think I still like it, what Blind Esports are really up to. Going the Aiku Soul way. They want to head off to a slower start. Eventually get a chicken dinner, because last time when we saw them play in round number 4, we could figure that there were those cracks, and they were taking those early casualties every single time. So I think number 1 problem is for them is to figure that issue out. Try to avoid as much of those early fights. Try to focus on getting a good position inside the circle, because Blind did pick up the pace towards the end, but it was a little too late. And who can forget that final game of Erangel, where Blind just went after, I think the players of came in, and suddenly out of nowhere, infected mushrooms came in and spoiled the day.
They did. And you know what fixes? We completely forgot to mention Team Aru.
Oh, yeah.
It is also one of those teams moving inside of 2024. We had so many ads stacked up on this lineup. But unfortunately, now over here inside of the wild card, one thing is for sure, they've got the potential to easily make it out of this spot too. They can't climb out of the depths of hell with the ease. But sometimes the players do tend to overthink a lot, and that's something they need to find a counter to.
You know, every single time this discussion really pops up about Team Aru, I kind of do not have enough words to speak about them. This team has been so fragile.
Yeah.
And you really do not know what to expect out of Team Aru. On certain days, they will really impress you, and on most of the occasions, they tend to disappoint. During the grind, they had an amazing run. But the moment round number 4 came, it felt like they woke up on the wrong side of the bed. They were making so many of those basic mistakes. They were getting caught off guard during the rotations. That had been such a huge concern. But today is another fresh day, a new chance. And for Team Aru, I think it goes fair to say that this is one of those teams that is quite momentum driven.
It is. If the first game's going to be good, then maybe you can expect Team Aru to be super consistent. If the first game's not being that great, then still they will be finding that win in the sale. And if they do not really find so, well then, good luck. You've only got 6 games in the hand, from which the first game is being played, and today itself you're only going to be able to play 3 games. So yeah, I mean, if you want to have a good night's sleep, you make sure you play pretty good inside of this game. Jonathan on the screen, and so far we've got his stats too. Only 10 finish points accumulated. The finish contribution from this lad towards his team is 21%. In general, Godlike, they have been doing decent as a unit.
Indeed. It's not just about Jonathan, but he's been an important piece of the puzzle, right? Last time we saw them coming in round number 4, it was the game of Erangel, and yeah, I remember quite vividly that he was the MVP. But I think for Godlike, the goals this time are different. It's not just about being the MVP, but also reclaiming their lost glory. Godlike, they have all the pieces this time together. This time, they're playing in splits. They're playing in duos. You've got Simp and Jonathan on one side. You've got Jelly and Admino. And Admino definitely has to be the talk of the town. He's been that front assaulter. He's been doing so much for this team. But looking at the circle and the way it's inching around, look at this, Remorseless and Team Aru in quite close contention to each other.
Remorseless making quite a critical rotation. If they do get caught in this, though, things can instantly come crashing down, and they cannot afford. And for Remorseless, considering it is the first time for us to see them on the bigger screen, we do not know what exactly to expect from them. But all you can expect is a decent gameplay. Considering they're over here this far inside of the tournament, one thing is for sure, they should hit like a truck.
They have to. What other choices do they have? But HR, now this is an interesting prospect. Coming in, we saw them in the previous rounds. Yeah, but the chase just barely missed by an edge. But this time, another life being given to them. And I really hope they capitalize on it. But the big question is, are they prepared though? Because for HR, again, one of the new kids on the block, and you know the tension is there. Every single time when you've got those bigger names, you've got Godlike, you've got WSP, you've got Blind, Team Aru, yeah, the panic tends to settle in. But how fast or how quickly can they calm their nerves? I think that is a huge task for HR.
Supernovas. I mean, an interesting mix inside of the entire party that we're witnessing so far. And for Supernovas to try and make a name for themselves, they need to do a lot more. Right now, just driving around, I think so they've definitely got a lot of that fuel. Players are just moving around across, trying to scout out anything that they can. At this point in time, they just need to accumulate that vital information. And for Supernovas, the gameplay should be balanced as well, considering they've got a decent spot inside of the zone. And you see a lot of these teams as well moving in slowly and steadily towards that northern side. There's a decent amount of teams speculating that circle to shift up north.
Yeah, a lot of the teams banking upon that. Whilst there are a couple few, like Godlike, WSP, they're anticipating the circle to take a southern shift. I really like Godlike and WSP's position, right? Holding on to that junction point. Even if the circle tends to go towards the northern side, they're going to have a quick rotation at that. But look at this. GlitchX Reborn, having spotted the players of Supernovas. And looking at their past stats, Supernovas, they pack a lot of punch. All they need to do is deliver. And this is also one of those teams that really excels in terms of getting those position points. Also, had a couple of chicken dinners also for them. But GlitchX Reborn started the journey so very well into the BGIS in the grind. Surprised all of us. But towards the end, that is where we could see those jitters.
I mean, Supernovas, right? Going back to that conversation, they had 56 points moving in from the round 3. So definitely they do pack a lot of that punch. In the span of 6 games, 56 points is not bad, but I mean, looking at Aiku Seoul's previous performance, they managed to cross that barrier in just the first 2 games. So, yeah, I mean, they had 50 points. So Aiku Seoul, they're definitely going to be one of those teams that take the cutoff to a different level. Before now, looking at TCW, another one of those teams that is a complete undergod. Definitely here to fulfill their dreams. They've got so much more to look up to. But they need to be a little bit more vigilant. They need to be a little bit more informative.
Yeah, I think TCW, we did witness them in round number 4. We're in the same group of Team Aiku Seoul now that you mentioned them. And we could not forget that game of Miramar. And almost they clutched it out against Aiku Seoul, but Nakul was there to save the day. But for TCW, they did not really make their presence felt. Could not amass a lot of those points, but today, like we said, a fresh day, I hope. They're rejuvenated, they know what they're up against, and this is a completely different lobby. And looking at them, how they're positioned around the water town, I think a decent spot to hold on to, but they need to be a little careful, because WSP, this is one of those teams that even if they have a slight idea of where you are, they do not hitch to pose a fight.
I mean, the fact that WSB, they haven't taken a fight so far is just weird to me.
Oh, yeah.
Just sitting pretty quietly towards that centric spot, just waiting for the next circle to pop up. WSB, their hands must be itching, that's for sure. It's not one of those teams that likes to stay quiet. They definitely do want to go for that fight. If the circle does move up north, then WSB will try to assert their dominance on at least one of these teams. Maybe Gusto Esports can be their prey. But yeah, the circle instead is going to shift down south towards Pachinki area or even the Ruins area. So for WSB, they're still in really good hands. But for Alpha 6, man, are they lucky.
I think you've got a soft corner for Alpha 6, right?
I do. I love teams that go for those fights without even caring about the world.
But that's the problem, right? In the span of 6 games, all they could get was just 3.
Entertainment fixes entertainment.
Yeah, they have pretty much been the punching bag so far, but who knows? This time, they could be the ones returning back on those punches. But the circle, it has taken a certain shift, and everybody is scurrying in to get a piece of the pie. Look at Jelly, he's taking so much damage. Yadnish trying to dish out all that hurt, but seems like Jelly gets out of harm's way.
He does. TCW in a decent spot for now. Right against the players of WSB. And that's not a good spot to be with. Gusto Esports as well, unfortunately losing out on one of their crucial players. It's not going to be that good of a news for them. That's a crucial string being pulled right now. And for Gusto Esports to be taken down to a 3-man squad, it just feels a little bit unsettled. You can also see towards the entire area that is quite close to school. Even there's another fight going on. You've got Team Aru. Unfortunately, not in that good of a position, but they've at least got the hard covers to play with. So you can't say for Remorseless, they might be in a big world of trouble.
I mean, at this point, these undergods are really stepping up. I mean, Aru already dealt with, and all they're eyeing out for is one more knock. And then they will initiate that push on the players of Team Aru. Again, a very nervy start. When you talk about this team in particular, Atanki, Aru, a duo that has been playing together for quite a long time. Dionysus and Veron have been the latest additions. And ever since, like we discussed, right, haven't really been sturdy. Always, you could see some or the other issue rising up. But when you talk about the circle, Alpha 6, like you said, right, in a very decent position. Godlike still holding on to his northeastern side. And look at that, Team 7. They also want to enter in. HR Esports not far behind. What on earth is Stifler doing? taking a dip inside the water.
Swimming, chilling out for now. Jokes apart, the man's in a pretty bad position.
Yeah.
There's just a free elimination point waiting to be grabbed by someone as soon as it gets spotted out. For HR Esports, they haven't really laid their eyes on top of that player just yet. They're taking their sweet little time to actually figure out a good rotation pathway inside of the circle. And slowly and steadily, they're on their way towards that area. But look at the rotations that Infected Mushroom pulled off, right? All the way from the southern side, they've rotated. And now they're pretty much going to be finding themselves that breaching point that's needed. But meanwhile, you've also got LOC engaging inside of a fight.
Oh yeah, and LOC, this is one of those teams never shies away from one. Always looking to jousting against the opposition. And this time it is going to be against the players of GlitchX Reborn. When you did talk about Infected Mushroom, we're going to get there a little bit later because now R&B outfit out in the open and now against Jubilant Divine. Nox already having been dealt with, did land a trade, and Adwin, he is deleted from the server.
Nogs back to life. Jubilant Divine looking good, considering they're back in full force once again. Yeah, for the opponents, I'm not really sure what sort of fight they were looking for to take. They just need to try and recuperate and understand, or maybe try and reset once again and come back with a better mindset inside of the fight. R&B now being taken down to a three-man squad. Things are just going to keep on getting worse from here on out. And look at the circle. It's way too small, but you've still got all the 16 teams alive.
Oh, there you go. Once again. And it is going to be a race till the final circle comes to end. So many teams, everybody trying to inch in closer. Alpha 6, they make that first movement from their backlines. Come the players of LOC. GlitchX Reborn not far behind either. Sketch, he's got his eyes on the players of Alpha 6, and there you have it. Carrillo, he goes falling down.
Carrillo knocked out. Alpha 6 in a big world of trouble for now. I'm not sure what the split was from them, but Carrillo so separated from the back, definitely not looking good. And at this point in time, recovery is next to impossible. Alpha 6, they lost out in Carrillo. Down a man, taken down to a three-man squad, considering Alpha 6, they had such a great placement inside of the circle too. For LOC, 3 point.
Indeed. Now at this point, even LOC, they're figuring a way to somehow breach their way inside the circle. They still have Alpha 6 to deal with. Look at R&B. They've got too close, the players of Blind. In fact, Adi, he realizes and he does not want to take that risk. Because for Blind, we saw them getting a little complacent in that previous round in those initial couple of games. But now they know the task ahead of them. They need that consistency. They need that first good game going in their favor. They've pretty much been silent. Same goes for the other big banner we've been talking about, Team Godlike, even WSP. Imagine for a team like WSP to somehow hold on to their feelings, really not get ahead of themselves. That is such a big task.
I mean, for WSB, I'm just waiting for them to chime inside of the action. This is not the WSB I like to see. I want to see that aggressive WSB back inside of the fray. I want to see them inflict a little bit more pain and hurt inside of the lobby. Challenge some of the big dogs. Why not? Looking at HR Esports too, I mean, we've got the map feed, of course, and it's an important rotation HR is pulling off. They've rotated all the way from the northern side, from the right side of the map, and now they're breaching in from the south. But HR Esports, unfortunately, they find themselves in the claws of the opponents, and this time the Ender Gods, they're hitting back strong. As Remorseless, they do too much damage, and the point where HR Esports will be eliminated from the game.
Remorseless, such an interesting prospect, but here come the hounds of death and destruction. Blind Esports enter into the fray. Harsh already being dealt with. Somehow Remorseless still sort of fighting back, but there you have it. Blind eventually comes swinging, but they've taken a lot of losses, Necro.
Yeah, one of the most weird fights I've witnessed so far. What was that? Such a chaotic ending. Blind Esports, though, still prevailing inside of that entire scenario. They still need to move inside of the safe zone. They do so as the next circle is actually going to shift down south. Fixes. Things just keep on getting worse and worse for all the teams on the other side.
Seems like the Pandora's box finally opened up. And Team Godlike, they're far away from the circle. They have to enter in, and look at this. TCW. Jax, he's got that higher vision, and look at his other teammates trying to to inch in closer to the players of Godlike. If they're not aware of that rotation, they might be in a whole world of trouble.
Jack's prone down on top of the tower, just constantly going for the shots. He is doing some pepper damage on top of the players of Godlike as Jelly gets knocked out from the back for now. It's going to be the players of T7 knocking on the doors. And right now, I'm not really sure what the game plan is going to be for Godlike because they're in a big world of trouble. It's all down to Jonathan. And Jonathan, oh, he sits on back of that vehicle, but he still gets spotted. And just like that, Godlike will be sent packing.
A huge blow for Godlike as the circle shifted away from them, and so were the dreams. Just dying in front of their eyes as T7, a beautiful setup by these lads. Having a beautiful high ground, and TCW also assisting Godlike, but right now they know they do not want to let these players pass inside the circle. But let's not forget WSB still into the mix. They also want to get inside and raid, and he's the first one. Wants to enter inside the circle and then provide cover fire so that his teammates can make their way.
T7 creating that wall of smoke to try and make that rotation pathway from the opposite side so they will not be shot at from the back. And T7, there's so many more teams around them. Blind Esports is also one of those. Got a bigger foe approaching them soon enough. T7, they're stopping out in the open, still going for the fights like that. I'm not a big fan of what T7 is trying to pull off, but so far it's been working out considering they're there in the top 12.
Oh yeah, so far they're still alive. The Undergods really packing a punch. Quite relentless over here as T7. That's a beautiful spread, but quite a risky one at that as now Supernovas take a fight against the players of WSP, and Baba opens it up with a beautiful grenade.
Look at the amount of utils you can see on the screen being tossed for now at Supernovas. Them wanting to be a part of this fight against the players of WSP, where WSP, they've taken some heavy blows upon themselves, and even the wall of death is now starting to move up. WSP, they need to be quick on their feet. They are quite desperate to make it inside of the safe zone, and that's where WSP is going to be taking a lot of damage upon themselves, but still they're okay for now. How is this even possible?
This is straight out of the movies, and suddenly look at TCW vanishing into thin air as T7 and Supernovas absolutely crushed them down over here. GlitchX Reborn, Supernovas, T7, everybody fighting around the edges as teams and the players keep on falling down. Even the players of Infected Mushroom, they're instilling so much hurt as now Keshav, having spotted out the players of Supernovas, a grenade goes sailing in, and eventually he gets picked off from the backlines.
Yeah, the utils are doing that constant damage, and for T7 right now, they've lost out on too many strings. Another net sails in, and it does a lot of that critical damage. The only thing that's keeping T7 inside of this game is that smoke, but the constant barrage of utilities from the foe is actually doing some serious damage, and Supernovas, another nade being tossed close and personal, and Crores still alive somehow, and he's going to be the core string to be pulled. T7, as long as Crores alive, they're still inside of the game, and he's the only man who can squeeze in a couple of more placement points. All he needs to do is just crack in the top 8.
Considering that smoke, I hope his position isn't compromised. We could look at Zyro. He did try to take a couple of shots there. Nothing connecting though, still helps in his endeavors of staying alive. But for GlitchX Reborn, they've made it so far. But look at this, 10 teams still into the mix, 31 players still surviving. It is stage 6, almost coming to an end, and GlitchX Reborn, they're really starting to lose out on their players.
Yeah, 2 players lost out in the open. GlitchX Reborn recovery looking way too dire. As now it's Sakiro's going to get knocked out. No chance to recover now. GlitchX Reborn on the verge of being completely eliminated. But look at this recovery from WSB. A team that could have been eliminated completely. Now they rise up from the ashes once again. All the 4 players on the feet as LOC in the front lines can be the bigger foe. But the utilities are doing that constant damage as the man's taking too much hurt upon himself.
But look at WSP, they do not seem to stop at anything at all. At this moment, they look nigh unstoppable. Those grenades sailing in, GlitchX Reborn, absolutely blown down to smithereens as Joyish, the final surviving member. Let's not forget Alpha 6 still breathing under their neck. And now WSP Seraph, he is going to make some contact against Joyous, and there you have it. Having spotted him out, Joyous still lives to fight another day, but the recovery before it even comes, Zeref, he is a dead man walking. Arman also getting taken down, and Joyous on the cusp of pulling off a beautiful comeback, eventually just to be dealt with by the players of Jubilant Divine.
Man, the guy was so close to clutch it off. This could have been an incredible moment for that team, but then Jubilant Divine, they just steal that glorious moment from the players, and another lifeline guaranteed to WSB. The recovery definitely can be there. But no, Raiden's now going to be the only player left alive. WSB, they are inside of the zone too. The zone right now is gracing them with its presence, as Alpha 6 is also in this race. And Alpha 6, they've been lucky throughout the entire game. The compound they got was in the race.
30 seconds ago, we had 10 teams alive. And the blink of an eye, we're reduced to the final 4. Alpha 6, like you said, this is a team that has done their homework. They've come in prepared, have made it inside the top 4, but Jubilant Divine, quite well known for all their first games of Erangel, but suddenly, they're in a collapse.
I mean, Alpha 6, the compound they had, it was in the circle till the final few moments, and now finally they need to step outside of it. Not a lot of cover to play with though, Fixes, so that can be a bit of that problem. Alpha 6 would need to try and find a cure to. But yeah, looking at the players of Alpha 6, I'm loving this spread so far. Wall of Death closing in from the back. Alpha 6, they need to start being a little bit more proactive. Rush up. Start being the proactive ones. Take the fights against the players of Jubilant Divine, as the utils, they're being tossed up way too close towards that last man of Jubilant Divine. And I'm not even sure what he can do at this point in time.
Yeah, Atanki also taking his final breath. But for ambush, Jubilant Divine and Alpha 6. Two of the undergod teams really rising up to the occasion, and quite understandable what Ambush is trying to do over here, denying that final finish to Alpha 6. And what a start has it been for these kids on the block. I mean, everybody thought that they were the punching bags, but Necro, he was a believer in this team. And finally, they had to help him and prove his point.
Alpha 6, I mean, this is one of the most entertaining teams. Yes, inside of this game, they were not that entertaining considering they were sitting in that one single compound pinned till the end. And there was also the zone just shifting right on top of them over and over again. So Alpha 6, they were definitely lucky when it comes to the position. But then, too, being able to adapt in the final few moments, getting that chicken dinner secured. Alpha 6, definitely a great start.
Oh, for sure. And I think that is going to bring them that momentum that they've been looking for, finally in the groove of things. But overall, if you talk about this has been such a slow start into the Erangel matchup, right? And we were somewhere down the line, low-key expecting that to happen. Such big upsets, but WSB, man, they were just refusing to die.
I mean, so many times the lifeline was given to them. Twice, I think so. But Raiden was the only player left alive later on. But still, for WSB, you can't say, looking at their positioning inside of the circle, the way they could have been knocked out from the tournament way too early. I mean, the fact that they're over here in the final few moments inside of the game was quite impressive, I'm not going to lie. That rotation that they made through the center of the entire map, out in the open, I thought right then and there they can be caught. But luckily enough for WSB, each and every single team on the map was busy taking their own fights.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite scrappy towards the end, and even you would agree, right? At a moment, we just saw, we kind of saw 10 teams, and in the blink of an eye, there was 6 just vanished from the server. But it was all about teams being quite reluctant into taking those early fights, and they had to deal with the brunt of it. I think the biggest names, Godlike, Esports, they had been silent throughout the entire game, and suddenly T7 and TCW just wiped them down.
T7 making that push. We saw Jonathan just sitting right on top of that buggy to get that overview through the smoke, but unfortunately he gets spotted as well. And that's how T7 eliminate the entirety of Godlike. But still looking forward towards the positive side, right? Jubilant Divine doing pretty decent for themselves in the top 2. Even Team Aru is right there. So you can't say at least some of the known names are there trying their best to do something.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I'm starting to ponder who might the MVP be. We had so many of those players. Could Joyesh be the one, because he had his fair share of time trying to clutch it against the players of WSP. But let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who the MVP of this game is going to be. Has to be Atanki from Team Aru. I think this man did survive till the very end, pushed his team inside of the top 3, getting those 5 finishes. I think this was when Team Blind was taking on another team. I think Remorseless, he was the one doing so much damage from the backlines.
I mean, I think the day saver for Team Aru, that's for sure. These 5 elimination points, they're going to count so much in the point standings in the future. But let's move on and look at the top 5 performers of that previous game. We were seeing those elimination points equally distributed, considering there were so many of those third parties happening, and even the circle was out in the open, so not a lot could be done from a lot of these teams. They needed to make something out of nothing. We saw a lot of these teams just using the vehicles as the cover. But as we do have the top 5 performers, you've also got Nex as well. You've also got another player from the side of Remorseless. You've also got another player from the side of Jubilant Divine Ambushes there. And then you've got Faith from Infected Mushrooms.
So many new names coming up. And for the first time, I think my heart is filled with joy because we're looking at all these undergods really step up. Nex, Aluman, we haven't seen them quite often. Jubilant Divine always known for their first game consistency. This time also a second position, not too shabby. The only known suspect has to be Atanki from Team Aru though. But for Infected Mushrooms, that was a long rotation from home. Initially they started off at Isnaya, took that eastern side and went in, tried to inject themselves from that southern side also. But when you look at the point standings, I think this has been a complete change in contrast to what we saw in the previous game where all the big names were coming up there. But this time, Jubilant Divine, courtesy to those finishes 10 to their name, they still stand tall despite not getting the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, Jubilant Divine just leading the chart so far. Alpha 6, even though the fact that they had the zone right on top of them, they were not able to capitalize properly when it comes to the eliminations. But still, getting the chicken dinner, that's a great start for yourself. You've also got Team Aru with 14 points, not that far behind, my friend. WSB Gaming 2 with 8 points, that's a decent start in my opinion. R&B Outwit as well, getting 6 points. In general, you can't say the top 5, they've got a decent start.
Oh yeah. And for the Supernovas, I was expecting a little more from their side,
Yes.
but with Remorseless, really surprised to see them go big. 6 finish points. This is a team that is not afraid of taking those fights. They're unfazed with whoever their opposition is. And WSB Gaming, they completely changed their gears. They decided to finally go on the defensive, and they were quite notorious the way they were taking those exits. But when you look at the next page in front of us, we're going to have Blind there. And that is going to be disheartening, especially such a big banner, not off to a good start. And look at Godlike, 0 point.
A big heartbreak for the fans. Even Gusso Esports there with just 0 points. You've also got TCW officials, HR Esports with only 1 point each. Infected Mushrooms, I mean, that only one single player managed to get the 3 points, and that's it. Infected Mushroom, that's all they got. LOC, we had expectations from this banner as well, unfortunately not being able to perform. As we mentioned, Blind Esports, one of the bigger names inside of the community, and so far for them, the dip in the performance is clearly noticeable. They need to do something to recover, man. Not a lot of time left.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of time left, and Miramar has to be the ground.
Yes.
And when you look at Miramar, that hasn't been a good map even for the other big banner like Godlike. And for Blind, yes, we've seen the spell of success in this particular map, but like you said, for Gusso Esports, it's going to be so important that they go all out. I really do not understand why these teams are changing their style of play.
I mean, for Gusso Esports, as you mentioned, right, they're known for their aggression, and now in the previous game, we saw them play it really safe. And I think it's all thanks to the entire lobby. The entire lobby is just playing really safe.
Yeah.
We saw, I mean, we were inside of the stage 4, stage 5, and we still had all the teams alive inside of the game. So that in itself should just showcase the intensity, the heat that this lobby possesses. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more to talk about, but after this short promo. The Ignis X suit. Of course, it's quite incredible. Not a lot of days left for you to get your hands on this, or maybe have a chance to get your hands on this. All it takes is 10 UC per day. So what are you waiting for? Log inside of the game, because everyone's got 10 UC lying around. Let's move on forward with the conversation, though.
Yeah.
Upcoming game is going to be Miramar. As you mentioned, for Blind Esports to recover, not a lot of chances left. They've only got 2 more, at least inside of this day.
And they've always been one of those teams that tend to go in for those third parties. This time they wanted to go after Remorseless, but from the backlines, look at what Atanke did to them. So for Team Blind, I think they have to be very choosy with the fights that they pick off. But I really feel like this is one of those teams that needs to engage in those early fights, because I believe they have that 4v4 fight going in for them, and them really being so reluctant kind of goes on to show how nervous they are.
Yeah, but at the same time, if Blind Esports is the only one to ignite fire that early inside of the game, you can't say can also catch them off guard themselves. So it is not going to be that good of a call. In general, Blind Esports, they're trying to adapt to the intensity of the lobby. They're trying to adapt to the heat, but unfortunately, they're not really able to do so. So as you mentioned, maybe inside of just one single game, just try and go back towards the basic. They like to play aggressive. Maybe do it in this game of Miramar.
Hopefully they change things around, but it's just not about Team Blind. Let's take a look at the schedule once more, folks, as it is going to be the game of Miramar. And this time, joining along with me on the desk shall be Super Johnny. And Johnny, you've been watching the matches, and especially coming in group number 4. This has been such an interesting revelation, because you look at these teams and suddenly out of nowhere the underdogs are the ones coming out with flying colors.
Yeah, just like yesterday, right? I mean,
Yes.
that is exactly what happened in the groups that we witnessed yesterday. The undergods rising up and turning into gods instead. And of course, this is quite lovely to witness, especially the turnaround from Alpha 6. My apologies to these 4 lads. I take everything back that I said about them before the match began. That was impressive. And while Necro might be unhappy with the fact that they aren't really engaging in all of those fights, they won the game. They had 5 eliminations. It's all good, right?
All good in the hood.
Yeah.
And this is what we were talking about, because when you look at their previous stats, they had just 3 finish points. That is 3 points in round number 4. I think that was quite abysmal. They took their learning lessons this time. Hey guys, we're focusing on this position. No shenanigans, no monkey business. They got that chicken dinner. Now who knows? They get back to their old ways of fighting. One more good game and they might go all guns blazing.
I mean, they can. Now the doors, the floodgates are all open. It is set up for them. But it is going to be Miramar. It can get complicated, and this is that one map where we see the big names make a comeback. So they have to be extremely careful with how they approach the game. I like their style in the previous one, holding back till the very last moment. And that was one of the big reasons why they were able to secure their win. There were a lot of eyes on Alpha 6 when they were pinned out in a corner.
Yeah.
But just because of the fact that they weren't really willingly engaging into anyone or willingly taking any fights, even if it was forced upon them, they would try to disengage and just stay back. That was one of the reasons why they were there in the endgame situation. But, I mean, there was a conversation happening between you and Necro, and of course the tumble of the big names in this lobby. Blind, Godlike. Yeah, we don't have answers.
We did not see that coming. At least for Blind, they were trying to put in some effort.
Yeah.
But again, godlike esports, the same old storyline, the same old conversation. Erangel had been their strongest suit, and in this matchup, they got nothing.
Yeah.
And Miramar, we've constantly seen those leakages, and have they done enough to sort of remedy that hemorrhage? That's the big question for them, because godlike, I do not know when was the last time I saw them getting a chicken dinner in Miramar.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but again, if there was a moment where they needed a chicken on Miramar, it is now. Because if they do not really perform in this next game, then survival in BGIS, again, it's up for a toss. What can you do with the last 3 games left? And not even the last 3, last 4, because we have that one Sanhok happening today. But then again, I mean, it is Team Godlike, right? You want to see that godlike performance, the good old days that everyone remembers. Every single individual from the team just popping off and destroying entire squads by themselves. Well, this time, so one thing was for sure, they were quite unfortunate with how they got eliminated in this game. Just getting piled on by 2 different teams, stuck behind that ridge, nowhere left to go. And in a situation like that, you can't even do that much, but they have an opportunity. Miramar, as you said, it's not been good in the past, but they can make it better now.
I hope they do that, because right now everybody is hoping to finally see Godlike inside of the grand finals.
Yes.
It hasn't been a good start for them. But when we're talking about the grand finals, it is going to be here in Hyderabad, just a couple of kilometers away from where we are. And certainly you can also be a part of it. Maybe book your tickets very soon, because they're going to go live. And for all the other information, stay tuned to our socials. And I heard there's something happening around from the premium seats also, Johnny.
Yeah, there are going to be premium seats, and again, you're going to have to stay active on the socials and of course check in on the website as to when they exactly come out. And of course, if you do show up to the event, to the LAN finale, drop by and say hi to all of us. We are there to greet you guys as well. And of course, if you get the premium passes, you're going to be helping someone out.
Oh, you certainly will. But for now, at least we do not know. It's quite uncertain if Godlike is making into the finals. But like I said, you guys certainly can. And make sure you have all your traveling tickets also ready. But for now, coming back to the game of Miramar, this has been one of the discussion even I was having with Necro. Where we did talk about teams like Blind, Godlike, not really engaging in those early fights where they can really control the situation because you're trying to push it till the very end. So many teams are around you. Third party is inevitable.
Yeah, it is going to be inevitable. Plus, that was a complicated circle as well, which did benefit all of those teams that were going for those third parties. Another name that I would like to bring into the conversation is Infected Mushroom, because it isn't just Blind and Godlike that have taken a tumble. Even Infected Mushroom, their previous round run, it was quite nice for them. But now, in Wildcard, it seems like the pressure is getting to all the veterans, not just one.
For Infected Mushroom, I think during round number 4, it was the Sanhok game where they got a big chicken dinner and they almost squeezed it through. And Infected Mushrooms were the reason why Blind is still playing inside this lobby. Because I still remember how just Blind went in, wiped out the players of Kemin. Suddenly out of nowhere, Infected Mushroom come in to get all those eliminations. So yeah, for Infected Mushrooms, a tough task also ahead for them. But you know, I still am a firm believer in the fact that these teams have that gunpowder, have those players who can deliver in those 4v4 fights. So might as well engage in some early ones, because towards the end, there's always somebody else, and if it's not a third party, it's a fourth or the fifth team also chiming in.
I agree with that 100%, especially for the 3 names that we have been talking about: Infected Mushroom, Blind, and Godlike. As you said, a lot of firepower within these lineups, and they need to start capitalizing on that firepower. Start relying on the skills of the players that you have. These players are some of the best players in the country you can find. Mechanically gifted, extremely talented, and experienced as well. Instead of overcomplicated things, especially on a map of Miramar, if you somehow manage to figure out how to find those early frags, even if it is with those drop clashes, I think they can definitely put up big numbers on the board. If not big, hitting double digits, it's not going to be difficult. That is how good the players are.
Right now, Johnny, I think we're having 2 different storylines. On one side, we have the undergods living their Cinderella run. And on the other side, it is the big boys facing so much trouble, especially inside of group number 4. And let's not forget, they still have a couple of more matches to go. I think 5 more games remaining. And 1 bad game is still okay. Something that you can live with, but you need to ensure that you come back with a bang.
Exactly. In the rest 4 matches that you have left, you need to be able to perform. But as you were talking about the undergods, Jubilant Divine. That is the team that has impressed me the most. I absolutely love the way these 4 players are playing. Not really afraid of running into engagements. Extremely confident with how they take those fights. And of course, well versed in defending those compounds as well. I mean, they know exactly where one player needs to be, how to follow up if a man goes down. Everything is just looking very clean from this team.
Yeah, till the very end. I mean, of course, Alpha 6 did get the chicken dinner. But those were those small moments where, you know, even the final player ambush, he goes outside of the circle, does not want to give that finish point away. And this really helps, because you do not want to have that build really building, lead in fact building up for your opposition. So that is of the absolute essence. But for Jubilant Divine, the problem still lies. They always are off to a great start in Erangel, but Miramar and Sanhok have sort of been their kryptonite. But do they overcome it all? This is going to be unraveled inside this game of Miramar, folks, as we will be chartering in through the valleys, through the dry lands of Miramar, as the flight path trajectory all the way from Ladrilera heads towards the truck stop area.
Oh, this is a flight path that leans heavily towards the southern half of the map, and it can cause major issues for a lot of these teams. Anyone looking to head towards Trailer Park, towards Crater Fields, El Pozo is going to be a difficult position to reach as well, but you can drop along those roads from Monte Nuevo that lead up north, pick up a few vehicles, and then rotate towards the city of El Pozo. Tierra Bronca, El Azar, I mean, usually you do expect, especially in lobbies like this, you do expect teams to utilize those northeastern locations. But this time around, I think expecting a drop clash over there, it is not going to be bad for anyone.
I really want to see those early fights. I mean, Johnny, you all love those early fights.
Oh, yes.
And the way these teams have been playing, they do not want to take that. Little heartbreaking though. But for Team Aru, I think we were just being too harsh, but eventually they somehow managed to kind of keep things tight, and towards the end also a top 3 finish. Not too shabby for them, but just a top 3 finish isn't going to make the cut for them. They have to be consistent. The only issue ongoing with this particular team.
All right, now this is something interesting that is happening towards the southwestern edge of the map, towards Valid Elmar. You have 4 players from the side of Alpha 6, a team that does not like to fight early, and 2 players from the side of, or in fact 3 players from the side of Infected Mushroom, a team that is all about taking those fights. Now, how does that work out for either of these sides? Who pushes on who? I mean, Infected Mushroom, they are definitely going to look for those vehicles, and if they see those parachutes glide all the way towards Minas del Sur, and you have a circle towards the western half of the map, they definitely have an opportunity to block that bridge and take a few early frags for themselves. But now this is it, WSB versus T7, and this is a fight for the control of Impala.
Again, Team 7, haven't really seen much out of them. The previous game did wipe out Godlike, but now they're on the hunt. It is going to be the players of WSB, and this is what we love about this team.
Yeah.
That raw, pure aggression on display, as Arsh starting to fathom if his position is compromised though. Because WSB, this is a team that does not know when to stop. When you know, kind of bring the conversation away from WSB a little bit, and you focus on Team Godlike also, a massive change. They've changed their drop location. They've dropped down at Los Leones. Something that we haven't really seen them do in the past couple of days.
Yeah, and it's definitely not going to be easy, considering Team Aru is there alongside with them.
Yeah.
But we'll see how that story turns out. Whose fate it is to secure those early frags and who is destined for defeat. In the meanwhile, WSB, they found one early finish for themselves against the players of T7. But T7, look at that. They instantly just go still. Arsh, it is his job to spot out the players of WSB and relay that information to the rest of his team so that they can try and find a trade over here. But look at this now. We have a southern zone. Oh my god. I'm loving the zones we have been having on Miramar for the last 2 days. I mean, I missed out on that Oasis circle yesterday, but not this one. Fixes. I'm here for this one.
I really hope it ends towards Parthona.
Oh, yes.
There's high
Yes,
chances
please.
of the circle going over there. But as the history has dictated so far, could just might end towards where the players of Infected Mushroom are.
Yeah.
And you did talk about them right from the early get-go, where they were in real close contention to Alpha 6. And from what we have known of Alpha 6 and Infected Mushroom and the mentality, the psyche coming into today's games, they will not want to engage in those early fights.
I mean, of course. But at this point, it is... I'm forgetting. There is this mathematical phenomena in game theory where you try to analyze the decisions made by the opposing player as well. And I think that would be the situation developing between those two teams in Valid Elmar and Minas del Sur. But let's see. I mean, one more thing I'm worried about right now is majority of the teams are towards the northeastern quadrant of the map. And specifically towards the eastern side, and all of them will try to breach the circle from the same position. So that can result in a lot of early awkward rotating teams fighting amongst themselves. But Team Godlike, as you were talking about them, I think for the first time, as you mentioned, this Los Leones drop, it was a gamble, but it has paid off. It keeps them in the zone, and it allows them to play as slow as they want.
Yeah, I think the stars are aligning for Godlike. They did manifest this because we did not see this even in those third-party tournaments. I think it kind of goes back to the old drop location of Jelly, where he used to drop somewhere around La Bendita.
Yeah.
He had a split whilst his spell in OR. And you could see those influences really coming into play. But let's not forget, his former teammates are also inside the lobby in the form of Team Aru, and they're not really far behind.
They were there alongside with him in this game as well. I mean,
Yes.
Team Aru, they took control of that eastern periphery of the city, but Jubilant Divine on our screens now. And this is a team that did take control of that northern La Benedita position. They have a decent early start of the game. The only point of concern is now every single rotating path that they have available to them is out in the open. But WSB, it seems like they aren't really done with the players of T7 and Raiden. This is a Very risky play, but this is also the only play that allows them to secure those frags hiding inside the compounds of Impala. He gets all the information from up top, but the only problem is the players from T7 can actually back off towards the northern side, wrap around the hills, and finish him off. It's a long play, but that is something that they need to do. On the other end, though, I think they've just abandoned core and moved forward. My apologies. WSB is a team that is too much to deal with, and T7, they're like, all right, buddy, you're on your own, we are leaving.
Yeah, and Core has nothing really to work around with. Just that S12K, and look at the horde coming in right on his face, and Core, before he could even respond or retaliate back. WSB, and I'm Johnny, I'm pretty sure you're low-key enjoying this. Because this is one of those teams, right? Finally unleashing themselves. WSB are like, we've had enough. We're just gonna go after just clobbering everybody down.
I would have enjoyed it if Core gave it a fight at least. I mean, it felt like he gave up. He was crouch moving.
Just don't be too greedy, right? WSB, the previous game, they were so silent. Now they're starting to go for those fights.
They do not
How
know
much
what
are you
has
asking
happened.
for? Okay.
They do not know what has happened. They do not know that Core was the only player that was left behind. So they're just like preemptively nading everything and checking every building.
I really felt for a moment that they almost needed themselves.
Yeah.
Because there was just like around 1 second remaining. But finally he let loose off that grenade. But WSP, this is exactly what we wanted. To kind of go up against your opposition, try to take those fights, believe in your strengths. Because for T7, they have been pushed back.
Yeah.
Talk about teams being pushed back. Goso Esports. First game really not going their way. What do you think is the problem?
I think just the pressure. I mean, this wildcard stage, it's been proven to be quite chaotic, and of course the results that we are witnessing right now, apart from a few exceptions, have been just outright surprising. But look at this. TCW. And it's Yadnesh getting pushed upon by the entirety of Blind. If he can just line this nade and time it perfectly, he can find a good opening for his team. His teammates are not too far away, and they're looking and trying their level best to gain a line of fire against the players of Blind. But Yadnesh is going to have to deal with this pressure alone. The first man going for the push inside the room, and Yadnesh, he finds the opening, looking for the second, the pre-fire on the door, and Blind, they hold back for a few extra seconds, and Yadnesh, he gets finished off. But now, the problem is that Blind, they can get pinned inside the same building as well. Not anymore. Guru goes down. It's all good.
But look at Hunter. He's already managed to secure one knock, and Adi also goes falling down. Blind in dire circumstances as TCW officials, they are changing the tides of this battle. Hunter wants to secure all those finishes, wants to get that final knock on towards Adi, but look at it. Two players pushing at his direction, and Hunter, he has to hold the line.
Yeah, he definitely has to. He wraps around to the other side, and brilliant moves being made by TCW. They just outmaneuver and outsmarted the entirety of Blind in this fight. Yadnesh did a phenomenal job gaining that opening, but Hunter with those two frags, and specifically that nade that dropped the player who was covering the outer lines of the building.
Adi.
That was the most important one. Yes, Adi getting knocked out, it changed everything. It allowed Jack's OP to close in as well. And then as soon as Blind exited the building, because they felt the pressure of the players will help them push up the stairs, and Hunter was actually already indoors. I think that was the one big mistake they made, because then Jax and Hunter, they just made sure it was a 2v2 sandwich that they created on the entirety of Blind.
I mean, overextension again from
Yeah.
Team Blind Esports. Not acceptable considering the circumstances they're in. The first game not going their way. And this time also, they did not have all that information on where TCW were. All they could have spotted out was Yadnesh, and all of them went after him. Three players pushing onto that compound, and Yadnesh did a pretty good job stalling them for as much as he possibly could. For Hunter to really come into the mix, and yeah, like you said, Adi being taken down was a key game changer in that particular fight. But as things stands, R&B still around the center, but look at T7. They do not want to enter inside the circle.
Yeah, T7 is going to have to play slow considering they've lost those two players early. And as you mentioned, I think from Tierra Bronca going to Truckstrop, or no matter which rotation path they choose, I think they will be able to recover a lot of healing utility, especially to survive the early stages. But did you see Alpha 6 still on that prison island? Oh, to be Alpha 6 in a game of Miramar where you have a southern shoreline circle and Partona, the newest location inside this map, is still a big vantage point that they can play with.
At least for now. Because the only team around that southern island for Alpha 6, yeah, they started off the day with a chicken dinner and they want to pass by with flying colors. Can't really say the same for Blind Esports. And quite unlikely they're really living up to their name. Blindfolded, pushing in like that. And for Adi and the boys, it's going to be such a tough time in Sanhok. But as things are in front of us, HR in a little bit of a pickle though. One of their players being picked up by Remorseless. This is one of those teams that hasn't really amassed a lot of those position points. But when it comes to taking fights, Remorseless, they've been a delight.
I mean, it's remorseless, right? They play with no regrets. And the only things you regret inside of a game of BGMI sometimes are taking fights or running away from fights, showing your back to the opposition. They're like, all right, no regrets, remorseless. We're just going to challenge everyone head on. And HR definitely are feeling the pressure of this team as well, and all of that fire that was bestowed upon them from the distance. They are going to try to back off. But the question is, do Remorseless let this go? Because it will be a cat and mouse chase now between them.
Yeah, I think Remorseless, they're starting to act like the Alpha 6 in round number 4. But, you know, an Alpha 6, who knows to take those fights? Even previously we saw Remorseless getting so much of that done in Erangel, but to their sad luck, it was Team Aru from the backlines. In fact, Atanki striking terror, and in the blink of an eye, they were eliminated. But for Team LOC, another interesting prospect. We know they've been the old boys on the block, have been into the competitive circuit for quite some time. But now facing Wildcard, and haven't really got much to say about them. They have that perfect balance, but this is one of those teams that we've been looking out, that they go out and deliver, give us more reasons to talk about them.
I think we have been hoping a lot from LOC Esports, and considering it is also one of those teams, it is one of those names that nurtures young talent in the BGMI scene. So there has been a change since last year we saw them, and of course from these players we were, well, quite hopeful to see, can they step into the same shoes of the players that were there before them, or are they going to be better? So far, I think that is, the jury's still out on that question, but I think the doors might be closing soon. Because, again, that first game on Erangel wasn't that great. This Miramar, it seems like they are going to be stuck in a very awkward position soon.
Very important conversation that you brought up, especially when you look at the former players of LOC, Mafia and Omega,
Yeah.
now being a part of Team Forever. And look at where they are.
Exactly.
They're also in the wildcards, and they did not get a lot of points yesterday. I think 10 points for them, and if LOC can get better, then things are looking quite dandy. But look at this. Veron, he's in no man's land, Johnny.
Yeah, he definitely is. But it is the vultures of WSB that are surrounding him now. The question is, where are his teammates in all of this? Don't even see them on that radar. And if WSB by any chance spot him out, he is a dead man. I mean, he's already a dead man, not even walking, just prone.
Yeah, not moving a muscle, but Raiden has that little inkling. Maybe WSB just came in for the airdrop.
I think
Or was it Veron? He was like, guys, there's an airdrop. I'm going after that. I'm going to get that level 3 helmet and armor. And suddenly he finds an entire team running after him. But the big question is, are the players of WSB aware that Veron is right on top of them?
See, you look at God's position and you know that they aren't at all, because Gods is about to get knocked out. One of the last few shots connects from that Scar. He's looking for a second one as well. Zeref with that cover fire. But where on? He needs to lob the nade, needs to get the knock, or at least secure the finish, because he might not last for a long time in this fight. And he finds the second as well. But look at Arman. He's too far away to provide any backup to Raiden. So all of a sudden, this fight from a 1v4 has been brought down to an isolated 1v1. And WSB, what is this? As soon as the backup show up, they disengage, leaving 2 of their players behind.
Oh my god, such a big collapse for WSB.
What a play.
Certainly not in a position to fight back at this point because, like you said, right, the assistance has arrived and they're going to rendezvous over here. But for Team Aru, especially Veron, I think cojones on that man. waiting for that right moment to strike. And I think it was also well communicated.
Yes.
His teammates were like, we are coming, you can initiate the fight.
Oh, but look at the radar. Things can get worse for WSP. There's another team in the mix now, in the form of Supernova. And Raiden, he's been cut off from his teammate. That just makes things even worse. Now, if Arman gun close in and these two individuals can't stay together, then there is absolutely no way they survive these fights. But Supernova, my goodness, alright, another big thing. The circle has completely changed directions. It is heading towards the position of Los Leones and Minas del Valle, somewhere between those two markers. And this is kind of in the middle of nowhere. You have these small little clusters of compounds present, but the main terrain is that Minas del Valle Chumacera hilltop that I think the teams are going to look to utilize.
Yeah, exactly. And when you look at this circle, kind of comes down to how well aware are you of the ridges.
Yeah.
They're those small warehouses to play around, couple of ridges like we said. And LOC, they're sitting at the smack center. Even for the players of HR, they're also there. Even the likes of Guso Esports. But when you look at the bigger names, WSP, a huge collapse just a couple of moments ago. And Team Aru, finally they're starting to look in sync. But when you talk about the other big guns, Godlike, where are they?
I mean, they were present towards the
Look at this.
southwestern edge of the circle. And yeah, Alpha 6, I think as soon as the zone moved, that was their cue to move out of that prison Minas del Sur position as well. Where they're going, it seems like they're heading all the way up north towards Ladriela. And this might just be a good call. This might be that 200 IQ play that Alpha 6 impresses us with. Because with this rotation, they managed to avoid a lot of conflicts headed their way. But talking about conflict, we have Team Aru in amidst their own little fiasco. Look at the radar down. It says his back is compromised, his flank is compromised. There's a team at the top of the hill. Such a difficult position for a solo player to be in.
Yeah, finally get some assistance from his IGL himself. But Team Aru, they really need to find some consolidation over here. RNB outbit just around them as Godlike. Again, TCW on the back lines. They could throw a spanner to their works. They have to be quite cautious. They have to be vigilant. One small mistake, Godlike cannot afford to do so. They might suffer the same fate as Team Blind just a couple of moments ago.
Yeah.
And for the ones wondering where they're situated at the southwestern part of the circle, Admino, he knows that there are multiple teams around him. And in fact, so much of that splash of colors around that southwestern side. How are these teams going to enter inside the zone?
I think everyone just assumed that the circle was going to force them towards the southwestern edge of the map, towards either the hills of Minas del Valle or maybe even Partona itself. But that wasn't the case. A massive curveball as the zone moved towards Chumacera, between Chumacera and Los Leones. I think that is something that no one accounted for, because when we saw the map as well, you might have noticed the cluster of teams was present towards the western and the southern quadrants of that zone. No one was playing towards the northeastern quadrant. No one was present towards the eastern half of the map. Well, not no one. There's just a few teams. LOC is kind of towards the eastern side. And well, what is this? Lady Luck is smiling upon them, man. The circle right on top of their heads. And this is a big position. They can drop big numbers in this game. That's a big hilltop they have control of.
Oh my days. Look at WSP. Had they had those extra numbers, could have really worked it around.
True.
But LOC, like you said, completely agree with you. Quite a dominant position around that eastern side of the map. You've got from the southern side, Team Aru trying to inject themselves, Godlike trying to take that southern shift, and now might face the wrath of the Supernovas. And it's going to be such a tough task for entering inside the circle. They will have to fight their way through.
Oh, but the Supernovas, they are moving out, and if Jelly gets anywhere close to that mountaintop, then Supernovas, they are going to blow up. In fact, it is Admino who kicks things off. He finds the first opening. And Zyro, whoa, what a brilliant dodge over there. Dodges Jelly, but Jonathan with his buggy finds that knock. And Supernova, well, I think their time in this game might come to an end. That was a little bit of a slowdown for that ramp. But he still survives, switches over to the shotgun. Does he find this frag? It's one of the last players. In fact, it is. Yeah, just two players remaining from the side of Supernova. Might just be one, as Admino is looking for the second frag from the opposing team.
But the fight is not over yet. Look at this. R&B from atop. They're instilling so much of that hurt as Godlike. They need to get the numbers back up. Jelly's still down and out, but now This makes the task even tougher for godlike Supernovas. Yes, they're down on numbers. They also somehow need to reset as the final player, Bava, he has left his team stranded. And look at Infected Mushrooms. They also want to push inside the circle. But RNB having no other intentions but completely sinister ideas. They want to stop everybody on their tracks.
I mean, then AMM has outwit right there. And they are outwitting godlike Infected Mushroom. Look at that. You know how many points godlike got from that previous fight? Nothing. They got robbed off of those points because outwit, R&B outwit, they showed up at the right time, secured those frags, and a godlike they are looking for revenge. In fact, they found that first knock, but they are going to need a few more if they want to re-engage. The only thing that can work out for Team Godlike right now is the fact that RNB outwit might have bitten a little bit more that they can chew by engaging into the players of Infected Mushroom. But look at those nades. Jelly down, Jonathan down. It's down to Admino and Simp. And there's one more nade lobbed right between them. But it does not do enough damage to take both of them down. Numbers quite evened out from either of these sides. Oh god, I hope Alpha 6 show up and re-engage in this fight, but they've lost 2 players already.
They're actually doing that. But look at Godlike still having the pieces tight, and there you have it. Jonathan delivering on that grenade. Leaves with the final surviving member of R&B outwit. But this is not where the task is over. Done and dusted for Team Godlike. Envyon, the final surviving member of R&B, as Alpha 6 from the backlines could instill so much hurt. Even the players of T7, they finally make an entry. But Envyon wants to get out of here, but no tires on that buggy. Instantly gets dealt with. And Godlike live to fight another day. 4 finishes secured, but they need to watch their 6.
Yeah, I mean, they could have gotten 6 finishes in this fight as well. But as you mentioned,
Even more.
They have to watch their backlines. And I think a brilliant job done though by Team Godlike in this fight. Did not lose a single player in a position where the whole team could have been wiped out. But Alpha 6, the intentions might have been to once again make it to the late game stages, but they get eliminated on the 12th position. And Team Godlike, they've spotted out those 2 individuals from the side of T7. Well, they spotted out Stifler, his teammate. You can see him on the radar in the backlines. But Stifler can't do nothing about this. I think, yeah, that's the best case scenario. Just lob a smoke out. Try and see if you can cover at least one line of fire. Godlike, they have the numbers in their hands. It's a 4v2 fight.
Indeed it is. Arsh having that flank angle, he has been spotted out. But for Team Godlike, they want to compensate for all that loss early on in the previous game of Erangel. As look at this, all 4 players committing themselves inside the battle. Atanki from the far of Frey takes down Jonathan, as Stifler and Arsh trying to keep the unit tight. But for Godlike, it has to be the commitment of an extra few utility out there. Try and get Jonathan back alive, and Jelly in due time finally reaches out. And look at that, the hand of God finally showing up. But for Team Aru, they show no mercy.
Well, they definitely won't, and they shouldn't. They have a brilliant advantageous position right now. The slope of the hill grants them access to the line of fire to both Team Godlike and that last individual surviving from the side of T7. Look at this Aru, he's trying to gain that angle inch by inch, spots out Jelly, the IGL from Team Godlike, down on his knees. But luckily, before he went down, he did make sure that Jonathan was back up to pick up a fight. HR, they show up as a distraction, but Aru, there goes every single round he had for that M4. No ammunition left.
No ammunition left, even on Atanki needs to reload on his mag, and he does that and gets this beautiful knock. Atanki, he has been nothing short of stellar in this particular matchup, as Dionysus wraps it up from the backlines. Even Jonathan having been dealt with as Godlike go down for a collapse. As Team Aru, they are on fire. 7 finishes already for these lads, and they still have all their players together.
Alright, they're playing 2 perfectly, so I'll point out the only mistake they made in that fight, that Atanki wanted to lob a nade and he lobbed a stun by mistake. Or maybe that was intentional, but look at this. Infected Mushroom, lacking numbers, they get wiped out in a matter of seconds. And Aru, Team Aru, they are looking for a lot more eliminations. Oh, it just overshoots a bit. Shockwave does manage to survive, but I don't think for long. It's just going to be for a few seconds. There it is. He gets picked off. And look at this, 10 eliminations already secured by Team Aru. We're down to 5 teams, 13 players still alive, and 4 of which are from Team Aru.
this team has given us reason to believe once again in them.
Yes.
The way Team Aru has been playing, first of all, going up against WSP, kudos to Veron single-handedly managing that situation. Now WSP, however, still alive, still inside the top 5, have a couple of finishes to their names, but GlitchX Reborn, we remember how close Joyesh was in the previous game to clutch it out. But for now, Team Aru 10 finishes strong and looking nigh unstoppable. Next on their hit list will be the players of LOC. Raiden has that knock on Fuzzy, but Veron, he steals it away.
He's doing a brilliant job with that 6x scope equipped on the M4, because that was quite a long distance commitment, but Team Aru, cover fire provided to that one individual who was going for the push downhill, and it was Aru himself. But he gets flanked, and Raiden, he gets revenge for his team. Aru has been knocked and finished off, and even WSB now, 5 finishes on the board. So in a match, that could have been one of the worst games we could have witnessed from the side of WSB. They recovered a lot in this game.
Certainly in kind though. Because for WSP, that could have been a severe collapse. But like you said, right? Still keeping the numbers tight with just 2 players also managing to deliver. These are the signs of an experienced team as Raiden, he continues this barrage, this time against Joyesh. But Atanki, he's going to be stealing that finish away as Raiden wants to pick a fight against the players of Team Aru. Once again, a 2-on-2 situation as Raiden needs to really be watchful. Atanki not having the best of HP along with Dionysus, they need to get down the hill.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy at all with WSB blocking the way for them, and of course the flanks covered as well. LOC in the backlines can actually cause a lot more trouble than WSB for Team Aru. They have Veron on the flank, as you mentioned. Guso Esports, Ragnarok, is he able to make it inside the zone? Because, well, he doesn't have any first aids, and finally they notice him. Shots fired. Although none of them connecting, he actually does manage to safely cross over.
Yeah, I think still
Oh, he's spotted.
Oh.
He's spotted now.
Yeah, that's bad. That's sad because from the backlines. Now the big question is who gets that finish? Is it going to be the other team or is it going to be WSP? Yeah, there you go. Puts a ring on it. Raiden getting that final elim. And LOC finally managed to kind of push themselves inside of the circle. The final 3 teams and Raiden, he looks nigh unstoppable. Yet another grenade and they want to force this fight, but this is the trifecta of death, and look at Atanki's position.
Yeah, and that high ground advantage gives them a lot of information about what is happening downstairs with LOC and WSB. And in fact, Veron, along with Dionysus, both of these players have already made it to the lower ground, so they are prepared to re-engage in third party, whoever is left behind. Oh, that's quite close to Sketch. Does a lot of damage. No knock secured, but Grind in the back lines does get knocked out. And the finishes have been taken away. Well, at least Grind's finish has been taken away by the players of Team Aru. If they can find Fragger as well, I think they might realize that it's the same team that they were engaged with a few moments ago. Oh, wonderful nade. Atanki finds both of those picks. And LOC, they're down to their last man. A brilliant job done by Team Aru. A big, big chicken dinner. That definitely satisfies the whole team.
A big chicken dinner, a big statement for Team Aru.
Yeah.
They are back and back with a bang. Certainly giving the other big names such a run for their money, because we did not see this coming. Because Team Aru, the first game, yeah, it was pretty decent. Atanki trying to pull them through that final hurdle did fail. But Comet Miramar, it all begun in that fight against Team WSP. And towards the end, also it was them against WSP. And Atanki prevailed supreme.
And to be fair, I don't think they were in a position to fight the first time against WSP, because we all saw what happened. Veron, he was on that rooftop. But brilliant decision making, trigger discipline put on display, and what patience can do for you. You don't have to pull the trigger every time you see someone, right? Sometimes it is good to hold back. And that is, I think, what the lesson is going to be for WSB as well. Check every single corner inside the game. Even on Miramar, you're going to have snakes, but this time just up on the roof.
I mean, it was a rattlesnake, and they tend to thrive in those deserts. Again, coming back, but still a very good performance by WSP. Quite consistent, especially considering that early loss, losing out on 2 of their players. But Raiden, he was relentless. He was fighting back, and making it inside of the top 3 isn't too shabby. Nothing to scoff at over there also. Even for the players of LOC, that was also a comeback and a half, because we did not expect a lot of things, but they still delivered. However, you talk about teams that we expected a lot from. Now, put your hands on your heart, Johnny. One hand. Yeah. Now tell me, was it necessary for Godlike to go down the slope?
No, 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 no. So I was just about to come to that point as well, that when they were fighting against the players of T7, and I think they got a little too greedy on that, because everything else before that was perfectly done, perfectly executed. Yes, they could have had a few extra finish points had the players of Outwit not showed up over there with the third party. They could have actually picked off the players of Supernovas by themselves.
Yeah.
And Outwit just like made sure that some points were taken away from them. But as soon as that push came towards T7 on the radar, it took me a second to realize, like, all right, this can turn out to be a mistake. And it was quite unfortunate for Team Godlike as well, because Team Aru a few seconds ago were looking in the other direction, taking their own fights, but there was so much noise down the hill that they had to turn their eyes. And as soon as they saw those 4 players huddled together down in that valley, I think their eyes just started to sparkle, like, guys, points just right there. We got to push. Let's go.
Right from the anime, suddenly the flame in their eyes. But,
Yeah.
you know, this is exactly what I wanted to discuss about, because even I was starting to ponder, was it really necessary? Yes, Godlike spotted out 2 players of T7 coming in. Understandable, they wanted to compensate for those early loss in points. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, losing such a high ground position, going down south, and when you know that you're giving such an advantageous position, you have no idea of who could be on the other side. They were literally being smacked at.
I think just one player should have stayed up right
Exactly.
on the slope. That is it. Even if they had the information of Team Aru, and even if they just fired a few shots to deter the players of Team Aru, it would have been enough. But ladies and gentlemen, the final few moments of this game of Miramar, and of course, perfect execution of this play from Team Aru as well. Especially that push that happened, right? From Veron and Dionysus and Atanki staying up top. We did discuss that. That information is of value, and a lot of value on Miramar. You do not see the oppositions for no reason. This map has a lot of open space, right? So that key bit of information that Atanki relayed, like, alright, WSB has also overextended and we can now try and make that push. It allowed Veron and Dionysus to have that freedom to slightly go over the ridge, go for that peak, line up those shots and secure those frags.
Yes, certainly. And, you know, this kind of pushes me into thinking who the MVP will be of this game. Is it going to be Veron? Is it going to be Atanki? Somebody, surely, from the team Aru has to be there, as they had quite a comeback over here in the wildcard. Finally, they seem quite well oiled, playing as a whole unit. Veron being one of the latest additions. He's also been swinging out. So, folks, let's take a look at who the MVP of this game is going to be, and it is going to be Veron. And I think quite rightfully put, because this could have gone wrong in multiple proportions had Veron not really opened things up against WSP in the initial phases of the game.
Very well deserved, and as you said, I mean, the fact that he took down 2 players from WSB all by himself and cued his team to move in at the right time also made sure that WSB had no fighting chance in that fight, because we saw Raid in the way he escaped in a hurry, because I think WSB also themselves realized, like, if we try to recover these 2 fallen individuals, we're going to get wiped out. The entire team goes down. There is no coming back from that, because all of the players from the side of Team Aru were all lined up for that entire ridge. But 6 finishes, as you mentioned, 517 damage, and of course, making it till the very end of the game. Very impressive performance coming in from Veron. But let's have a look at the top performers, the other top performers from this match as well. And I wonder how many players from Team Aru are going to be there. It's 3.
It is 3. At Atanki, still there, 5 finishes. For him, we've got Dionysus with 3, but for TCW Hunter, I think this was quite a good game, especially considering they had to go up against the big hitters blind, and being able to withstand that push and being able to respond that in kind. I think Hunter goes away ahead of what he initially did when he came into this tournament. But for Godlike, Jonathan is there. 3 finishes. I think Godlike did collect a couple of extra points by virtue of those finishes, but is it going to be enough, considering the first game they collected nothing? This game, I think around 5 to 6 points.
I think so.
Let's find out.
I think Sanhok might help them, but let's have a look at the standings of this game and see exactly what the total tally looks like. And there it is, 27 points for Team Aru. Now that is a nuke and a half that they have dropped on the entire lobby in this match. And of course, it does suffocate a lot of those other teams for those finish points. But we have LOC on the 2nd with 11, WSB on the 3rd with 11, TCW on the 4th with 7 points, and all for those finishes. That is quite impressive. And this is what I wanted to talk about, right? Brilliant recovery, not just from Team Aru, but from LOC, from WSB, TCW is the consistent one in this block. But thanks to those eliminations, positions. Gusso Esports recovered quite nicely. Glitz Reborn as well. They also did a pretty decent job in this match.
Yeah, they're constantly averaging around 6 to 7 points per game, which is fine. I think it's all about getting a chicken dinner in Sanhok, and for Glitch Reborn, it is possible. But WSB, like you said, right, they've been pretty consistent, but Team Aru, they've been above the pack. I think slowly but surely replicating an Aiku Soul performance, what they did in the first two games whilst they were playing, because right now, when you take a look at the overall standings, once it's going to be in front of our screens, I'm pretty sure they've crossed that 37 to 38 territory. But as we look ahead, Blind Esports, this is something I cannot digest, Shawnee. First game did not go well. Second game, just 1 point. What's going wrong?
I mean, yeah, things are not really working out for Blind anymore. And I think, again, just committing to those fights is what they need to do. These players, they have been impressive in the past. We all know that they have what it takes to try and get those finish numbers up whenever they want. But just behind them, right, on the 15th position, Alpha 6. I take my apology back, guys. I mean, what is that? Just the instantaneous reset in the very next game, man.
I think Alpha 6 need a little bit of Necro and his support.
We're going to bring Necro. He's going to motivate them.
Yes, but now it's time to take a look at the overall standings and find for ourselves who is going to be on the top with how many points. Team Aru, like I said, right, breaching that 37-point mark, already at 41 points. WSB, the beacon of consistency. But look at that vacuum that Team Aru has created up top.
I mean, this, as we mentioned, this suffocates the entirety of the lobby for points. Because from 41, you drop instantly all the way down to 19. How do you manage this? I mean, the only teams that can recover from this in the next game are going to be the teams sitting inside of the top 7. For the teams from the 8th all the way to the 16th position, they need to bring those double digits in, like 20+ points instantly. That's the only way. Because you do not have to think about your particular group anymore. You're thinking about all the 64 teams that are there with you in the wildcard stages. And it is not enough to be on the 2nd position of your group if you just have 20 points. That's not going to work out for you on the bigger run.
And even for Jubilant Divine Esports, they started things off with a great game in Erangel, had that 2nd position for themselves, but this game had literally nothing. And again, my worst fears have come alive. Even previously, whilst we saw them in round number 3, Erangel game, they got a chicken dinner, and in the remainder of the matches, they started to crumble. So this time, another Erangel is going to be there, but it might be tomorrow or day after. Whatever it is, they're still in the mix of things. But then again, your point about not this entire group being the competition, but the entire 63 teams, barring Jubilant Divine, 17 points, I do not think it's enough.
Yeah, I don't think it keeps them in the top 20 as well as of now. I think the top 25 even. So this is such a difficult position to be in, and of course, we're going to try and see where they can fall off or where they can head towards in the game of Sanhok. But while we make that calculation, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at this promo.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
The Endless Sand Royal Pass, folks. And if you still haven't gotten it for yourselves, what are you doing? You're going to get those 720 UC rebated back instantly, and those extra RP points does really help whilst you're trying to upgrade your weapons. But coming back into picture, right now the stage is set. Team Aru, they are spitting fire. Whilst all of them are burning down, a big chance for all the other undergods and also for the bigger teams to make a comeback in Sanhok. I'm shivering to fathom what is going to happen in Sanhok.
I think it's going to be very unpredictable, just like the previous one we saw before them. But you were talking about motivating teams, right? Let's have a look at the schedule now. And again, as you said, stage is set. One last game to go. And of course, we all know the one man who can motivate these teams. It is Necro. But guess what? While Necro joins in, and I think everyone has realized that now instead of having one Necro, we have Necros as well. So the Nec Bros are all prepared for this last game, and as my man Necro joins me, my brother of destruction. Are you ready to witness what happens on Sanhok?
Of course I'm ready. Bringing in that RNG factor you still do not know is going to be the one to pop off first. There's so many potential winners that can be there on the line. Maybe Alpha 6 can once again hit back. But you know what? As you guys said, you guys have already given our duo a name. Neg Bros, you know what, my brother? Welcome back on the desk. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty fine, and yeah, I kind of like this name, Nick Bros. I was waiting for this moment when I would actually sit on the same desk, cast with you, and yeah, I finally got the opportunity, and this time it's in the map of Sanhok.
Ooh, the map of Sanhok, that brings in a lot of that RNG factor. You do not know what exactly is going to be happening, right? Maybe it can be Alpha 6 once again hitting back. Maybe Jubilant Divine can once again get back in the swing of things. But what do you think? Which team are you going to be rooting for?
I will go for WSB. There's no doubt in that. I mean, being on the safer side, right? They have tried their level best, and Team Aru one-sided domination, no cap for it. But WSB, the potential that they have, even Raiden stepping up big time, you know, pumping the players of his own team is like, you know, we can do it, boys. We can just make it, make the gap a little bit closer.
Even GlitchX Reborn now is starting to choke up a little bit, right? I mean, they are there in the top 8, nothing taken away from that. They're there in the top 8, but in general, you really expect a team like GlitchX Reborn to be there in the top 4. And for some reason, we're not really seeing that same GlitchX Reborn that we saw in the past. The consistency seems a little bit dialed out. The same thing can be said for the likes of LOC too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, LOC has always been like, we have already talked about it, that they have been that one organization or one brand who have been emerging a lot of players, undergod players, and it has been for a longer period of time. But now LOC, see, it's the last match, right, of the day, and they need to step up at least to gear up for the next 3 matches that they will play in the next 2 days. I
mean, as you mentioned, it is the last game of the day, and I'm still waiting for one more team to pop off. That's going to be Gusso Esports. What's going on with this team? Gusso Esports, moving in forward today's day, I really thought Gusso Esports, we might just see them be back in that prime form that we saw them in the past, but Gusso Esports, that form is just completely dwindled down. It's taken away from them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if you talk about the form of Gusso Esports, we have also got Godlike. I mean, the first match, it was 0 points. In the second match, they got 5 finishes, but not a single placement point. And that one decision, I was like, why are they going down the ridge? And that made the call. Aru Gaming, they got the chance, they capitalized. But why wouldn't you go for it when you know there's 2 teams fighting in your backlines?
Exactly. That's the same thing I was wondering as well when I was sitting in the backlines watching the game. Why did Godlike just give their advantage away to Aru Gaming? Because they just got more territory control. And as soon as they did so, they started taking shots against Godlike. And that's where things just got even more sensitive for that entire roster. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? It's time to step inside of the last game of the day, as Sanhok is now going to be rolling up on the screen. And the plane flat path starting all the way from Mognite towards down south, which is going to be Camp Charlie. This plane flat path, once again, it's really not going to matter. It is the map of Sanhok.
Yeah, for sure. Every team can reach in their respective drop location without any problem. But the main kind of concern that I have is for the early clashes, because we usually see teams taking the split drop location, and alongside that we might be seeing some early casualties coming up from either of the sides. But if we talk about one of the teams I'm looking forward for, it's going to be TCW. They haven't had a great start, they're not in a great position in the overall standings as well, but this final match, they're going to put their 101%.
That is true. TCW is one of those teams. We know they do have the potential, but unfortunately, I'm not even sure what exactly is going on with TCW. We do see them inside of the limelight too. They're taking the fights that are necessary, but the outcome's not that well. It's not favoring them, and that's something TCW needs to work upon. The same thing can be said for Blind Esports too. In the previous game, they did try to notch up the aggression a bit, but it just did not work out.
Yeah, for Blind Esports, it has been completely blind, I would say. They haven't got a lot of points, but now there is a drop clash happening in the areas of Sami. It's like T7 as well as Alpha 6 we see around that corner, but the circle, it has completely formed in the eastern side, keeping a lot of teams in the advantage. Even you can see Camp Bravo, we see Godlike. In the southern side of them, we see Team Aru Gaming having a good split for themselves as well.
Aru, man, I'm not going to lie. The previous game definitely astonished me with the way they were looking so confident in moving it forward slowly and steadily. The positions they were taking inside of the map, the stances they had in the fights. Man, Aru Gaming definitely flawless with the approach they showcased. And even WSB Gaming, with just a 2-man squad, being able to survive in the top 2. That's super impressive.
Yeah, I really didn't thought that they would survive for that long a period of time, because as soon as they lost 2 of their crucial players, I was like, okay, this is going to be a tough match for WSB to survive, because there were a lot of teams still alive in that moment. But hats off to their survival instincts and the skills that they have. They have managed to get a lot more points. But talking about the points, the one team that impressed us, at least me for sure, it's going to be
Okay.
Alpha 6.
Oh yeah, Alpha 6. I mean, they've got a soft corner in my heart for themselves, and the only reason why I have a soft corner is because Alpha 6, when we saw them for the first time in the main screen, right, they were taking some of the drop collisions that they were not supposed to. But I'm a big fan of aggressive teams, and the fact that Alpha 6 was actually doing the same thing over and over again, they were giving us a lot of that entertainment in the early phase of the game where nothing is supposed to be happening. So that's why I just love that team, right? They're showcasing the entertainment, they're showcasing the aggression, and that's what I just loved about them.
Do you think they're going to bag up another chicken because the neck bros are here on the desk?
Chicken, I'm not sure, but maybe consistent finish can definitely be there. Considering the previous game was a complete bomb, then yeah, for Alpha 6, if they do need a chicken dinner, especially on the map of Sanhok, they need the circle right on top of them.
Yep. Talking about the other teams as well, I would like to point out Remorseless. I mean, they have been an aggressive team in the past rounds. They had got almost like 30 finishes in the round 3 when they got eliminated from that place, but I really believe that even today, they were trying to go a little bit aggressive, maybe trying to opt for some finishes, but kind of unlucky for them that they didn't get it.
Yeah, newer team on the chopping block, right? Remorseless. And unfortunately for them, the first day wasn't really that great. All they can do is just hope for the best inside of this game, and maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow, depending on what group they get placed in. But speaking of godlike esports, a team that's been struggling through and through, some decisions that are quite questionable. And at this point in time, I'm not even sure what Godlike can do. In this game of Sanhok, they're supposed to be the one to prevail. If they don't, well then, their chances of making it inside of the week 1 of the semifinals are next to none, and they will be kicked out of the tournament too.
Yeah, only 5 points in 2 matches. It's definitely not what you ask for. For a fan favorite team, I would say the fans are expecting a lot from them. But also, I would say they have made some kind of mistakes in their decision making, or maybe if you talk about the rotations, that has caused them and pin them back in the wall.
Talking about pinning things back on the wall. LOC out in the open, looking forward to pin down the players in the front inside of that same compound. I'm not sure what the players of GlitchX can do, but both these teams, they're quite desperate for any sort of points. And look at what we see. Gusso Esports, oh, they definitely do enter inside of the fray, right? But they can't be the one on the receiving end instead, because there's another team in the back lines, and exactly what I'm speaking of. LOC, they take the advantage, and Grind gets an easy elimination point.
Oh, nobody expected LOC to be in their backyards, but it's not just LOC. Just look at that. GlitchX are also popping up the nades inside that compound, while it seems like Gusso Esports, they're completely confined, and they can't even back off from this fight.
I mean, GlitchX, the utils that are being tossed, is doing that constant damage against Gusso Esports. Another nade's going to be tossed into that same direction, and it's just doing that chip damage. This time it's going to go knocked out. Tapcot not on his feet anymore. This is going to give the confidence that GlitchX need to move up forward and capitalize. And Gusso Esports, within an instant, there's a chance they can be knocked outside of the entire tournament. GlitchX, still there's 2 players on the opposite side, and what is Mullik doing? Unaware of that fact, he pulls out the DBS once again, and the shot to the face will seal the deal, but then the second player's there to get the trade, and the backup's a little bit too late.
Oh my god, completely unfortunate. I don't know why. Wasn't GlitchX kind of aware that it was a complete entire squad coming in? It might be that they thought that it was a single vehicle, maybe 2 players came in for some loot or something, but that was a disaster. That was literally a disaster. And the backup did not came on the time, but that gave the privilege for LOC to come a little bit closer. You see, Fuzzy is still way too behind providing those covers so that there is not another team coming up from the back lines to backstab them.
And talk about the backstabs. I mean, at this point in time, they're sort of in that centric spot, so it is understandable. There's going to be some teams on the trail. WSB Gaming spotting out LSC in the front, and yeah, you do not want to go off against WSB. That too in the map of Sanhok where they can't feel it's their home ground. WSB Gaming just positioning themselves a little bit more better, focusing on the stance for now.
They kind of have a good split as well. You can see the 3-1 split, Seraph playing in a different angle, flanking position, but he will be spotted down. He has dealt a little bit of damage, but WSB, they have to decide when to strike because there are 2 teams on this particular compound. One is GlitchX, one is LOC. So they have to wait for either of the team to engage or start a fight. Then only they can pop in.
Talk about the pop-in. I mean, this entire thing's going to come down to a stalemate, as expected. Not a big fan of those, but let's just hope that it's not going to be repeating for a while. If it does, well, then it's just going to be that deadlock that will be tough to break free out of.
Talking about the deadlock, we are seeing this area for a longer period of time, and it's also almost around the dead center of the circle, and it has also made a shift, keeping this particular region in the central area. But Godlike, they've also rotated from the areas of Camp Bravo, looking forward to grab a good spot for themselves inside the circle. But this match is so crucial for Godlike. They have to get finishes as well as the placement points all together in a balanced way.
I mean, looking at the map itself, you've got Supernovas still outside in the blue, and even the same thing can be said for Jubilant Divine. I'm not sure what these two teams are doing all the way back in the blue, considering it is the map of Sanhok. You're supposed to be a little bit more proactive, being the smack center of the circle. It is a zone-oriented map, and if you do not take the advantage of that, well then, unfortunate for you. And right now, Jubilant Divine, they're not doing so. The only way Jubilant Divine can get their hands on a better spot inside of the zone is by asserting dominance, or just pray to the gods that the circle shifts on top of them when they do actually barely breach inside of the zone. But look at who's on the screen. Blind Esports, a team that's been missing throughout the entire competition, just like Godlike.
Big names. I mean, we saw the first group having the big names coming up on top, but meanwhile, we do have another team in the contention. It's HR, Extrovert getting taken down, Sparky looking forward to get some more frags. Infected Mushrooms, they're in the contention, and look at the flank that they're just planning it out.
Extrovert knocked out. Sparky, oh my god, the util was way too close. HR, 3 players in the front, and Sparky, considering he's the only player up close and personal. Infected Mushrooms, backup's gonna arrive at the right time as Sparky finds the opener, and the shotgun's also gonna hand out the closure. Infected Mushroom, a vital fight that is being won.
That fight got over, and look who is knocking at the doors. It's none other than Team Aru. Already Dionysus cooking up the nade, and the right spot.
Oh my
Door
God.
goes down. This is the opening they wanted, and eventually by that, yes, the frags will be converted. The first finish point coming up for Team Aru. That there are other still teams alive. TCW, they're also in these boundaries.
Yeah, Team Aru is feeling pretty crisp today. Veyron tossing in that nade as well towards the shack.
God.
What a great spot that was. Finds the knock once again. Infected Mushrooms without even going for a head-on-head fight. Still the players are getting knocked out with just utils. And now it's just down to that one last string who's still inside of the game. What can he even do? Team Aru slowly and steadily scouting out the compounds, just wanting to find that last remaining player. And for Infected Mushroom, that last player can feel his death approaching him as he can feel those footsteps closing on in. Faith, prone inside of that compound, just waiting for the players to pop in. He does spot every single player in the front lines, and he's also got his hands on the DBS. 2 players approaching at the same time. First shot missed, and just like that, he will be sent back to hell.
That was like a good decision, sticking together. That was like, we don't want any compromise, we don't want any casualties, but that's a really crazy start for the tabletoppers of this group, Team Aru, the way they have stepped up already. You know what, there is a kind of phrase that in Sanhok, that no matter how far you think you are, you're still not that far. You're very close to each other.
Yep. It is a smaller map, right? Yeah, that saying does come true. Team 7. They were looking forward to third party. I mean, just look at them. Just like vultures. Surrounding that compound. Now also looking forward to slam and dunk towards that compound as well. And yeah, Team 7, they've got the potential challenger approaching them. Team Aru is not one of those teams to mess around with. And both the players' positions capitalized for now. Love that instant readjustment from the side of Team Aru, where you see the 2 players instantly pushing up on the hilltop. So you can't say the backup fire is going to be there soon enough. But Team 7, they've already funneled out the player.
This is going to be a great opening for the side of Team 7, because now they have got a breakthrough. They've got the guidelines open, but Dionysus, he has got some different intentions, gets the flanker out, but still there is one more player who is there up on the hills. 2 players in the compound. Team Aru needs to decide when to push, because Atanki is down. He needs a revival, and he needs a backup for sure.
Team Aru, they wanted to set up a reactive play, but it just did not work out. Util being tossed up close and personal. Veyron, getting caught off guard this time. Team 7. Instant capitalization against the foe. I love that readjustment. As Arsh, he's managed to scratch. Dionysus quite low. Team Aru taken down to a two-man squad. Slowly and steadily, that crispiness we're talking about of Team Aru, it's fading away now. And it's not giving me good signs. Team 7 on the verge of winning this entire fight, considering they did not even lose out on one single player. And as Team Aru is taken down to a two-man squad, one of the players is still inside of that compound. His position's anonymous, and that's where T7 can actually be surprised.
Exactly, Aru, the main IGL, the main player, is still there. And Steffler, he is completely unaware of it, and Keshav is cooking up nades because Dynas's position is completely compromised. But a lot of sound cues have been made, but finally Aru, he has been spotted, and now T7, they will completely charge up on him, and there goes down on his knees as Team Aru just survives on a single player, Dionysus.
T7, as I mentioned, slowly and steadily just filtering out the players of Team Aru. And now it's all down to Dionysus. Last remaining player, last glimmer of hope. Well, extinguished. Team 7 prevail in that fight. Team Aru, a big prospect, not inside of the game anymore. And that's also going to be giving that sigh of relief to at least Godlike.
All the teams just lying behind of Team Aru will be getting the relief. You know, yes, the top team is out. We have got the opportunity to climb up the ladder. This is our chance. But a really great fight done and dusted by Team 7. I mean, they were wandering around outside of the circle in the blue zone for a very longer period of time. And then they decided to charge up in and take a head-on fight with the table toppers itself. But if we talk about Jubilant, they have got a big rotation. They were in the waterways, but now heading up from Lakawi, going all over the northeastern area, it's a big rotation.
It will be a big rotation. Jubilant Divine moving inside of the zone. At least they have managed to gather all the players. It will be a tough rotation. And as we mentioned, right, starting things off from Hot 10 and now moving it from the northern side towards the right side of the map completely, and now finally breaching in. I'm not sure how clear the breaching point's going to look like, but Jubilant Divine, they're trying their best to take all sort of precautions.
I'm really happy with the rotation that they did. I mean, it takes a lot of guts to go for that big rotation, specifically in the map of Sanhok, when the blue zone is giving you a hefty amount of damage. But when you see around the circle, yes, Godlike was there, and we can see Johnson trying to spot out the players because Jelly has advanced more closer to the dead center of the circle, and he needs a backup. 3 players lying behind Godlike. They want a steady approach for themselves in this map of Sanhok.
They do. Jelly in the front, the classic approach Jelly likes to take. He's going to be in the front lines to try and scout through. And yeah, now Jelly's got the prime position in his hand. Godlike, they should try and close on up instantly towards the spots. There's also one of the hard compounds available. And Godlike should be able to readjust pretty easily. And this split cannot come through anymore. Godlike, they need to reunite with each other. And that's what you can see the players doing as well. Now, speaking of the entire terrain, that's going to be popping up in front of our screen soon. I'm not sure how big of a fan I am of this because Godlike will definitely be facing a lot of those troubles. There's going to be so many more teams wanting to get their hands on the same compound.
Exactly, and I'm concerned about Jelly right now. He's just a single man standing. But talking about the concerning factors, Glitchix, they are again initiating a fight, and it seems like magic. He's got everything under his control.
Glitchix losing out on Sakura in that fight. Even Godlike is now starting to be a big concern, just looming on top of their head. And Joya, she spotted out the players. You see one of the players moving up close and personal. Oh, this could have been a death blow. Luckily enough for Godlike, the man's still alive. Admino, he has learned his lesson not to cross out in the open like that in the future. For Glitchix, though, there's too many teams. There's too much danger looming on top of their head.
I'm quite sure he was like, oh my god, what just happened right now? But
Oh
Glitchix,
my god.
the way they're holding, even blind, wait, what? Once again, 0 finishes elimination, 0 points in this map as well.
Blind Esports, first 3 games down the drain. A
Oh,
bad
man.
performance from these guys, that's for sure. I'm not sure what's going on with the entirety of Blind Esports. They're trying to be a little bit more proactive. They're trying to go for the aggressive approach, but it's not working out as well. What can Blind Esports do? I'm not sure. They just need to adapt a little bit more better, I guess, to the tempo of the lobby. But Godlike, they welcome T7. First knockout found with a DBS to the face. Keshav knocked out. Utils, they're being tossed on top of the players of Godlike, and Mino's chipped up a little bit, but it's fine. Still 3 players, they're looking pretty healthy. T7, even they've got 3 more players alive. So for Godlike, there is that constant threat. Jonathan's position's noticed as well, and there's the constant Util barrage now in his face.
This is a revenge fight. T7, they wiped out Godlike in the map of Erangel, but this time Godlike, they have the opportunity to take the revenge at this moment. But Arsh, he was barely surviving, but he
blew
got
himself
taken down by his own grenade. But Stifler is still keeping the hopes alive, and Mino is down. But no, the trades are coming. Core, being that last player surviving, he will be looking forward to convert all those finishes. Shelly's HP is dropping down,
Oh
and
my
there's
God.
3 down for Godlike.
Oh my God, Jonathan, it's all down to him. Can he clutch it out this time? If he does not do so, well then T7, they will be done and dusted inside of the entire game. And Core, he actually does want to go for the Util barrage. He is tossing out the constant nades, just hoping to find that knockout or the confirmation once again onto Jonathan. And Jonathan is going for the revival onto the fallen player. That's a really good decision being made by that man. The revival's going to be either as the wall of death slowly and steadily creeping and crawling its way in. And Jonathan now finally looking forward to extend a little bit towards that fight, but he backs away.
He doesn't have a single nade or Molotov to throw in that direction. So that's the kind of thing that actually pushed Jonathan to back off from that fight, but gave a breathing space for T7 to patch themselves up and again come back to the fight itself. But Godlike, they have faced a lot of tough times. Jonathan still there on the front lines, will be waiting for any of the players of T7 to push. But now, both the teams need to get inside the circle. Now, this is something that will concern both of them.
4 players in the front. And for Godlike, I'm not sure how they can deal with the threat that's currently looming on them. T7, one of the men's left in the back, and Core, there we go! Core activates! He swings 1 player down, and now as Godlike, they seem like their head's going to be on top of the swivel. To rotate inside of the zone, it's even more risky. The circle shifts away out in the open, and already all the prime spots there being taken away. Jubilee and Divine, they're going to try to hold off the teams of Godlike.
This is a moment that Godlike never wanted to be in. That was surely a big heart attack for Jelly at that moment. The kind of surprise he never wanted or never expected, but look at that. Jonathan is trying to make it inside the circle, but there are so many teams, so many players just trying to stop this team.
Qualification on the line for the semifinals. Your journey, your lifeline on the line inside of this tournament. If the first 3 games are not fluid, well then I'm not sure what to expect in the latter 3 games, because you just do not really have the momentum set up. Util being tossed to the perfect mark is even LOC. They do chime inside of the fight in the elimination feed, and Jubilee and Divine slowly and steadily, even they're dropping down in numbers. Luckily enough for Jubilee and Divine, TCW, they do not have the man number to back themselves up, but they still do get that elimination point. The play zone's going to knock out Guru, because at this point in time, it's not the play zone, it's going to be the wall of death.
Jewel India, Divine, they need to enter the circle, and then look at the circle shift that has already happened. LOC, they're in a very great spot alongside WSB. They might have got a good advantage for themselves, but Jonathan, he's the solo survivor for Godlike, and he is keeping the hopes alive for the placement points.
He is. And I mean, Jonathan, as you mentioned, the solo player, just trying to keep his team's hopes and dreams alive inside of the game. He cannot even directly move inside of the zone because there's still 2 more teams at the back lines. Core, the man who punished Godlike for that misbehavior that they were doing. And now Godlike, yeah, Jonathan, it's time to leave that compound. It's time to leave that comfort zone and move in. But focusing on this fight for now, as LOC, yeah, WSB is definitely going to be the bigger foe you need to take care of. If this Util is able to find that 2-piece, it can indeed be a major knocker. But LOC, they're taking damage themselves as Crime gets knocked out. And then WSB too, they start to hit back. LOC, what a big trouble this is.
WSB knows when to engage, and when they start to do it, there is no stopping them. 3 finishes are already in their bag. They might have lost gods from their team, but look at this. They have got a lot of teams to just take care of. Remorseless is one of them alongside Jubilee and Divine. They're also surviving. R&B Falcons still outside of the circle, trying to go for some heal battle. But this game, WSB, can they get the chicken dinner in their bag? Because Remorseless, it seems like they're also interested in stopping the flow of WSB.
Remorseless, all the 4 players lined up now, and that's the only team inside of the safer zone. As LOC, they do know exactly where the players at WSB are too, and look at Fragger. position and contested. WSB, they have completely moved on forward from their past. But their past can actually bite them in the back. In this game, you cannot let go of the past. Before now, WSB, 3 players. They do seem like a trifecta of death, just looking forward to hand out some death blows to the lobby. But this nade's actually going to find the perfect knockout, as one of the men from the side of Jubilee Divine gets knocked out. Now it's all down to just the last 2 remaining players.
Oh, Seraph, he's been put down, and it's Falcon from a distance. R&B trying to intercept this fight. Seraph is down and out. Arman might be taking that kind of retaliation trade, but the deed is done. They've lost another player, and next position is also revealed for Remorseless.
Elimination point stolen from WSB. Jubilee Divine now down to just that 1 man. I'm not even sure what he can do at this point.
Fragger.
He can't feel his death approach. And look at Fragger, as I mentioned. The pass can definitely come and bite them in the back, and that's what exactly happens. You've got the final 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a 1v1v4. And yes, we all know it's going to be Remorseless to close things off, considering they've got the most amount of players alive. And there we go, the confidence now just shooting to the sky.
Oh my god, Jubilant Divine next. He manages to pull his team to the 2nd spot in the final game of the day. But Remorseless, they end on a good note, that's for sure. The kind of performance they have put in this map of Sanhok is tremendous, is magical.
It is a magical performance, Remorseless. I mean, we're seeing this team for the first time on the bigger screen, and still they come out swinging. On the last game, they get a fantastic chicken dinner for themselves, and also a lot of points accumulated by that team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm really happy for them because they kind of started it off on the day. They were trying the level best to get the frags, get the position points, but they were kind of unsuccessful. But finally, they will have the smile on their face by the end of the day.
The woes continue, though. Blind Esports, Godlike, not able to perform, some of the biggest banners inside of the community. But you talk about consistency shining through once again, and we cannot forget to witness, of course, Jubilant Divine and WSB.
Yeah, Jubilant Divine, I'm really happy for them. But kind of rotation, can you just imagine going up from the northeastern side with the rotation coming up, entering from Lakawi, and still managing to just finish in the 2nd spot? It's a big task. But when you talk about WSB, the kind of aggression that they're carrying in every match is magical.
WSB, definitely you do see that tempo being switched down a little bit, though. I'm not going to lie, considering in the past stages, WSB was a little bit more aggressive because WSB knew the competition is not at the highest peak. But right now, over here inside of the wild card, everyone's trying super hard. One single bad step and you will be eliminated from the game. And Timar is a prime example of that. Godlike as well, a prime example of that. One last man from T7, or not last man. I mean, Core was left back over there, and Core punished Godlike so hard.
Now, this is a serious rivalry that is building up. You know what? The first Erangel matchup, T7 wiped out Godlike. That was a nightmare on 0 points. Now, again in the map of Sanhok, it repeated. I don't know what's going to happen next in the reshuffle, if they are going to collide once again or not, but this is an arch rivalry I really want to see continue for a longer period of time.
One thing is for sure, the teams are definitely lacking on the confidence. They're starting to second doubt themselves, considering the first 3 games are not doing too good. And now all they need to do is just come back in with a complete reset mindset, right? If you're not going to be having that reset in your mental, well, then the past is definitely going to bite you once again.
Yeah, exactly. And if you talk about the kind of performance for Team Blind, for Team Godlike, they are the 2 teams that they need to get a hell lot of points in the next 3 matches that they're going to play, because it's a very tough job for them. But you know what? In this entire map of Sanhok, we saw tremendous plays, but only one is the most valuable player. We'll have a look on that, and let's see who it is going to be.
MVP of this game, maybe someone from the side of R&B, and yes, it is going to be Falcon with 5 elimination points accumulated and 724 damage just out, and of course the survival time of 21:19. Sanhok's been quite quicker this time.
Yeah, bro just pulled off some really good frags. I mean, sometimes he was like stealing those frags, not letting the others slip away with it. I was like, yeah, this is the moment. I am outside of the circle. I am not going to make it inside, but at least I can get the frags out.
Alpha 6-2. I mean, we had a lot of expectations moving inside of this game, but they were not there anywhere closer till the final few moments. Alpha 6, I mean, at least they do have a decent starting for themselves in the first 3 games. They can try and do a little bit more better in the latter 3 games. They're definitely a glimmer of hope that they can move in towards the semifinals week 1. Before now, focusing on the top 5 performers of that previous game. GlitchX Reborn, once again, trying their best to be as consistent as possible. Getting those 3 points is going to be Sakura from that team. Then you've also got Aluman from the side of RML, which is Remorseless, getting 3 points for themselves. You've also got WSB Arman with 3 points. You've also got Admino
Yeah, names are there, but if you talk about the individual performance, yes, it's fine. But as a team performance, Godlike, Glitchix Reborn, even I would say R&B, they need to step up a lot. Individual performance is all fine, but it's again a team game, right? You need to perform as a team to accumulate the maximum amount of points. But if we talk about points, let's have a look on the total points that the teams have accumulated from this particular match of Sanhok.
The big icebreaker in front of us, 18 points in total from Remorseless, a fantastic performance, nothing taken away from that. Jubilant Divine getting 11 points, consistency on the board. The same thing can be said for WSB, so maybe you can't say there's a high chance they're going to be in that top 4 that's needed to be. And then R&B's over there too in the 4th spot. LOC there on the 5th. GlitchX Reborn, as I mentioned, they're trying their best to be consistent on the board. Godlike getting 6 points. Now, it's really not enough, considering in the latter 3 games that are left over. Godlike, they need 2 big games.
At least I would say like 35 to 40 points in the next 3 games is what Godlike will need to be in top 16, because if you see the kind of performances that are being done by Team Aru, you talk about Carnival Gaming, you talk about Aiku Soul, the high scoring games that they've already done, to kind of make yourself comfortable in that spot, you need almost close to like total of 70 points after the end of 6 matches.
I mean, latter half the board, right? Supernovas moving inside of today's day. Expectations were high, but Supernovas, they failed to deliver. Team Aru, they performed pretty well, considering in the previous game of Miramar, they were doing quite nice, so you can't say in the overall standings, Team Aru, they will be dominating through hands down. Gusso Esports, not that good of a performance in the last game. Blind Esports, once again, another big upset, 0-pointer.
It's kind of like, as Fixes said earlier, it's hard to digest Blind Esports not getting points. A team who has got so much potential, so much aggression within the players, like an individual player or a team play. They have been playing for such a long time with an insane amount of performance previously. But now Blind Esports, it's like the biggest nightmare that they can ever have in a single day.
I mean, for Blind Esports, I'm not even sure what they can do to try and recover from this entire downfall they're witnessing so far. Not just in this tournament, even in the past tournaments, Blind Esports, they just haven't really been there on the forefront. We know when it comes to the mechanical prowess, these players are some of the best players country's ever seen. But still, for some reason, when the pieces are being put together, Blind Esports is just not able to perform.
Well, have to see where they are standing, and quickly we'll have a look on the overall standings itself, because all the 3 matches of this group is completed, and as we see after 3 matches which team has accumulated how many points, it will be clear in front of our eyes. And that being said, Team Aru leading the table with total of 44 points after 3 matches will be in a very comfortable spot, followed by WSB Gaming having 29 points in 3 matches.
As known, Team Aru is going to be at the top. Then you've also got WSB Gaming with 29 points, Jubilant Divine Esports with 28. You've also got Remorseless there with 25 in the top 4. And then LOC Esports, a team that we had expectations. You can't say they have decently delivered, but that delivery that they've showcased is not enough. They need to showcase a little bit more better performance on the board. Moving forward towards GlitchX Reborn, even they're going to be there in the top 8. Alpha 6, that one single chicken dinner they got in today's day is not enough, and those are the only 15 points they've had.
Well, that's actually right. You know, the next 2 games it was 0, so yeah, Alpha 6 needs some more motivation from you, it seems.
I mean, they always do have that soft corner in my heart, but now they need to wake up, man. It's too much, right? And now we're also going to be having that reshuffle after these first 2 days. So in that reshuffle, let's just hope Alpha 6, they do get themselves in better shoes. They are going to be performing a little bit more better. As I mentioned, there is going to be that bit of a gap. And in this gap, you need to understand that you need to come back with a better reset mentality.
Exactly. Just clear everything that has already happened. The 3 matches are done and dusted. Come up with a completely blank mindset. Yeah, you know, forget everything what just happened. It's a new day. It's a new 3 different games. We are going to give our best, and we'll try to get the best results out.
Blind Esports in the span of 3 games, only 5 points. Godlike 11 points in 3 games. As I mentioned, they need 2 massive games in their hands. 20 pointers back to back. Can Godlike Esports pull that off in the latter 3 games? That is a big question we're wondering. But talk about things in the top 8 always just rising through, and you can't say once again the competition's way too close.
Oh my, I would be like biting my nails out there. I was like, oh my god, so many close battles, so many close contests. Even inside the match, you see the undergods performing so well, almost clutching it out with a 1v4 or 1v3. That was a situation we saw earlier in the map of Erangel as well. it seems like, Undergods, they have made some big waves already.
Honestly speaking, in 2024, the Undergods, they have been able to make some waves.
Yeah.
Because in 2024, you can't say that they sort of did understand how the competition was back in 2023. They sort of underestimated the node teams, and now that they're back over here with much more of a reformed mindset, you can't say the players are much more refined. They're doing pretty good. We're seeing so many of these banners returning back in 2024, and this time the performance is amped up by a notch.
Exactly. We are seeing so many new faces. We are seeing so many new teams coming up. And it's really, every time it's great to see, because BGIS has always been the stage, the platform where we see so many new teams come up, so many new players being undergod to becoming stars in this game itself. So I really believe in this LAN, in the finals, we will be seeing so many new faces and maybe new stars in making already.
I mean, you spoke of Undergods to the stars, and WSB, they're really close to making themselves a big star over here, man. The performance they have been showcasing throughout this entire BGIS 2024, it's been remarkable, it's been iconic, and I want to see the similar sort of performance even replicate in the future, because things will of course keep on getting even tougher. But for Blind Esports, man, this downfall that we're witnessing, we're not really accustomed to seeing so, and I just want to hope that Blind Esports in the latter 3 games, they do pull off a miracle, because that's the only thing that's going to save them.
Yeah, as you mentioned, both Blind, both Godlike, and the other teams still in the bottom 8 need at least 2 big matches to come up on the top and maybe, pull up their chances of being in the top 16 and qualify for the semi-finals week 1. Otherwise, man, it's done.
I mean, we forgot to mention Gusso Esports too.
Yeah,
Another one of those teams we had so many expectations from, right? And Gusso Esports, man, a tough pill to swallow. The aggression not there inside of the lobby, just nothing working out. But then a complete astonishing moment for me was Team Aro on that Miramar. Man, the way they were making the right calls, the stances that we saw inside of the fights, incredible stuff.
17 finishes in a single match. I was like, oh my god. I would say that Atanki and all the players, like if you just talk about Veron stepping up, Aru stepping up, having those flanks covered every time, they had the kind of confidence that there is somebody to back me up from behind, so I can just push and clear all the teams.
I mean, for even Remorseless, a team that just came in out of nowhere for the first time, right? I mean, what we have been witnessing from this team is incredible.
Yeah.
And now, considering it is also one of the newer Undergods, you just want to crave a little bit more of that team, right? You're left craving a little bit more of them. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? We have been witnessing all these teams duking it out against each other inside of the wild card. Let's witness the overall standings of all the teams combined, of all the 2 days that we witnessed. Let's move on and look at the overall standings of the wild card. As IQ Soul's going to be at the top with 50 points. Team Aro not that far behind with 44. You've also got Carnival Gaming right there underneath them on the 3rd.
Oh my god, after that, Rivalry Esports on 40, NIY Esports on 38, Gujarat Tigers also in 34, Metal Esports had a great run today with 33 points on the board. They are in the top 7 as well. 7 Shore Esports with 31, and then we come down to THW Esports with 31 points as well. But talking about this list as well, a lot of new teams, Remorseless, Jubilant Divine, Imprint Esports, Tribe Herdman, they have always been very good in their matches, and that's why they're in top 16.
Yeah, but the head's going to be on the swivel for Imprint, Tribe Herdman, and Raven Esports. Their position can be easily compromised.
Exactly.
They're barely on the edge. Even for Jubilant Divine, you can't say, or maybe pretty much the teams on the latter half of the board, it's still a big sword just hanging on top of their heads, and anytime it can slit through. But let's move on forward towards the latter half, right? Entity Gaming on the 17th, super close to breaching inside of that top 16. You've also got LOC not that far behind with 21 points. Wind God, K9 Squad, Big Brother Esports. Man, just look at this entire page stacked up with so many known teams.
Exactly. You cannot just ignore any of the teams. There is Team 0 on the other hand. You can see Alpha 6 there in the 28th spot as well. VST, Team Forever. One good match can just make so many difference in the overall standings. Entity, they would have just wished that if we got at least one check in, they would have finished in the top 16 for sure. But for Team 0, they had a lot of finishes. You can see 13 finishes, but only 2 position points. That is where the problem lies.
Team 0, I mean, always they have been sort of inconsistent, and that's what they're known for, right? And once again, the same stuff repeating itself. We also got Jux Esports on the only 14 points accumulated on 32nd spot. Jux Esports is actually one of those teams that is also the Undergods, and they actually started to make waves off the rip.
I mean, so many teams we talk about, even Alpha 6, there's PL Dominators, those who have been playing pretty well. They're in 27th spot.
Yeah.
I really believe, again, you have got 3 matches, 2 good matches, and you're in top 16. But talking about the next page, there's version 9, TCW official, having 14 points equally. But if you look at the points of TCW, 13 finishes and only 1 placement point.
Look at the position from 37th till 40th. You see all the teams in a big tie with 12 points. And then you've also got Godlike Esports with 11, tied up with Craddock Esports. Mogo Esports, this lineup that they've got is the defending champions, or are the defending champions, and still completely on the last page of the overall standings. This really makes us question what exactly is going on. Look at Revenant Esports. They've done even worse. Only 10 points. A team that is supposed to be the super team, they're not able to perform.
Not a single placement point. That is the main highlighting portion. And for a team which is led by Sensei, the IGL we talk about with big brains, having not a single placement point, it was something, a big surprising factor for all of the BGMI fans watching out there who have been supporting him from his previous days, from his early days for sure. But again, followed by that, we've got Genesis, Rising Falcon having single digits. So from 46, we have got the single digits starting from Lifecraft Esports as well. They have to do so much hard work in the next 3 games.
Rising Falcon, a team that we saw for a long time, and there's a high chance their journey can be ended. But let's move on towards the latter half now, towards the last page of the overall standings. And there we go. Some more upsets are going to be over here. Raw Officials, RTGXIND, Hail India, Inertia Esports, TWOB, a team that is supposed to pack a lot of punch. You've also got Blind Esports, Heroes Gaming. Even they made a soft spot for themselves in our hearts.
Oh, I really feel bad about the teams. I mean, Raw Official, again, they have been a team who is like from older days, a very old organization.
Yeah.
Every time they come in the officials, they perform pretty nicely in the starting phases, in the starting rounds. But in the main eliminator stages, they fumble down and they get eliminated. And it's happening over and over again for them. But alongside that, as you mentioned, TWOB, Blind Esports, not the names we want to see.
Dragon Claw too. Just when you think that things cannot get even worse, I mean, this is what you have in front of you, right? TWOB, Blind Esports, 7 Hours, Dragon Claw, RVNC, Heroes Gaming. These are some nice names that you're witnessing completely on the last page of the overall standings. But the only reason why they're not able to do anything is probably the pressure that's on top of them, because you know this is going to be the eliminator bracket, of course, the wild card.
From 64 to only 16 going on the next round. It's always a tough battle, isn't it? So we talked about it earlier that people were thinking, you know, wildcard would be a little easy for the top teams. But as you can see, all the matches, at least the first half of the wildcard phase is done, and it ain't any easy.
Of course, it was not easy for any of these teams, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the fans of Godlike are going to be disappointed with the performance that they showcased today. But all you can do is hope for the best in the latter and the upcoming days, where we're going to be seeing the overall standings, of course, and even the reshuffle is going to be happening based on the overall standings. So just hope that Godlike's going to be on the better shoes.
Yeah, I mean, the next group, again, it's 15 different teams that you haven't played. It might be almost the teams from Group 1, Group 2 that the teams from Group 3 might face. Even Godlike can be placed within them. And again, 15 new teams, different drop locations, different clashes, different rotational clashes. A lot of twists and turns is about to begin from tomorrow as well.
I'm just really happy for Metal Esports, though. I mean, today we witnessed them play, and Metal Esports, even they were going through a big dip. But the performance from them has been nice. And I just want to see the similar type of performance repeat as well. It's all about the consistency, man. For the top 16 teams, the way they have been performing has been incredible. All they need to do is just consistently put up the same number. But I'm not going to lie, for Raven Esports, I don't feel too good. The first game, they played phenomenally well, just based off of that one single player, which was Reaper. And as Reaper was not able to perform, the entirety of that lineup just came crashing down. But now, Necros, as you know, the show's coming to an end. You've got any final words to say?
I'm just going to say that I really wish to see WSB Metal Esports getting the chicken dinners, you know, finally in the next 3 games at least, because, yeah, I have a lot of expectations from them.
I mean, WSB Metal Esports definitely will be there inside of the top 16 hands down if they keep on performing the same way. They have been super incredible and consistent. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, the day 2 comes to an end. After this day, we'll come back with a reshuffle inside of the group based on the overall standings. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins. Catch unique emotes. Collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।